ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 11, Prideful Slothful Wrath. In the space where even his footing was uncertain, before an emptiness where falling meant inevitable death, there was nothing to distract his attention away from there. For in this moment, the only subject occupying Subaru's consciousness was the girl in front of his eyes, the witch with white hair and white skin, black clothes and black eyes. That sense of overwhelming presence, of menace, that transcendent entity was of an entirely different level than all other living things. All of Subaru's insignificant existence, his eyes, his heart, and his soul, were being toyed and tangled upon the tips of those unseen fingers. In the face of truly inescapable horror, people often seal in emotions such as these. Unable to breathe. Unable to feel his own heartbeat. Not even the breaking of a cold sweat, or even a blink, could proceed without her permission. There was absolute isolation. Echidna, oh dear, I may have overdone it with the intimidation. Even back then, whenever I take an interest in something, I'd end up running my mouth too much. A witch's nature is a troublesome thing. Suddenly, still seated in her chair, Echidna seemed to notice how her speech had overheated and took up some self-reflection. But still, he could not recover from the traumatizing darkness emanating from the witch in front of his eyes. No, the sense of oppression he had intentionally ignored up to now that he truly recognized it, would not leave his mind again. The friendly exchange between them had evaporated. Subaru could no longer see the girl in front of his eyes as a girl anymore. For her true nature was that of a witch. Echidna, when I was alive, this sort of thing happens every once in a while. It was just like this when the royalty of the various nations came to me, seeking to borrow my wisdom, but I suppose you can no longer look at me without being guarded now. My, shaking her head as if trying to say, Echidna gazed into Subaru with her black pupils, shaken by the sight of his own expressionless reflection in the black of her eyes. Subaru wavered, and just the same moment, she smiled. Echidna, in that case, maybe you'll like this idea? Subaru, An abrupt change came. Smiling, she whispered something to Subaru as he furrowed his brows to show his non-understanding. Then, watching as her smile dissolved into the darkness, Subaru gasped, and the moment he blinked. Little girl, watch a low okinant tilde? Subaru, huh? Little girl, well stop staring at me. Swinging her legs around as she said this, the little girl sitting in front of Subaru puffed up her cheeks in a pout. With dark green hair coming down to her shoulders, it was a little girl with apple-red cheeks. Her hazel-colored skin in her white one-piece dress matched adorably, and her childish cuteness unreservedly scattered everywhere around her. And, particularly distinctive, there was a blue flower-shaped hair clip on her hair. No matter how you look at it, it was a harmless, innocent little girl, now sitting in the place where Echidna had just been, staring back at Subaru. Subaru, huh? Wait. Echidna? Where the hell did she go? Little girl, Donya? Donya must somewhere around here, but Tilda, who are you supposed to be, Tilda? Subaru, me? My name's Natsuki Subaru. I wasn't invited here or anything, I'm just someone who got lost, drank some tea, and was heading back. But then the owner of the house suddenly disappeared, which left me in a pretty difficult situation. Little girl, Tilda. Then Tilda, I'll call you Baru. It's hard to feel hostility towards something so cute, and even though it didn't quite fit the situation, Subaru gave this frank self-introduction. Hearing this, the little girl smiled happily, which made Subaru's heart all warm inside despite the circumstances. Regardless of how messed up things had become, the moment Echidna disappeared, it was as if the pressure had been released. If he calmly considers all this, perhaps the little girl before his eyes was just like him, having been kidnapped from who knows where. One way or another, maybe now he'd be able to escape with this little girl's help, even though he wasn't too sure how much strength she could lend him. He raised up his face and... Subaru, okay, anyways, let's think of a plan to get out of here while the big bad ghost isn't home. But considering there's not many places to step on. First, maybe just tell me your name, little missy. Little girl, say, Baru Tilda, are you a bad man, Tilda? Subaru, if you could tell me that then at least, wah? Reaching out his hand, intending to sparkle his teeth, Subaru furrowed his brows. The little girl in front of him swung her legs, which weren't long enough to reach floor, and she rocked back and forth in her chair while childishly muttering, "Be cow say Tilda," impatiently pursing up her lips. Little girl, I'm asking, are you a bad man, or not a bad man, Tilda? So are you, Tilda? Subaru, by their very nature, all humans are creatures who sacrifice other things to survive. Therefore, perhaps from the moment we are born into this world, we are sinners. But, even so, we still live our lives, knowing that even as we are sacrificing, something more valuable can be built upon that sacrifice. Even though I think this kind of philosophical discussion isn't really something a little girl can understand, is that what you mean? Little girl, Tilda, I heard it but I don't really understand, Tilda. Well, Tilda, okay, Tilda, if I just check. Towards Subaru, who looked confused, the little girl looked even more confused. Saying this, she held tight onto Subaru's extended hand. From the small palm completely wrapped up inside Subaru's, he felt a tactile softness that was unique to the hand of a little girl. And feeling this gave him a renewed resolve, that no matter happens, he will bring her safely out of this place. Subaru, even though I've been around Petra, I'm still surprised I'm so fond of kids. I used to think they're too noisy and all but. Little girl, onle thrupenan suffering canthiltybe redeemed. Subaru, huh? Suddenly, the little girl quickly muttered something in a whisper. Unable to understand, Subaru's raised up one of his brows, and felt a light impact. As if his arm had been lightly tugged, there was then a strangely liberating sensation, as if being released from a heavy burden. Wondering what had happened, Subaru turned his head to look all around him. Everything was just like it was before, and nothing changed in the world. The space that permitted Subaru and the little girl to sit facing each other was still without wind or sound or sensation of any kind. Sitting in the chair in front of him, was still only the little girl swinging her legs. Only, in her hand, she was holding a man's severed arm. Subaru, dash. Little girl, doesn't hurt so, Tilda, you're not a bad man, Tilda, I'm so relieved. Noticing the abnormal turn of events, Subaru looked at his own right arm. At the right side of his body where his arm should be, he saw the reality of the exposed cross-section of his shoulder where his arm had been twisted off. Pain, blood, none of it was there before he noticed it. The bone and arteries wrapped in pink meat all exposed in the cross-section reminded him of the edible meat lined up in a butcher's shop. That is, aside from the unacceptable surreal reality that it was happening to his own right shoulder. Subaru, ooh, ah. A arm, my arm ah. Little girl, it doesn't hurt right, Tilda, don't yell so loud, Tilda. If you flail around too much we won't be able to put it back. Subaru, why you? Ripping someone's arm off, what the hell are you saying? Gee, give it back. Give it back. Holding the exposed cross-section of his right arm shrieking, Subaru jumped right at the snorting little girl with a demon-possessed look on his face. Yanking his right arm back from her hands, he hurriedly tried to stick it back on. Not that a severed arm can be reattached by sticking it on, but such a thing didn't really occur to Subaru at this moment. But little girl, Nossenful misdeed shall escape a righteous judgment. The moment he heard something being uttered from the little girl's mouth, Subaru's posture collapsed. Rather, more accurately, the legs that were supposed to step onto the floor shattered like fine glass craft from the knee downward. Losing his right arm and both his knees, Subaru's body fell forward from the momentum. And receiving him, was the lap of the little girl still sitting in her chair. The little girl gently received the falling Subaru, and like a mother holding her beloved child, she caressed the terrified Subaru in her arms. Little girl, you aren't a bad man at all, Tilda, but you still think of yourself as a sinner. You are a gentle and good child, Tilda. Poor thing, Tilda, you must be in pain. Subaru, J just, what, are you? His right shoulder and his shattered legs did not bring him pain. Nor were they bleeding. Incomprehensible. An unacceptable existence. The existence of the little girl before him, the one a moment ago he had thought was a subject of protection, was now despairingly distant from that impression. Hearing Subaru's question, the little girl tilted her head. Typhon is the witch of pride, you know. Subaru, The impactful statement once again stopped Subaru's thoughts in their tracks. Be it anger or horror, these concepts were completely blown away. Just a moment ago, Subaru had been in front of the Witch of Greed Ikidona. Then why was he now suddenly faced with the Witch of Pride? Witches who should have already been annihilated, and died long ago. Woman, Hayu. Guess it's my turn. Ha, can't get out of it. A languid voice came from above him, while Subaru's petrified throat was still trying its best to groan. Subaru had only blinked his eyes. The color of the world did not change, and his arm and his legs are still missing. But even so. Woman, so heavy. Shouldn't you be a bit lighter without the arm and legs? Hayu, that's a man for you. Man or woman, wouldn't existence itself be better off as one big useless blob? The one Subaru's body was leaning against had changed from the little girl named Typhon to a different woman entirely. The woman this time had strange magenta-colored hair, a beautiful girl with a lazy impression. Her skin and lips were sickly pale. Her downcast, half-closed eyes gave off a sleepy or, rather, generally unenergetic impression, and, as if even breathing was a chore, a depressing atmosphere lowered around her. And although she was wearing loose black robes, obvious stains and rips littered all across the fabric as if birds had walked all over it. Looking down at the silent Subaru, she sighed lethargically. Woman, you're pretty unlucky too. Being played around by Ikidona, then Typhon and me, Hayu, meeting three witches one after another, only that dummy Flugel or that stick-swinging Reed have done something like that before. Subaru, you're a witch, as well? Just like the little girl just now, and Ikidona. Sekhmet, I'm Sekhmet. Hayu, it's such a bother, but you could call me the Witch of Sloth, or not if you don't want. Not that I'm asking you to call me one way or another, it's so confusing anyway. Hayu, I get tired from talking, so can I just stay quiet from now on? Subaru, oh give me a break, I'm gonna lose my mind here. If no one tells me soon, I can't even be sure of my own reality anymore. Please, just tell me what's going on right now. Subaru used his only surviving left hand to grab hold of her robe, and raised up his head to look at Sekhmet. Sekhmet seemed to find that gaze a bit bothersome, and sighed, then turned down her eyes same as before. Sekhmet, your right arm, and your knees are gone. Hayu, it was Typhon, wasn't it? It's because that child doesn't understand other people's pain. She's still that innocent and merciless child like before. Who, the poor child? Subaru, my arm and legs, they can grow back, right? Sekhmet, Hayu, for me that's really AAA, but that's all right, It's pretty bothersome for me too, I'll leave it for the child after me and go back to sleep. Breathing's such a bother. If I could take in a lifetime's worth of air all into the lungs at once, then I won't have to breathe again for the rest of my life, don't you think? Subaru, if you do that your lungs will explode and we'll die, right? But compared to that, my situation here. Still in her languid demeanor, Sekhmet's offbeat proposition puffed Subaru's head full of smoke, as if trying to say please take this seriously. Subaru tried to plead to her. Girl, just now, did you say you wanted to die in front of me? He heard a murderous voice saying. At this point, although it's no longer the first time Subaru had been surprised today, he still couldn't react with anything other than being stunned stiff. Again, the person in front of his eyes changed. The witch flaunting the full, dense head of hair had disappeared, and replacing her was Subaru, breasts. Girl, TCH. Where are you staring at, where? Trying to look up from the soft lap at the other person's face, Subaru's vision was blocked by large protruding breasts that were obscuring her face. The sensation of the lap that was bearing the weight of his body, unlike Typhon's and Sekhmet's, now had a meatier feel to it, and honestly seemed to be full of the dynamism of a feminine body. While literally experiencing this with his entire body, Subaru was suddenly lifted up by its owner's arm. With a single hand, Subaru's body had been easily hoisted up, even though his weight was still no less than an average adult woman's, even after losing his arm and both his legs. Girl, look at the other person's eyes when you're addressing them. Eyes. Really, men are always like this, unbelievable. Saying this as her anger was puffing out, it was a beautiful girl with swaying golden hair. Starting with a short skirt, she was wearing loosely fitting clothes over her body, and her stature while sitting down seemed on the short side. But even so, her large breast gave her a full-bodied impression, and gave the whole situation a somewhat titillating atmosphere. Well, only the totally healthy kind, of course. Then, glaring at the hoisted-up Subaru with rage-filled eyes, she brushed aside her hair in front of the frightened Subaru. Girl, missing your right arm. Missing your legs from the knees down. Not bleeding or in pain. Looks like you've been punished by Typhon. That child, she did something so inconsiderate again, it's just going too far. Looking at Subaru's painless wounds, her blue eyes were clouded over by intense emotions, with impulsive words, and an indignant attitude. Her every act was instilled with passion, and all the while she was behaving like this, there were tears pooling faintly in her eyes. Subaru, are you crying? Girl, not crying. Just angry. That's right, I'm just angry. At Typhon who caused all these wounds and just left you here. At the world that made that child do such an outrageous thing. And at all the people fighting and harming one another making this world hell, at the senselessness of it all. Her furious voice cried out, with such power that it messed up her hair as she pronounced this. Then, lifting up her arm, she suddenly tossed the dangling Subaru up into the air. Subaru, eh? Girl, so I absolutely will not permit it. Pain. Conflict. Wounds. How can I remain idle in front such things? The next moment, with a speed that broke the wind, the girl dashed out and struck her fist straight into Subaru. His face being suddenly injected with such incredible speed and power, Subaru's body was quite literally blown away like a leaf. But Subaru, phew. Expecting to continue being blown away for quite some time, he suddenly arrived at the end of the world. Echidna had actually trapped Subaru within a world of limited space, so after being launched flying by the power-packed punch, he had only managed to fly for a short distance. The impact against the invisible wall rolling through his entire body, having gone splat in the middle of the air, Subaru turned his eyes back around. And there. Girl, all will be well. Don't ever think of turning back. Leaping, as if in pursuit, the girl rained punches onto Subaru's body, while it was still in the middle of its falling animation sequence. The endless flurry of punches striking into every inch of his body, Subaru's flesh was sandwiched between the wall and her fists. The sounds of impacts ceaselessly penetrating Subaru's body, its power went through him and into the walls, and began shaking the very world to its core. Kneaded by the impacts, knocked up and down left and right, Subaru could no longer tell which was which as his mind turned blank. In the field of his vision, through the dance of the incoming fists, perhaps no longer wishing to conceal it, there was the face of the girl covered in a flood of tears. Droplets glimmering as they scattered through the air. Just when Subaru wanted to complain, "I'm the one who should be crying here," his face was already turned away by a punch. Not knowing when the incessant hell would end, it suddenly ended unexpectedly. Girl, let my fists revive the world. Let my anger cleanse the world. My wrath, and my healing fists are my reply. The next moment, the world shattered. The wall that Subaru had been stuck onto, under the impacts of the girl's rain of fists, after sensing an unbearable sensation through his clothes, Subaru felt the wall behind him shatter into dust. In that instant, Subaru felt a sense of liberation. When the rain of fists stopped, he felt something soft. Subaru noticed that he was lying on the ground, in the grassland of the previous world where they had their tea. Sitting himself up, he looked all around in a stupor. Landing gallantly beside him, the girl brushed her blonde hair as she shot Subaru a stare. Girl, right arm. Subaru, eh? Oh okay. Being suddenly called, Subaru raised up his arm, and that's when he noticed. The arm that had been ripped off of his shoulders was now back and perfectly well, all the way to his fingertips. Girl, legs. Subaru, oh things are looking up. I can stand and walk. Look, I can do a moonwalk now. Just to be sure, Subaru jumped up and started doing a moonwalk for good measure. Watching Subaru sliding across the grass, the girl held her elbow and nodded contently. And it was at that moment, when the swaying of her prominent bust burned itself into his memory. Subaru, why you saved me, thank you. But, considering the flow of things, you are? Minerva, I am the Witch of Wrath Minerva. Not that I call myself that. Subaru, you called yourself that just now. Minerva, don't, that was no big deal. I will not allow anyone to be hurt in front of my eyes, nor tolerate to see a person wounded. It's not a deed to be passed on for posterity or anything. Subaru, you've totally just marked your own actions as some incredible accomplishment there. You're not really hearing what other people are saying, are you? It's really hard to communicate with someone like that. Flailing his only recently healed arms around to demonstrate his befuddlement, seeing this, Minerva just quickly turned her back to him. Minerva, in any case, now that the wounds are healed, there is nothing more for me to do here. Don't get so much as a bug bite now. That's a promise with a witch. Subaru, even if I go live in a sterilized room, that's not possible, is it? And don't make promises on behalf of other people. Promise with a witch or something, wouldn't breaking it mean some severe punishment? Minerva, it's no such thing. But if it ever comes to that, I will heal everyone. Subaru, don't say that like you're going to go around murdering everyone, it's really scary. But the fact remains, Subaru's body was completely healed. Her crude healing methods, in this case, true to the description, he actually was healed at the end of all that. Beating someone up in order to heal them, to think that a phenomenon so inconceivable could possibly exist. It's almost like in those old TV series. Minerva, well. Then, the girl who was gallantly walking away turned around. Her white hair swinging with her motion, and her black dress spreading upward charmingly, all filled into Subaru's eyes. She was tilting her head to the side, quite happily gazing back at him. Echidna, to prove that I'm relatively harmless, I let you meet some of the other witches. So what do you think? If your attitude could warm up to me a bit now, then waking them up from their sleep would all be worth it. Summing up his painful experience up to now, was the witch Echidna. Seeing her in front of him, Subaru drew in a deep, long breath, before lifting up his head. Subaru, you really are every bit a witch. No human would think like that at all. And, just uttering these words took up the last bit of his strength. ARC 4. The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 12, A Souvenir from the Tea Party. Echidna, so the space I worked so hard to prepare was destroyed. Such recklessness. It's just like Minerva. That girl can be a little too quick to strike. Subaru, a little? I think she got to it almost immediately there. That new sensation, violent large-breasted healing type lowly tsundere, that's way too many character tropes stuck together, you know. Turning his perfectly healed right shoulder, Subaru started blowing this at Echidna in front of him. The sense of pressure coming from the white-haired girl hadn't changed. But still, her arrangements had not been entirely without effect on him. Subaru, well, I think I'm in the mood for a face-to-face conversation now. Compared to the other witches, you do seem somewhat more rational. Except Witch of Sloth-san, she may be talking nonsense, but I think we can understand each other. Echidna, well Sekhmet, how should I say this? Of all the witches, she is the oldest and the most rational. But if you make her angry, she won't leave anything halfway. Subaru, won't leave anything halfway, you mean she's scary when she gets mad? Echidna, let's just say, even if we all teamed up, we'd be no match for her. Even if all the other 5 witches fought together, I don't think we would be able to win against Sekhmet. Once again sitting in her chair, Echidna explained this, as Subaru cast her a doubtful glance. The image of the lazy girl with long, reddish-purple hair flashed in his mind. With that lifeless attitude, overflowing with inertia, that person was actually the strongest of all the witches. Subaru, by the way, I've been meaning to ask. I get the feeling that you've been leaving the Witch of Envy out. Ikidona, let me just give you one piece of advice when you're talking to me. Remembering the witch whom Ikidona had never once named, Subaru asked her this question, to which Ikidona only smiled and raised up a single finger. Subaru stared at her fingertip as she slightly tilted her head. Ikidona, I think of the other witches as my friends, and I think they are deserving of my respect. I have a personality with many flaws myself, and having them by my side for so long is an emotional support for me, a salvation. That is why I have been gathering up their souls, without leaving a single one of them behind. Subaru, I get the feeling that I've just heard something that can't be glossed over, but please go on. Ikidona, the one who destroyed these witches, was the Witch of Envy. Would you yourself be able to smile at the entity that brutally murdered your closest friends? Her smile did not change, but its nature had turned. A surge of fear ran up Subaru's spine, and by the time he noticed it, he was already nodding in agreement with her words. Seeing this, she said, "That is so, isn't it?" as she pulled in her chin. Ikidona, it seems like the mood has spoiled a little. How about some tea to get rid of the bad taste? Subaru, I don't have the kind of courage to drink that donya tea again. Unless you put some actual tea in there, then I have no intentions of eating or drinking anything in this place. Ikidona, to be invited to a witch's tea party. Back in my day, it would have been a thing to be envied. My, I guess people do change, along with the times. As if she had already prepared Subaru's portion, with a look of regret, Ikidona filled only her own cup, and raised it to her lips. But if what she said was true, then that tea would actually be her own body fluids. Then basically, she would be drinking bodily fluids that she herself had produced. Subaru, I heard something about rabbits. They eat their own poop and keep going like a perpetual motion machine or something. Ikidona, it is kind of humiliating to be lumped together with them. Isn't it? Unless, this can be taken as a roundabout way to tell me you wish to hear about the Great Rabbit. Subaru, Great Rabbit? Subaru tilted his head. It was a word he had heard somewhere before. Searching within his memories, he remembered where he had heard it. Indeed, it was while he was riding on the back of a galloping patrash, down on Lifehouse Highway. Subaru, they are beasts that line up shoulder to shoulder with the white whale. Right? The Great Rabbit, and the Black Serpent? Ikidona, they're Daphne's bad legacy. Even she herself found them a bit too hot to handle. Setting the Black Serpent aside for now, you have heard of the White Whale and the Great Rabbit wreaking havoc all over, have you not? Subaru, by the way, since we're talking about the White Whale, thanks to my efforts it's already been slain. Thanks to my efforts, that is. Pointing a thumb at himself, Subaru inflated his nostrils with a boastful look on his face. And, hearing this, for the very first time, Ikidona's black eyes opened wide with a look of surprise. Ikidona, is that so? That is impressive. Just by your looks, you don't seem to have an arm for swords, or a gift for magic. But you moved those around you quite well indeed. Subaru, it's a pretty depressing feeling when you knew right away that I didn't defeat it on my own. How do you know I didn't just launch at it and kill it? Ikidona, whether it's the White Whale or the Great Rabbit, it's hard to imagine that there could be humans who can slay them single-handedly. In my time, the only one who could have done this was Reed. Once again, Subaru raised his brows at the name he didn't know. Noticing this, Ikidona let out a as she brought a finger to her narrow lips. Ikidona, were they not passed on to this age? I had thought his achievements were quite remarkable. To put it lightly, he was the only one in the world who could cut down 12 fully grown dragons all by himself. Subaru, no, well, it's just that my understanding of common knowledge, or actually anything related to what people normally know, is kind of shallow. That guy sounds pretty incredible though. Ikidona, Reed Astria. Sword Saint was the title given to him, but is it not around anymore? Listening to Ikidona's words, Subaru's mind steadily put the pieces together. Astria, that was Reinhard and Wilhelm's family name, a name held by the current Sword Saint and Sword Demon, the name of that indomitable clan beloved by the Sword God. Then, its first generation must have been Reed Astria. Subaru, okay, I think I got it. It's still around, Sword Saints. I don't know what generation it is now, but the current Sword Saint's my bro. He's a monster who probably wouldn't lose to the ancestor Summer you knew. Ikidona, that's quite a way to describe to a friend. I might say that, but knowing how unconventional Reed is, I can't blame you. Anyway, now we're going to talk about the Great Rabbit, I suppose? Subaru, nah. It's not that I'm not interested in the Great Rabbit or the Black Serpent, but as much it has seemed that Ikidona had wanted to continue talking and show off her knowledge, Subaru thought he should put a stop to that. There was a mountain of things that he wanted to know, but if he were to digest it all at the same time, his brain probably wouldn't be able to keep up. Instead, it might be better to pick out what he really wanted to know, and pursue those topics thoroughly. In that case, the first of the things he wanted to know was, Subaru, so you are Ikidona, the deceased Witch of Greed. Is that right so far? Ikidona, I had confirmed that right at the start, hadn't I? There's no mistake about it. This place is inside my dreams, and if you wish to leave, you can just say the word. Subaru, I appreciate your consideration. So first off, I do have a question. Touching a hand to his jaw, he directed his gaze toward the girl with white hair, and being bathed in Subaru's insolent gaze, she raised her hand to her almost translucent white cheeks and said, "What would that be?" as she narrowed one of her eyes. Subaru, I think this is something I should have confirmed with you at the very beginning, but first off, you're dead where exactly? Aren't you frolicking about, enjoying your days and being pretty chipper? Ikidona, I see. It's true I hadn't explained that at all. We forgot to touch on it, haven't we? You and me both. With a clap of her hand, Ikidona nodded as if understanding. As she signaled her agreement with her gesture, Subaru only scratched his head wondering what had gotten into him. With the impact of a witch showing up, and then the witches' class reunion after that, Subaru had been too shocked to ask this obvious question until now. Subaru, seeing a ghost inside a tomb, it'd be good if it was that simple. But after being meddled with so much, I don't think I can just pass it off as all being in my head. Ikidona, a ghost, I can't really deny that. After all, I am a spiritual body that has lost its physical body. But now, as to why I'm here like this. Well, it is as a counterforce. That would be the most accurate answer, I suppose. Subaru, counterforce? What kind of? No, actually, maybe against what would be a better question? Ikidona, you are sharp, aren't you? Nodding contently at Subaru's reaction, Ikidona softly clapped her hands. Then, turning up to the air, she signed toward the artificial blue sky with a gesture of her hand. Ikidona, the one who bound me to this place was Volcanica. The divine dragon Volcanica. You've probably at least heard of him? Subaru, that would be the dragon who signed the pact with the rulers of the kingdom of Ludnica or something, right? I heard that name in the Great Hall at the Royal Selection. Ikidona, yes, that would be the same Volcanica. By that dragon's power, I am sealed here in this grave. And the reason Volcanica did this was, as you correctly inferred, to serve as a counterforce against the Witch of Envy. Ikidona's gaze was calm and intellectual, but when the words Witch of Envy weaved from her lips, for an instant, a dangerous emotion flashed across her pupils. Perhaps that was the enormity of the chasm between her and the Witch of Envy. Ikidona, even now, the Witch of Envy is imprisoned in the sealing stone, but her seal is not unbreakable. Nor is Volcanica's lifespan eternal, and there is no guarantee that the seal won't be undone if given the chance. There are also quite a few who believe that there is no knowing whether every great change in the heavens and the earth might not be chipping away at the sealing stone. That is why Volcanica left my existence behind. Subaru, as a fighting force to oppose the Witch of Envy, if ever she is resurrected? Echidna, however, I was not the witch that Volcanica had originally expected to leave behind. If anyone should have remained, it should have been Sekhmet. The problem was that Volcanica himself disputed with Sekhmet. And, it seems, after she beat him to a pulp, he grew rather wary of her. As if casually gossiping, Echidna light-heartedly glossed over the intertwining fates between the dragon and the witch, but Subaru, who had been listening, did not laugh. He didn't really think that the grudge between a dragon and a witch could be summed up so simply like interpersonal relationships. And besides, he wasn't entirely sure to what extent he should be believing a story about the Witch of Sloth beating the dragon to a pulp in the first place. Without knowing what to say, Subaru stayed silent. And in front of him, Echidna continued with an, anyways. Echidna, myself, the witch, and the divine dragon Volcanica. With the sword saint and the sage? For the time being, even if the Witch of Envy was resurrected, we should be able to oppose her. At least, that is Volcanica's faint hope. So there you have it, the context behind why I am now in this disgrace, after my death. Subaru, so basically, the one who bound your spirit to this place is the dragon? Echidna, more accurately, it was at Volcanica's instruction, that the magic of the Mathers bound me here. If you've managed to set foot in here, you must at least know of the Mathers? Or perhaps that family name is no longer around. Subaru, no, the Mathers are still around. Roswell L. Mathers is the lord of these regions where this tomb is located. And he's also my employer, or should I say guardian, or should I say a pervert or something. Amazed by the profoundness of that man's potential involvement with the witch, Subaru wondered just how he should describe Roswell to her. But, putting Subaru's uncertainty aside, Echidna's finely shaped brows trembled. Roswell? She muttered. Echidna, I'm sorry, did you say Roswell just now? Subaru, oh? Yeah. Roswell. What, do you know him? Echidna, it would be strange, if I knew him. After all, I am an existence from 400 years ago. If that was the same person who had existed in that same age, then this conversation would have taken an odd turn indeed. Subaru agreed with her observations, and just when the image of that clown's face pouting up his lips was emerging in his mind, Echidna said, now, as she raised a finger to her lips. Echidna, the Roswell you are talking about, does he happen to be someone with long, dark grey hair? His eyes would be yellow, I think, if I remember correctly. Subaru, nah, in that case it's a different guy. The Roswell I know has blue hair, the same color as my jeans kind of. And his eye color's different. My guy's eye colors are mismatched, one's blue and other's yellow. Relieved that the characteristics are different, Subaru sighed, and suddenly thought of something. Roswell had told him that the management of this land, the sanctuary, had been passed on for generations. So then, the pact with Volcanica to seal Echidna here must have been passed on as well. If this duty was inherited throughout the generations of the clan, then in that case, Subaru, maybe Roswell's name was inherited as well. Occasionally we get girls with really manly names this way, that happens a lot in mangas at least. Echidna, to inherit Roswell? If that were case, it would sound like something of a nightmare. As if agreeing with Subaru's theory, Echidna nodded, and shrugged her shoulders, giving off an impression of fatigue. Seeing this unusual change in her attitude, Subaru furrowed his brows. It was then, she said, no. Echidna, the Roswell I knew, was a person with a bit of an overly obsessive personality. He was the kind of man who would devote his entire life to fulfill a single purpose, I'm afraid. And if after my death, he had remained unchanged, then Subaru, not being satisfied with his own life, he would devote even his descendants' time too? Echidna, exactly as you say. Oh my, just thinking of it is a scary thing. Even as she said this, Echidna's lips rose into a smile. In fact, it was exactly like the gaze of a parent who was watching over their naughty child, but surely, Subaru thought, he must be mistaken. Anyhow, Subaru, well, now I understand the reason you're inside this tomb, and who's behind it. For the actual specifics, I'll ask the modern version of Roswell after I wake up from this dream.
Ikidona, you are free to do so. So then, are there any other questions?
Subaru, of course there's more. Next thing I want to ask about is the trials. I was told there'll be trials taking place inside the tomb. I'd like to know about its contents.
And, if you could also tell me the right answers too, please. Ikidona, asking for the questions and the answers straight from the examiner. How ruthless you are.
Subaru, a little craftiness never hurt anyone. There's no reason not to use shortcuts when you can.
I'm the kind of person who likes to play games while reading the walkthroughs, you know. Because getting killed and having to do it for a second time would be a pain in the ass. But setting Subaru's random player philosophies aside, Ikidona closed her eyes as if sinking deep into thought.
Then, it was 5 seconds later when she opened them again.
Ikidona, the trials, is it? Subaru, yeah.
What kind of trials is it anyway? If we don't pass it, a girl who's really important to me will be in trouble.
She won't be able to leave the sanctuary even if she feels homesick. And obviously, leaving her behind and going home by myself was not an option. The barriers that surround the sanctuary, if something like that was blocking her way out, then Subaru would have no wish to go outside either.
When she passes the trials, they will go through that barrier together. And he will do whatever it takes to make sure that happens. For instance, Subaru, even by cheating.
Ikidona, I'm sorry to say this after you got so excited, but I know nothing about the trials.
I am not involved in them. Therefore, I don't know their contents. Subaru, the what?
His momentum suddenly getting derailed, Subaru let out a yelp. Hearing this, Ikidona said, well, there's nothing we can do, is there?
As she shook her head from side to side.
Ikidona, you do know what this place is, don't you? It is my tomb, after all. In other words, this is a tomb which would have been built after my death. And the trials you spoke of, they take place inside the tomb?
Then the trials within the tomb must also have been created after I had died.
So there is no way that my deceased self could possibly have had anything to do with them, now is there? Subaru, there's no way I can understand that kind of rapid-fire logic. Ikidona, in any case, I am not the examiner.
So I can't give you answers about the trials. If anything, it's me who should ask you about these trials.
Its contents, the types of questions, the selection of its respondents, and of course, the answers to the questions.
My curiosity is endless.
In her radiant eyes, the pupils of the Witch of Greed shined with the thirst for knowledge. Sighing at the sight her straightforward desire, Subaru concluded that he would make no progress speaking with her on the topic of the trials.
In that case,
Subaru, man, then I feel like there's not much else I want to ask you. Ikidona, eh? You're kidding, right?
That's impossible. But I am the Witch of Greed, you know?
From all corners of the world people have come to me, seeking my knowledge. To be in front of me, with permission to ask anything you wish. You say you have nothing you want to ask me? Subaru, well, because you're already dead and you don't know much about what's happened after you died, right? What I want to know is mostly in the present progressive tense, so there's no point in asking someone who doesn't know. Ikidona, no, let's calm down. It is true that I'm unacquainted the present world, but in exchange, there is almost nothing I do not know about the past.
Much has weathered down in 400 years, and no longer remain in anyone's memory or history.
Isn't this a chance to learn about them? Just like the conversation with the other witches earlier. There are things that no longer survive on any record in the entire world.
Subaru, but I don't have much interest in witches. Even if I learn about them, they're all already dead, and there are a lot things on my mind right now, so that kind of conversation is not really.
Ikidona, Seeing Subaru really intending to go home, unsatisfied, Ikidona screwed her face into a scowl.
It's almost like their positions were completely reversed.
But still, as far as Subaru was concerned, it was the truth. The wrongdoings or noble deeds of the witches of the past, whatever they were.
He didn't really have an interest in such things. Other than that, what kind of useful information he could get out of Echidna, he really couldn't think of any off the top of his head.
Subaru, wait, now that you mention it, I just thought of one.
Echidna, yes. Very good, that's it, I knew it, there are still things. Ask anything you want. As long as it's something I can answer, I will answer it. Go ahead.
Already to the point of agitation, Echidna was biting onto Subaru's question not half-heartedly.
Even if they're called witches, at the root of it all, it was impossible to erase all traces of their worldly instincts.
Thinking this, Subaru remembered something about the sanctuary. Subaru, the residents of the sanctuary that contains this tomb, they refer to this place as the trial or experimental grounds. No matter how you look at it, the Witch of Greed's experimental grounds sounds pretty important, and then there's a barrier that doesn't allow half-bloods to escape. What kind of experiments are you running here?
I was hop. Echidna, I can't say. Subaru, I could ask you that.
However, with a single stroke, Echidna's expression vanished as she discarded the question. At that unapproachable attitude, Subaru couldn't help but fall silent. Seeing Subaru's reaction, Echidna seemed to have noticed the sharpness of her own words, and made an awkward expression with her face. Echidna, I apologize for being so rude.
But there are also things I cannot say. I can't answer that question. It's not that I cannot say, but that I don't want to.
Subaru, the term doesn't give off a good impression, experimental grounds.
But you don't seem to be denying it.
Echidna, I want you to stop there.
I do not wish to be held in contempt.
Lowering her eyes, Echidna rejected any further pursuit of the topic. The witch with an overwhelming existence, shriveled her shoulders as she asked this of Subaru.
Anyone who heard this, would have had no choice but to give up on any further questioning. Then, what passed through Subaru's mind instead, was Subaru, come to think of it, your name. I had heard it before coming here.
Echidna.
Echidna remained silent. In front of her, Subaru touched his forehead, as he reflected on his memories. The name of Echidna, the Witch of Greed.
Before coming to the sanctuary, that name had stolen Subaru's ears several times.
Subaru, from Puck.
In the loops that started in the capital, Subaru had been killed by that great spirit 3 times.
His most abhorrent and bitter memory was the time the gigantic Puck killed him as he mocked him.
That time, in Betelgeuse and Puck's conversation, her name had appeared. On the verge of death, Subaru's consciousness had not understood what it meant, and he had not remembered it again until now.
Hearing Subaru's mutters as he found this memory, Echidna lifted up her face.
Echidna, Puck. You don't mean, the cat spirit? Subaru, dash? Yeah, that's right.
The cat spirit. Do you know Puck? Echidna, it's not whether I know him. Did he come here? If that's case, just how much does he remember?
Echidna seemed shocked to hear this unexpected name, and Subaru was just as shocked to see this reaction from her. Echidna, who had been talking non-stop up to now, suddenly fell silent. Seeing her ominous attitude, Subaru couldn't say a thing. And Echidna, as if sinking into thought again, shut her eyes in deep contemplation. Wondering how would he continue this conversation, Subaru turned up his gaze. Subaru, Gar? All of a sudden, in the bottom of his stomach, a searing heat asserting its own existence drew the entirety of his consciousness. Subaru, The tremendous heat felt as if it would burn through his entrails. Groaning, Subaru held his stomach, his legs trembling feebly.
The abrupt, surging pain was beyond anything ordinary.
A stomachache would be nothing compared to this mysterious anguish that made him foam at the mouth. Unable to stand, he fell to his knees, and, in the next moment, dropped to the side.
Seeing Subaru like this.
Echidna, it's finally taken effect. And, admiring the sight with her cold, unfeeling eyes, Echidna gazed down at him. Slowly, she approached the writhing Subaru, bent down her knees to get closer to his face, and brushed aside the hair over Subaru's forehead. Echidna, when you're invited to a witch's tea party, You shouldn't be putting everything you've been given into your mouth so carelessly.
You've learned a lesson now, haven't you?
Subaru,
You poisoned me? Echidna, out of the question.
I told you, didn't I?
What you drank were my body fluids.
A part of a fundamentally different existence, a part of a witch.
That is what you consumed. Body fluids.
Subaru realized he had overlooked the significance of that term in all the conversation that came afterwards.
And the consequence was this state of his current agony.
Opening his eyes, he glared at Echidna.
All the friendly attitude of before had long evaporated.
Just what did she want to achieve by doing such a thing? Echidna, I don't want you to misunderstand. I didn't do this out of malice or any ill will towards you.
In fact, I regard your existence quite positively. Letting you drink a part of me is proof of that.
Subaru, SB, eek so I can.
Understand. Echidna, to put it simply, I lent you a hand so the dormant witch genes inside you could assimilate more easily. Or something along those lines.
Subaru, witch genes? The incessant heat growing in intensity, Subaru used every last ounce of his strength to repeat that word.
Witch genes. That word too, he had heard several times before.
There was Betelgeuse.
And then there was Beatrice.
Echidna, you killed an agent of the Witch of Envy, didn't you?
With that agent's death, the witch gene implanted itself inside you. However, there seems to be something else inside you as well.
Subaru, that thing, when it assimilates, what'll happen? Echidna, indeed, whatever would happen.
Honestly, I am not sure myself.
But, compared to carrying around a bomb that blows up who knows when, it's better to detonate it before it causes anything worse, I think. If we can settle this inside a dream, perhaps it'll make the undetonated part easier to deal with once you're outside. Listening to that indifferent tone, Subaru felt like his consciousness was about to fade, as light and dark flashed before his eyes in sync with the surging of his pain. But even in this state, Subaru slightly raised his arm, and pointed toward Echidna.
Subaru, just now, I thought of something.
Echidna, huh?
Subaru, you. The way you talk is just like Puck.
That cat spirit too, doesn't care about the mood at all, just goes around with that careless air, goes on like there's nothing. Listening to Subaru's wrenched out words, for an instant, Echidna blinked in surprise. Then, with an exaggerated expression, as though she had just heard the funniest joke, Echidna held her stomach as she burst out laughing. Echidna, ha ha. Ha ha ha.
Ah, that is quite a good one. You are fascinating. I really think so.
Ma, ah ha 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 ha. Is that so, me and Puck? You're quite right.
That would be only natural, of course. I'm probably the only one who'd take him as something of a role model.
Subaru, what, why?
Though he wanted to continue his sentence, it was no longer something he could do. The pain had set his entire body ablaze, yet it would not deprive him of his consciousness.
It had felt as though it would continue forever, and there would be no respite from this anguish, but
the end was already nearing. Though, it was not by overcoming the pain, but rather.
Echidna, the time for our tryst is almost up, it seems. Little by little, in Subaru's eyes, the outlines of the world began to blur, the blue sky, and the little hill and the green grass-covered fields.
The two of them, and the chairs surrounding a white table.
All these images blended into one, and together, began to fade. Subaru, I thought you said it'll only end when you want it to end.
Echidna, we have reached the limit of the time in the real world. The trials you mentioned, it seems they will begin soon. When it does begin, all the functions of this tomb will be directed towards it.
And it won't be caring about the lonely ghost anymore. Saying this in a light-hearted voice, Echidna caressed Subaru's forehead as he lay on the ground. Watching him unable to resist, or even to react, she laughed. Echidna, now, to return from a witch's tea party.
What toll would you like to pay?
Subaru, just so you know, I'm broke as hell right now.
Ikidona, not money. The price is. Ah yes.
You are forbidden to speak of this space to anyone else, how about that?
You seem to already have another contract just like it too. It is a small price to pay, is it not? What is that supposed to mean? There was no time to even ask that question. Pressing her finger against Subaru's forehead, she whispered something quietly.
Then, sensing a heat coming from the finger that was touching him, in an instant, it spread throughout his entire body. And, incredibly, Subaru was granted an understanding
of the terms of the contract, and what must not be infringed upon. Thus, the one-sided agreement was sealed.
Subaru, doing this, without even asking first. Ikidona, our conversation, and consolidating the witch genes. Compared to that, I think this is a very small price to pay.
Also, might as well while we're at it, I will grant you a gift.
Smiling at the indignant Subaru, another wave of heat passed from her finger to his forehead. And, the result of this heat was, Ikidona, I hereby grant you the qualification to participate in the trials of this tomb. Subaru, Ikidona, with this, you will be able to take this tomb's trials tonight.
Whether you wish to take part is up to you. It is fine if you choose not to.
But, if you want to, you could choose to take the trials in place of the girl who is so very important to you.
What you do with it, you may decide as you like. The collapse of the world had begun.
And little by little, what lay beneath his feet dissolved into darkness.
This time, the true end of the world was drawing near.
Then, in the world that was coming to an end, Subaru, still lying on the ground, looked up at Ikidona. Sealing a contract he did not wish to sign, extorting from him a price he did not wish to pay, the girl who was smiling at him without a care in the world, without a doubt. Subaru, you, really, are a witch. Ikidona, oh, but of course. I'm one evil sorceress, isn't that right?
With that final farewell, Subaru's consciousness sprang from the dream. Falling, and falling. Fading, and fading. Breaking out of the dream, floating upwards. At last, Subaru's consciousness was released from the witch's dreams.
ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant. Chapter 13, Roswell's Intentions.
The first thing Subaru felt when he woke up was someone's fingertip against his forehead. Subaru, judging from the delicate softness and the really considerate contact, it's Emilia Tan's. Emilia, even though you got it right, I got a really spooky feeling about it. Maybe it's just my imagination. Opening his eyes, Subaru's field of vision was covered by the palm which was touching him. Through the gaps between her fingers, Subaru got a peek at a fragment of her beautiful face, and he loosened his lips, smiling. Subaru, well, because only Emilia Tan would go to the trouble of taking care of me at a time like this, so I got the feeling it was you. It's not like anyone could actually tell who it is just by the touch of a fingertip, you know? Emilia, oh, I see.
I guess feel a bit relieved now. Your body, can you sit up on your own?
Subaru, one way or another. Yeah, I'm fine. Answering with a joke as he woke, Subaru sat himself up from the bed.
Briefly looking around at his surroundings, he found himself in an unfamiliar building. The bedding he had been lying on was crudely made, and couldn't compare at all with the beds of Roswell's mansion that he had gotten so used to.
In any case, Subaru tried to remember what had happened before he lost consciousness. Subaru, up to where did reality end, and from where did the vision begin? The tomb setting one foot in that place, and immediately being swept into a state of falling, that was the last thing he remembered about real world. Then after that, his meeting with the girl playing innocent inside the tomb, with the Witch of Greed, if a witch's words could be believed, would have all happened inside her dreams.
It was all too vague.
Frustrated by his indecisive memories, Subaru held a hand to his forehead and looked toward Emilia. Beside the bed, seated in a chair, she seemed to be quietly waiting for Subaru to sort out his thoughts. Seeing her there, Subaru began with, well then.
Subaru, there are loads of things I want to ask and talk to you about. But, first there's something I have to say.
Emilia, what is it?
Tilting her head a little, Emilia waited adorably, listening, but
her eyes weren't smiling. Under the light gleaming from her clear, violet pupils, Subaru shrank his shoulders.
Subaru, I'm sorry I made you worry again. I got a bit too carried away there.
Having thought that he should, at the very least, be able to clear the path ahead of Emilia, he had somewhat overestimated his ability.
And the situation, as it turns out, was that on the first step he took he fell on his face.
Receiving Subaru's apology, Emilia let out a little sigh through her lips. Emilia, you know.
I was really worried. The moment you went in, you let out a shriek and passed out. Subaru, putting the shriek aside for now. I passed out?
Emilia, the white of your eyes were turned up, and you wouldn't stop convulsing.
We really didn't know what to do.
There weren't any wounds and it didn't look like there had been any strange magic cast you. Seeing Emilia hesitating with her words, Subaru got an idea of what an embarrassing display he had made.
So that's what happened.
Apparently, immediately after he stepped into the tomb, when the floor collapsed, or by the time he sensed himself falling, he had already been summoned into the Witch of Greed's dreams. And in reality, Subaru fell asleep the moment he walked in, and basically gave Emilia an uncalled-for amount of worry while she looked on, unable to do anything. Scouting ahead for dangers for the sake of Emilia, his determination back then was now looking really stupid at this point. Thinking that, Subaru scowled up his face in self-loathing, when Garfield, oh? Hey, he's awake isn't? Lookin' pretty good there, oi. Saying this, pushing open the creaking door, the blonde youth, Garfield walked in. Taking a passing glance at Subaru on the bed, he then turned his gaze toward Emilia. Garfield, told you didn't he? Nothing wrong with his body, see? Emilia, but still, I still couldn't help but get worried.
Not knowing why and seeing him suddenly collapsing like that.
Even though I've kind of gotten used to it by now, getting used to something like that really isn't a good thing, is it?
Garfield, come on, toughen up a bit.
Panicking and getting all teary-faced as soon as you saw this little buddy go down. Like your face is more blue than our Meguro, as they say. Emilia, wah. Listening to Garfield's thoroughly boorish retort, Emilia pouted up her lips as her face turned bright red.
And as soon as he brought that last part up, Emilia jumped up from her chair with a squeal.
Emilia, I wasn't teary-faced. I was worried and panicking, sure, but I wasn't. Garfield, right.
It's a secret. Sorry. But, it's not that bad. There's no need to hide it or anything.
Emilia, it is that bad.
I'm really worried that if he heard I was going to cry.
Trailing off in the middle of her rebuttal, Emilia sneaked a side glance at Subaru.
Up to now, Subaru had been silently observing their conversation.
In front of her gaze, what would the speechless Subaru say? Subaru, HN?
It's good, keep going. Please, a hair.
Is that so, is that so? Emilia Tan was so worried about me that she was crying. Is that so, a hair? Emilia, somehow, I got a feeling Subaru would react like that. Emilia slumped down her shoulders dejectedly.
In front of her, Subaru was still breathing heavily with enlarged nostrils.
To know that the girl he has a crush on had been worried about him from the bottom of her heart, even if this was indiscreet, he couldn't hold in his glee. Seeing Subaru's immodest indulgence and Emilia's reaction, on the side, Garfield let out oh so that's how it is, and then, with deep feeling, muttered. Garfield, this time's my bad. Yikes, it's pretty rare to see me owning up to my mistakes so straightforwardly, ain't it? And, in self-reflection, Garfield admitted something he's not all too proud of. If properly trained, even dogs can exercise enough self-restraint to not eat before being given permission. Chilling, it was a voice instilled with such sharpness that one might be cut in half if one were to touch it, echoing out slowly. There was a pause between each word, but the space in between was filled with such dreadfulness that no room for objection was permitted from the other end. That is to say, following an instruction the way even a dog is capable of, should have been the least you could do. Cuts, cuts, with a high-pitched sound of footsteps striking the wooden floor. The rhythm of the steps were constant, walking left and right, back and forth in front of him. The evenness of the gaps between them reflected the calmness of the footsteps' owner's mind, all the while knowing full well that they were mercilessly chipping away at the mental composure of the other person. Now. The voice and the footsteps, and those eyes devoid of emotion, all shot towards Subaru. Ram, a creature that can't abide by instructions that even a dog can abide by, what do you even call such a thing?
Barusu, do you know?
Subaru, I'm so sorry I didn't follow your advice. Toward the small girl standing opposite him, Subaru fell to his knees on the spot and bent his head all the way down as he cried out in apology. However, against the wailing from the bottom of Subaru's soul, girl only slightly tilted her head. Ram, I'm so sorry, did you hear me asking for an apology? Not only did you not hear the question, it seems you didn't hear anything at all so far. I think Ram's advice didn't even enter your ears in the first place, because it's not like it was something you couldn't have understood. Subaru, can you please not use such a roundabout way to express your distaste? I repent, I totally know I was wrong, but it feels like my heart is getting crushed.
A straightforward scolding would have been easier on me.
Ram, it'd be better if you died.
Subaru, too straightforward. Receiving the girl, Ram's merciless rebuke, Subaru hugged his head on the floor. But actually, considering his conduct, he could only receive all her abuse with resignation.
He had flat out gone against her especially delivered warning, and caused trouble for everyone around him as a result. Roswell, T's all right.
Ram should forgive him there.
After all, Emilia Summer must have already given him the exact same lecture, no? Going over it again won't do much good, except making Subaru-kun's masochist tendencies excited. Subaru, I don't have masochist tendencies. Stepping on landmines just happens to be my natural instinct.
It was just him not being able to read the mood very well, he was thinking.
Seeing Subaru puffing up his chest boastfully, Ram gave up in the bottom of her heart as she let out a deep sigh, and then, without a word, she turned her back to him, to face toward Roswell. And Roswell, shifting his body to face everyone waiting silently by his side as he lay on the bed, continued, well then. Roswell, *SD of all, that you all came back safe is the most important thing. These stumbles before the trials had sent all kinds of PLA-NS into disarray. Even though Subaru-kun's action was nothing but a simple blue ender.
Having been tossed an all too meaningful smile, Subaru crossed his arms and made a small snort.
And, as if with a reproachful attitude, Emilia, who was standing beside him, pinched Subaru under his ribs.
Subaru, ow. Hurts, Emilia-tan.
Emilia, even though I always defend you, today it's Subaru who's been bad.
If I had known that Ram had said something like that I would have.
Stopped Subaru from going first, as if trying to continue like this, Emilia's words trailed off. Smiling wryly back at her, Subaru muttered, that's why I couldn't tell you, in his heart. If she knew about this warning beforehand, Emilia would never have allowed Subaru to take on such a dangerous task. But on the other hand, if it weren't for Ram's warning, Subaru wouldn't have made up his mind about trying to clear the way for Emilia in the first place.
So then.
Subaru, your advice didn't make anyone happy, Ram. Ram, saying all of this was because of Ram, only a dog would do that.
No, I should change that to lower than a dog, otherwise it would be insulting to dogs.
Seeing Subaru trying to pass off responsibility, Ram shot back with a look of ultimate contempt.
He couldn't help but admire the maid's undissipating venomous attitude.
And, at the same time, the other side probably held a similar opinion of Subaru as well.
Leaving the two's irrelevant sparring aside, Roswell rearranged his legs on the bed, and... Roswell, by the way, Emilia Summer. How did you like the tomb?
Emilia, with what happened to Subaru, I didn't get a chance look around. But, there was a terrible stench in the air and I felt this unpleasant stinging feeling on my skin. Emilia furrowed her brows as she put her impression of the tomb into words. Basically, bad impressions took up most of her overall appraisal of the place. And hearing this unreservedly negative appraisal, Roswell let out an, "Is that so?" and slightly smiled. Then, his mismatched eyes set upon a corner of the room, toward Garfield, who had been observing their conversation, leaning against a wall.
Roswell, Garfield. Has the qualification been confirmed?
At the word qualification, Subaru raised his brows, and looked toward Garfield. The blond youth roughly scratched his short hair, and revealed his sharp canine fangs. "Garfield, I didn't go further than the front of Thintrance, but the lights in the tomb turned on all right. Emilia Summers got the qualification, there's no doubt about that."
Subaru, lights in the tomb?
Hearing something he hadn't heard of before, Subaru tilted his head as Garfield flapped his hand around irritatedly. "Garfield, there's a bunch of candle things in the tomb. While the sun's up, if a guy with qualification walks into the tomb, some stuff in there'll make the fires light up. A guy who gets this welcome without any problems will be qualified to take that night's trials. Roswell, conversely, if someone without qualification forces his way into the tomb, it would be just like what happened to Subaru and Mies LF."
Finishing off Garfield's words for him, Roswell spread out his arms. It was to show off his body, which was still painfully wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, that is, to show off the punishment for forcing one's way into the tomb.
"Subaru, I feel like the severity of the punishment is pretty different between what you got and what I got. Compared to just going in like me, what you did must have been quite a lot worse, right?" Roswell, worse, Su-ch's what? Subaru, illegally peeing beside the entrance or something.
That'll really piss off the tomb manager.
Roswell, if that were the CA say, Subaru would have fallen re-GHD where my puddle had been, it's AEMS. His sarcasm being countered by another sarcastic reply, Subaru showed a disgusted face as he quickly patted himself off all over his clothes. Seeing Subaru's reaction, Roswell relaxed his cheeks, and said, "Booty," shaking his head. "Roswell, the fact that we suffered different damages despite being similarly rejected, I am impressed you noticed it. It's true, my injuries are quite a lot greater than Subaru's.
But, the reason is very simple.
Emilia, Mana, Gate Rampage."
Roswell's words were interrupted by this answer.
Turning to the voice, it was Emilia, who had been covering her lips with her fingers. She was thinking with downcast eyes, and playing with the tips of her silver hair. "Emilia, when I entered the tomb, I felt a really unpleasant air about the place.
It felt like my gate was being interfered with or something.
Maybe because I met the requirements, it decided to let me go, but if it's someone who doesn't meet the requirement, the interference would bear its fangs."
There was a change in the certainty of her words, and little by little, her tone became imbued with strength.
Emilia lifted up her face, and those violet pupils took in Roswell's pitiful form. "Emilia, the interference strikes at its targets through their gates, which means, the greater the number of gates the person has, the greater the interference they will receive."
Roswell, perfect answer.
Someone like myself, that I didn't blow up is a me tilde recall. Casually saying something scary again, Roswell flashed a glance at Subaru with a single eye, and said, "It's a good thing you have no talent," rather annoyingly, Subaru, so basically, magic users or any talented people would almost die from that. But all I got was loss of consciousness, so it's a good thing that I'm so totally inept as a magic user, huh? Emilia, that's true, but, describing yourself like that, doesn't it sting a little? Subaru, I've gotten pretty used to knowing that there are things I can't do and things I can't reach. It's alright, I'll just use the things only I can do to show my love for Emilia Tan. For now, how about we start with some rustic love whisperings? Emilia, after the royal selection's finished and everything's settled down, maybe I'll consider it. Subaru, at least 3 years later?
Even then there's no guarantee whether she will listen.
At the cruel Emilia, Subaru shriveled his shoulders. Then, with a "but," he continued. Subaru, putting the qualifications and whatnot aside, a space that kills magic users.
I don't know who's behind it, but it sounds like pretty asshole thing to do.
Don't know how else to describe it. Roswell, considering it has been managed by generations of the Mathers family, the one who assembled the magical mechanism must have been one of my A-tilde ancestors. Subaru, that's not good.
Is it?
But then, wait. Then doesn't that mean you're a way too accurate impression of your ancestors? Like it's reincarnating through Ro's cheese family line or something? What if when one generation dies, the next generation gets possessed by the asshole consciousness of its predecessor, and so on like a puppet family line? Just the thought of it was too frightening, and Subaru quickly shook his head to put it out of his mind.
But hearing Subaru's words, Roswell laughed as if having heard quite a joke.
Roswell, there are families who research that kind of magic, although they have been defeated and extinguished long ago. And also, while you could call it a space that kills mages, there is a more accurate name for it.
Subaru, which is?
Roswell, simply put, that place is filled with the witch's miasma. A nightmarish environment that passes mana through the trespasser's gate and drives him to madness. That is what is sealed miasma. Miasma. Subaru furrowed his brows at the appearance of this word, as if searching for a memory of something he had heard before.
Indeed, he had heard that word from Subaru, the story of the Witch of Envy.
The place where she was sealed is covered in that miasma, or something.
Roswell, Yogu, you know about that, don't you? It is a very far mouse story.
Even now, the sealing stone temple where the Witch of Envy is sleeping is covered in miasma so thick that it distorts everything in one's view. If that miasma rejects those who do not meet her tomb's conditions, the miasma invades the minds of anyone it touches, annihilates their flesh, and corrupts their soul, a phenomenon of true and genuine malice. Even the faithful adherents of the witch cult who seek to revive the Witch of Envy are not able to approach it, or so the story goes. Subaru, even the witch cult guys can't go in her, then again, of course they can't. If they can just walk right in and plonk the seal off with everyone watching, they'll win, won't they? The witch's resurrection, he remembered Betelgeuse, screaming that supreme objective, even that madman, single-mindedly crying out his conceited love, could take no direct actions to actually save the witch. It was probably out of consideration of the fact that his true form was a spirit also meant that he would be powerless in the face of the miasma. Roswell, a ni-hao, because of that, the witch's seal is made unapproachable by the witch's own miasma. And on top of that, if one wishes to approach the temple, one would have to be sneak past the watchful eyes of the sage Shaola in the watchtower.
Subaru, I've heard of that name, the sage Shaola.
That's the second sage I know of.
Flugel, and then there's Shaola. How did they come to be called by this title? Subaru wondered.
Perhaps there was something about them that was different from everyone else? Seeing Subaru's doubts, Roswell lightly smiled. Roswell, Flugel, you mean, Tharty Big Tree Flugel? Why Tildalo, it's true he's also called a sage, comparing him with Sage Shaola would be a little harsh.
Subaru, why is that? They're both sages, you shouldn't be playing sage favorites.
I owe Flugel-san quite a bit, you know, so don't go insulting Flugel-san in front of me now. No matter what, that sage lent him a pretty big hand when they were battling the white whale. Flugel-san probably never imagined that 400 years later the tree he planted would come in handy for defeating monsters.
Whether he'd be happy about it though would be a different matter.
Subaru, with a tree that huge, the broken off part could probably used for all sorts of things. Well, there's a chance it got blown up by the time bomb though. In the WN, Subaru woke up in a dragon carriage on the way to the capital, instead of a grass field like in the anime, so he didn't see what happened to the tree. Roswell, I get the feeling that's not the only broken thing we'll need to deal with. Anyway, Emilia Summer.
Shifting his gaze from Subaru, who had been holding his chin in his hand, Roswell turned to Emilia, as he this quiet call.
Hearing this, Emilia lifted her face, and answered, N. Roswell, to return to the topic at hand, more than anything, it is go odd that you are qualified. That means Emilia Summer may take the trials of the tomb.
In that case, there is just one thing I have to ask.
Solemn and low, the mischievous tone had vanished from Roswell's voice. Taking this in, Emilia also looked back with a serious gaze, watching him in return. Roswell, simply put, are you willing to accept the trials?
As the short question fell into the room, Emilia's pressed together her lips and became silent.
Of course, this was only natural.
Whether she had the qualification to take the trials had already been confirmed. So naturally, it would be followed by this next question. But
Subaru, before she answers, I just want to ask.
The trials, are they something that she absolutely must take?
Before Emilia could voice her answer, one step ahead of her, Subaru raised his hand.
Hearing this question, at Roswell's side, a dangerous emotion settled within Ram's pupils, but Roswell lifted a hand to stop her.
Roswell, I thought this was so mething you would ask.
Without taking the trials, those with qualification will not be able to leave the sanctuary.
This much, you must have already heard from Garfield?
Subaru, so I've heard.
But, that's not really a reason Emilia Tan must take it, is it? The gravesite of the Witch of Greed is a foul place, there's no knowing what kind of dangerous things could happen in there. Sending an important royal selection candidate, Emilia Tan, into such a place, just what are you thinking?
Roswell, oh mew.
As fair arguments go, it is a fair argument.
If we simply needed someone to take the trials, there are others who are qualified.
If that was all, it'd be just as well if Garfield did it.
Garfield, huh? Me? I'm good with that.
I challenge the trials and break right through, it'll be like Barubarumoa right left and I'm past, yeah? Like stirring water, Garfield gestured toward himself with his thumb with a smile that bared his teeth. Seeing how Garfield only seemed to have heard the second half of what was said, Subaru ignored his simple-minded remarks and tried to focus on the more reliable aspects of his statement. Actually, it would be nice if the trials was something anyone can beat, because then there would be no need for Emilia to do it. Then, it'd be nice if someone qualified and more dependable could challenge it. In the worst case, having been granted qualification to challenge the trials, it'd also be fine if Subaru did it. Naya, that'd be a lil problematic.
It was a sudden voice from the entrance of the house that didn't belong to anyone present.
With his back to the door, Subaru jerked around his head in surprise as he heard the unfamiliar voice. Now taking Subaru's gaze, Garfield, who was leaning against a wall beside the door, slightly waved his hand in front of his face. Garfield, wasn't me, is that old hag over there? Saying so, he gestured with the hand he was waving with toward his side.
Setting his sight there, Subaru saw beside Garfield's scrawny body an even smaller shadow standing there. Who's an old hag? Never at a loss for words, what a rotten kid I've raised.
With pink, long drooping hair, a tiny little girl said with a very grown-up attitude.
With perfectly formed features, it was a little girl with a cute face.
Her age seemed to be around Petra's, about 11 or 12 years old. Her pink hair had waves in them, and its soft texture gave off a light and fluffy impression. Wearing a loose, white robe that grew larger the lower down it got, with long dangling sleeves that left no place for her hands to come out, she had an impish look about her. Above all, judging from the way she was addressing Garfield. Subaru, even though I always thought it would show up one day, I didn't think it'd show up here, the lowly granny. Was that, I get the feeling I've just been called something totally against my will, or is that just me? Emilia, I often hear Subaru use lowly on Beatrice, so it means little, right? Seeing Subaru's astonishment, the little girl looked up at him with a displeased expression on her face. Just from Emilia's mumbles, her modern-day knowledge was proof of how high her experience points in her interactions with Subaru had been. Listening to this, Subaru raised up a finger.
Subaru, yep, Emilia Tan's correct.
More specifically though, it means little children outside of my conquest range. Combining this lowly together with granny, we have what looks like a little girl on the outside but containing a granny within, completing a miraculous collaboration. Even though I don't really go for lowlies in the first place, I do understand the subtleties of the gap mo.
Emilia, Jayapamo?
Subaru, a girl who's usually like an awe-inspiring older sister but in some places really childish and lacking some really common knowledge or just straight up being easy to trick would also be considered gap mo. Listening to Subaru's string of words in rapid succession, Emilia, with, "So there are girls like that," brought a finger to her lips with an expression as if she was taking this in. While Emilia, being unaware of how the characteristics were referring to herself, was unbearably adorable, the other person being addressed by these words was looking annoyed.
Then?
I don't know what this lowly is, and what's with you keep calling me Granny? For a first meeting, you're a guy who's even ruder than Rosbo here. Bo is like when an granny refers to a grandson with endearment. Subaru, oh, that was rude of me, mademoiselle. My name is Natsuki Subaru. Currently a heartthrob beast hunter. Well, even though it usually isn't me dealing the last hits. High-spiritedly announcing his name with a thumbs up, the self-introduction tapered off a bit toward the end. And then, extending a hand toward the girl with a distrustful face, "And you are?" he prompted. "Subaru, now that I've told you my name, I hope you can introduce yourself as well. A simple profile, interests x special abilities. Mentioning some of your charm points as well would be great." With words like charm points, Subaru is speaking English.
Louis Meyer. In a way, I am a representative of this sanctuary.
Listening to Subaru's jests, the lowly granny, the one who called herself Louis, extended a finger through her sloppy sleeves and scratched herself on her forehead. "Louis, I didn't notice it when you were sleeping, but more than just rude, you're a poor lil rascal.
I get the feeling like I shouldn't have bothered lending you the bed."
Subaru, the bed, the one I was sleeping on just now? Emilia, yes, that was Louis-san's house.
It was close to the tomb, so Garfield carried you there. Really, thank you so much for earlier.
Then, seeing Emilia lowering her head, Louis shook her head slowly. Judging from that exchange, the two of them seemed to have already met while Subaru was unconscious. Either way, it was true that she had helped him out. "Subaru, I didn't know it was like that, sorry for the rude things I said."
The bed, lending it to me helped me a great deal.
"I've been late to say this, really sorry."
Louis, why was that, scared me. Garbo never apologizes straightforwardly like that.
Natsuki, Subaru, was it?
It'll be Subo then.
Subaru, that sounds a bit like the beginning of a weather forecast, but that's okay. In turn, let me call you Louis-san then. Yanbo Marbo Weather Forecast was a cartoon shown before weather forecasts in Japan that ran from 1959 to 2014. After he had expressed his thanks, Louis's annoyed expression was cancelled. As they peacefully decided on what to call each other, Subaru continued with, "So then." Subaru, so Louis-san, just now you said there'd be a problem, what was it? Garfield taking the trials would be problematic.
Louis, you sure changed your tone quickly. That. It'd be a problem, quite a big one.
Basically, if those who originate from the sanctuary challenge the trials, it would violate the contract, is like someone with a background of the sanctuary, it's meant to be vague here.
Subaru, contracts again.
With all the contracts and pacts popping up, restricting this and that, Subaru shot a sickened look at Roswell. And, receiving that look, Roswell shrugged. "Roswell, you told unfortunately, this contract has nothing to do with the Mathers family." "Well, I shouldn't say nothing to do with, but we were no the main culprit."
"I tilde mean, my family had something of a supporting role in it."
"Subaru, your defense statement is all good, now cough it up."
The detailed contents of the contract, in 3 sentences.
Roswell, so strict. We ll to put it simply, the condition for the liberation of the inhabitants of the sanctuary is to pass the trials, but the trials may only be challenged by someone from the outside who possess the qualifications.
That is to say, the situation right now is.
Emilia, I am the only one who can do it, is that right? Understanding at the end of Roswell's explanation, Emilia finished off his words. Roswell nodded in confirmation, and turned to look toward Louis. "Roswell, in fact, this is the understanding of the inhabitants of the sanctuary. They expect that Emilia Summer would challenge the trials, and hoped that Emilia's summer could overcome it. Emilia, I don't want you to think I am hesitating when I ask this. But, hypothetically, if someone other than me challenges the trials, what would happen? Emilia's violet pupils turned to Garfield, and asked this hypothetical question. And, it was Lewis who replied, saying, as for that, Lewis, up to now, at least for as long as I have been alive, no one has ever challenged the trials.
So there is no way to say. Residents or outsiders alike, no one has yet challenged it.
Subaru, no one, up to now?
I'm afraid to ask, but, Lewis-san, how old are you?
Judging from the common setting of lowly grannies, the answer to Subaru's question just now could be something really scary.
But actually, Lewis said, not like that, and then, as if looking towards something far away.
Lewis, at least I don't know of the time when this place was first created. But at most, I think, it would be 110 odd years.
Subaru, too much. At least, that's the oldest out of everyone I've met so far. Well, if you put spirits and the spiritual bodied witch aside.
Taking in that side note, Subaru turned a worried look at Emilia. But even under that gaze, the tinge of darkness in Emilia's expression did not leave her. Emilia, in any case, I understand now. Either way, if I don't pass the trials I won't be able to leave the sanctuary.
So I will accept.
Subaru, Emilia Tan's heroic look when making a resolve is super captivating, but maybe it's better if we look into some more cautious strategies?
Find some shortcuts or loopholes first, and it won't be too late to do the challenge then, I think.
Emilia, you shouldn't pour water on someone just when they've got so pumped up and all, it's really inappropriate I think. But, while Subaru was just trying to place her far away from any possibility of danger, Emilia pouted up her lips with a look of disapproval,
and receiving her reproachful gaze.
Subaru, come to think of it, isn't there something fishy about how we got taken along for a ride like this? I can't get rid of the feeling that something's off, actually. This whole situation just seems too well set up, like everything along the road's been arranged and now even the traffic police is in on it. Emilia, I totally can't understand that. Subaru says some really befuddling things sometimes.
Subaru, I haven't heard anyone say befuddle in a while.
Seeing Emilia sharpen her gaze at the customary exchange between them, Subaru hurriedly flapped his hands around saying, no. Subaru, never mind that part, I meant I got a really strong feeling that this whole situation has been prearranged somehow. The half-bloods not being able to leave, and then nominating Emilia Tan to step up and all.
And then to say that it's all already understood and agreed upon.
Emilia, prearranged, by who?
Subaru, who? It could only be one person.
At Emilia's question, right then and there Subaru did a sudden spin,
and at the end of the rotation his finger pointed toward.
Subaru, you, wasn't it?
Garfield, huh? Me?
Subaru, wrong one, sorry, turned too far. This one dash, you, wasn't it, Roswell?
Roswell, nothing could have been sloppier.
Smiling bitterly, Roswell gave his assessment of Subaru's movements. But immediately he closed a single eye, and projected Subaru within his yellow pupil. Roswell, Ho Weaver, your observation is good as usual. It's true, I had hoped for this situation and brofed it about. Of course, I didn't have a hand in the Star G itself, though. Subaru, I get the feeling, I understand now.
Raising up his brows at Roswell's words, Subaru seemed to have grasped his intentions.
Kept out of the conversation, Emilia showed a confused expression, and tried to listen for what was happening behind it all. Subaru, first, I think it's odd that Roswell got injured.
In the first place, you must have known that you weren't qualified for the trials.
This should be obvious considering this place is managed by the Mathers family, and that you are acquainted with Garfield. Roswell, that is, right. Correct. Subaru, if that's the case, Roswell would know what would happen to him after he is rejected from the tomb. In spite of this, why did Roswell go in?
Was it rage against the world for no particular reason?
Or has he finally reached the limits of holding back his masochist tendencies?
Even though both of these are pretty persuasive, I don't think it was either of them.
Roswell, O tilde A. Is that the kind of impression Subaru can has of me? Seeing Roswell intentionally ignoring the main point with that reaction, Subaru lifted up a finger with, in other words. Subaru, getting wounded like this was in accordance with Roswell's intentions, and had some kind of significance.
And that significance would probably be connected to the royal selection, I think. Subaru, but I was hoping to ask.
The villagers of Alam village, they are gathered in some kind of a cathedral right now, right? Subaru suddenly changed the topic, and turned to Ram, who was standing beside Roswell. Keeping her silence, she lightly drew in her chin in a nod, and then. Ram, yes.
The villagers are gathered in the cathedral, being confined by the residents of the sanctuary. Subaru, is that so, confined?
Earlier, our conversation got cut off because we had to go visit the tomb, but.
Just what kind of confinement is it?
And why was it necessary for the sanctuary guys to place Roswell along with all the villagers under house arrest? The one Subaru turned to next was Gaffiel, who was still leaning against the wall.
His eyes narrowed, and grew sharpened at Subaru's question, and followed it with, "It's obvious, ain't it?"
Gaffiel, telling ya, this here ain't us grabbing onto a way out of troubled times. But we ain't exactly in a good mood when the Lord Summer and his tagalongs just comes like it's fine to set our problems aside and use this place as they like, you know. Subaru, by your problems you mean of course.
Lewis, that it is impossible for us to leave this sanctuary for the outside world. Continuing from Subaru's words, Lewis finished his sentence.
A dark and burdened expression unbefitting of her youthful face descended, as she cast down her eyes, and continued in a thin voice. Lewis, as I have said before, I have been alive for 100 and some decades. But, never once have I gone outside this sanctuary. Anyhow, adhering to this contract since the time of my birth, I have been bound by this land. And precisely for that reason, it was half giving up, and half refusing to let go of hope, the first time. Lewis's age was meaning 110 to 119, and in this sentence Lewis said meaning 110 to 199.
This may have been intentional, so I will keep it same as the Japanese.
Garfield, Granny'd like to get to see the outside world for a bit.
Others too.
Just to get chance to, it's something worth biting onto, yeah. Having the weakened Lord Summer, and villagers that we could take as hostages falling into our hands, it's gotten pretty convenient.
With Lewis and Garfield's words, the atmosphere in the room suddenly turned.
In short, they have just told Subaru the reason for the confinement, that is, confessed the motive of their crime. The aspect that Subaru had not noticed up to now, was that the relationship between him and them had been that of a prisoner and jailer.
A relationship between the victim and the perpetrator.
Subaru, so it's like that. You guys are holding the villagers hostage in order to free yourselves from the sanctuary.
Lewis, you can think of it any way you like.
And then, the one who can fulfill that condition is. In an instant, Lewis's words clouded over, as she looked toward Emilia. Taking in the meaning of that look, Emilia once again realized her position. Emilia, me.
That's what you mean, isn't it?
Understanding the flow of the situation, Emilia closed her eyes once more. And when, after several seconds, she opened them again, there were no longer any confused emotions in her eyes.
There was only resolve, for she had made her decision.
Emilia, the villagers, you haven't done anything terrible to them, have you?
Garfield, course not. If I treat them roughly, I'd be taking my anger out on them. I'd rather die before I do something like that, sorry.
Just like that, Emilia's ability to place others before herself was beyond estimation. Even after deciding to face the unknown dangers of the trials, she was already worrying about the villagers and the others.
It was her strength, and her fragileness, when she is like this, that made Subaru so drawn to her.
Roswell, that's an unsatisfied look on your face, isn't it?
Subaru, that should be obvious. In the end, we still got taken along for the ride.
Since we didn't notice it when we got on, now that we have noticed it we still have no choice but to keep riding. Grinding his teeth holding in his vexation, Subaru put up a smiling look to bicker with Roswell.
But then, quietly remembering, he turned back again.
Subaru, I forgot to mention, the reason you got wounded.
Roswell, NN, go on, I won't be marking you on it. Subaru, performance. Or rather, it was an opening gambit.
Seeing Subaru scratching his neck as he said this, Roswell's expression slightly congealed. This reaction was all taken in by Subaru's single open eye. Subaru, being placed in a state of confinement, the people of Alam village probably didn't take it well.
Naturally, they must have objected. So I think you had to show that something was being done.
Being the Lord, it would have been great if you could just go nuts and chase Garfield away or something.
But the people of the sanctuary are your subject as well. So you couldn't really do that. Roswell, fume you.
So, what happened then? Subaru, you could only swallow Garfield and the residents' condition.
That is, liberating the half-bloods of the sanctuary.
But this couldn't be done without Emilia Tan's assistance.
Yet, the villagers and the residents wouldn't just accept that.
So, the rest is simple, you challenge the trials, showing that you've accepted their requests, and that you intend to liberate them from their confinements. Subaru, I don't know how well you could have predicted how much damage you would take from the miasma, but if you predicted it wouldn't kill you, then it's not really that much of a gamble.
The greater the damage you take, the more serious it looks and the more sympathy you get.
And, it sets up the expectations for the final act that will be coming after you.
So in the end, everything about Roswell getting wounded had been a performance to further his intentions.
As their lord, the magnitude of Roswell's power was well known to his subjects and the villagers of Alam. If the trials can injure a person like him so severely, what will they think of a person who then appears and overcame such a trial to save them? Subaru, that was what I imagine happened judging from my impression of your malicious prejudiced opportunism, so how's that for an answer sheet? Roswell, I am surprised. That was actually, really astonishing. It's only been a few days, booty just it on earth has happened to you. Roswell laughed from the depths of his throat at Subaru's words, showering praises at him. And, clapping his hands, with a smile clear as day pasted over his face. Roswell, impressive indeed.
Almost a perfect answer. I can't imagine how you could have read this far. After all, I was right to have piked you up. Subaru, the sky tilde. I'm going to puke.
Seeing the thankful-looking Roswell, as his deductions was being confirmed, Subaru looked away, unable to hide the revulsion in his chest.
At Roswell's intentions, at himself who had read into those intentions, at the fact that those intentions were for Emilia's benefit.
And, the thought that, somewhere deep down, he himself approved of it, was all too revolting. Oblivious to Subaru and Roswell's skullduggery, Emilia was still occupied with Lewis and Garfield and the topic about the trials. Watching her from behind, Subaru was determined that he would not let her hear these words, no matter what.
It would be enough if she just looked ahead. Pristine and noble, he would not want her to know of the dark intentions behind her. If Subaru had to cover himself in mud so she could be showered with praise, it would all be worth it.
In the royal selection, she hasn't done anything of note so far, and had no solid footing to stand on. If her royal selection begins at this sanctuary, he will do everything in his power to aid her. With renewed determination, and firm resolve, Subaru decided. Then, as he was clenching up his fists, behind Subaru, entrusting all his weight onto the bed.
Roswell, almost, correct.
Though that wasn't the only reason I entered the tomb. Quietly whispering, it was in a voice that only the peach-colored head maid beside the bed could hear, and, listening, only she alone cast down her pained gaze in reaction. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 14, Questions and Answers.
Roswell, you felled the white whale, and repelled the witch cult that had been targeting the estate.
Whether it was sealing an alliance with candidate Crush Summer, or the aforementioned battle, your achievements have certainly grown, Fu Mu. Inadvertently laying more and more of his weight onto the bed, Roswell touched his chin and closed his eyes.
Uttering in his mouth, in this exchange with Subaru in the middle of the night, were all the various things that had occurred in his absence.
And Subaru, pressing down his bad habit of derailing the conversation, tried his best to eliminate the boasting and the tales of suffering, and had given what he thought was an objective explanation of the events.
Then, looking back on his conducts once more.
Ram, to put it bluntly, you seem to have done so much that it's starting to make me doubt whether your words are delusional. Since when did you become a character in an action-adventure stage play, Barusu? Subaru, what you just said gave me a pretty subtle feeling I couldn't really explain, you know, though, I'm also still wondering how I did all that myself. But whether it's by my own evaluations or other people's evaluations, it was no small contribution, was it? It was a result that even Kongming wouldn't have dared to put together. And even under Ram's cold sarcasm, it seemed that she at least acknowledged the significance of Subaru's accomplishments.
So bit by bit, his spirits rose.
Kongming was an ancient military genius from the Chinese Three Kingdoms period.
Roswell, a result beyond all expectations, there is no other way to put it.
An achievement, even I. Or, not even anyone, could have imagined it. As if he had finally finished digesting his astonishment, Roswell spoke these words full of praise. Then, with a serious expression so rare to him, his mismatched eyes gazed into Subaru, who was sitting in a chair in front of his bed. Roswell, Fiasti, I want to once more convey my words of gratitude.
For protecting my land, and the people of my realm, you have my deepest gratitude.
Subaru, oh. Yeah. How should I say this?
Hearing you say it like that kinda makes me wanna to curl up in a ball. It wasn't that big of a deal, or anything.
Ram, it seems Barusu is a little unable to grasp the gravity of your words of gratitude, Roswell Summer. As Subaru put a stop to Roswell's courteous words of thanks, Ram took a step forward and interrupted. Her clear, unwavering eyes were looking down on him. Ram, interrupting on your superior, and on top of that rejecting his words of thanks is in its essence unforgivable. Besides, as a Margrave, Roswell Summer is someone who carries the power of an entire wing of the Kingdom of Ludnica. Words of gratitude from him holds far more weight than Barusu can imagine. Ram, from Roswell Summer's position, he shouldn't even have to bother looking at someone beneath him, let alone offer words of gratitude. To have gone to such lengths, please have some consideration for its significance. Like a slap in the face, Ram threw out these words that wiped off Subaru's over-optimistic thoughts. Listening to this, unable to come up with a single reply, Subaru hung his head. Then, saying, No, Tilda, Roswell lightly waved his hands as if to smooth things over.
Roswell, the way Ram said it was a bit too exaggerated. My words don't carry much value. Ram, Roswell Summer.
Hearing Ram's concerned call, Roswell nodded, and with, Ho Weaver, he continued. Roswell, setting aside the weight of my gratitude due to my social standing for now, the weight of what Subaru-kun has accomplished is clear to anyone's eyes. As such, if I don't reward you appropriately, you can easily imagine the disappointment and public outrage that would be directed towards me. Subaru, so then, what are you going to do for me?
Roswell, a fitting reward.
Subaru-kun, do you remember what happened in the Royal Selection Hall? Seeing Subaru's throat choking up, Roswell narrowed his eyes. As this gaze was piercing through him, what passed across Subaru's mind were the abominable memories that even now made his chest burn with shame and self-derision whenever he recalls them. The declaration he had made in that place, his reckless words, his lack of understanding, his lack of self-understanding.
The laughable nonsense uttered by that foolish self, who had gotten even the most important thing wrong in his mind.
But still, even so.
Subaru, I remember. It's not something I could ever forget, or should forget, I think.
Roswell, then, as my reward for your actions, how about I make the words you said in that place into a reality? Rest assured, on the dawn when we leave this place, I shall appoint you as a knight.
Lifting his head, for a moment, Subaru was unable to take in the meaning of those words.
Seeing Subaru wavering, blinking, Roswell nodded his head. Roswell, fighting alongside the Count in the battle against White Whale, and slaying a Sin Archbishop of the witch cult, I cannot allow these deeds to go down in anonymity. Your name, the name of Knight Natsuki Subaru, shall be held with honor and spoken with admiration throughout the kingdom.
When that is so, no one will be able to laugh at the words you have spoken in that hall. Hoping to be of assistance to Emilia, they had been the barkings of an empty-handed youth.
The youth who had been dreaming, and who had so many times been broken by the face of reality, having despaired, been sunk into madness, driven by vengeance into despising all things, and at last saved by love. Now, he was here.
Everything that happened in that time, surely, the honor that had passed through Roswell's lips, would be proof that there had been some value in all of that.
That, no longer remaining in the minds of anyone except Subaru, was the fact that they were Rem's deeds.
Subaru, thank you, I will accept. If it means it would bring some meaning to that battle we fought.
Roswell, it is an achievement to be proud of, and I will not allow anyone to make light of it. You now have the right to stand by Emilia Summers' side with your head held high.
By your own strength, you have earned this. Subaru, it wasn't just my own strength.
Listening to Roswell's words, he murmured this under his breath. Watching Roswell lightly furrowing his brows as if not understanding its meaning, Subaru closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, as he opened them again, he casually shrugged and... Subaru, that was a serious exchange, oi. Gotta be careful, after being out of character for so long it'll be embarrassing to go back to normal again. My face is already heating up.
Roswell, you're quite right.
That was not like me at all, even my shoulders gotten stiff. With the relationship between you and me, it really isn't like us to be talking so seriously. As if mirroring Subaru as he broke off his serious face, Roswell's expression relaxed as well, and the tense atmosphere of a moment ago had all but disappeared. And, watching over the conversation between Subaru and her master, Ram let out a small sigh, and she continued the conversation. Ram, then, Barusu, you have something you want to ask Roswell Summer, don't you? That's why you placed Emilia Summer far away from our conversation, after all. Subaru, your shrewdness earlier really helped getting this conversation going, much appreciated. It's not that I'm treating Emilia Tan as a nuisance, but it seems Ros Chi's mouth will get stiff if she's here. Ram's pointed observation made Subaru take on an awkward smile. Seeing this smile, Ram directed her gaze toward the place where Emilia had been standing, making sure once more that there was only an unpopulated empty space left over by her absence. Ram, I got Louis Summer to accompany her on a tour of the sanctuary. But when Emilia Summer heard that Barusu will be remaining here, she seemed to have been feeling a little lonely. Subaru, even though I'm glad I'm being relied on, if I think about all the things to come, I can't be rushing to every immediate desire in front of me.
Most likely, she'll meet up with Otto on the way. Though I am a bit worried about having him alone with her. That bastard Otto will probably make a move on her. What do I do?
Emilia Tan is super mega adorable. Oh no, I'm getting worried. Roswell, talking to yourself and making yourself even more worried is bad idea, don't you think? Anyway, you were no tea mistaken. The truth is, if there are things that I don't want Emilia Summer to hear, I would probably never open my mouth. Seeing Subaru's heart fluttering about insubstantial worries, Roswell shook his head, and laid bare his shameless secretiveness. And as Roswell did so, Subaru closed one of his eyes, and with just as I thought, put his inner thoughts to his tongue. Subaru, you're intentionally restricting information to Emilia Tan. Just who do you think you're trying to imitate here?
Puck, 3. Roswell, it's necessary to be selective with the information, don't you think?
As a royal selection candidate, Emilia Summer's importance is far above mine. But, right now, her body and her knowledge have not caught up to accompany her qualification and status, and are still in need of polishing.
So, while she is still learning, putting too many burdens on her would be unreasonable.
Subaru, saying this like you're a guy who only meant to provide a carefree learning environment for Emilia Tan, that's a pretty way to frame it.
But to leave her in the dark in a fatal situation, knowing full well but failing to tell her, that doesn't sound reasonable at all, now does it? Even for you, that can't be a good thing.
Knowing that Roswell was trying to gloss it over with superficial words, Subaru held back his urge to argue, and continued his pursuit in a quiet voice. Seeing Subaru's calm disguise, Roswell closed a single eye, and silently gazed back at him in return.
Intently, his single eye, the left, yellow pupil continued to stare into Subaru. Unaware of the meaning of that unsettling gaze, Subaru's body wavered.
And then, as if having read into his discomfort, Roswell laughed. Roswell, I imagined you would be pursuing this to the end sooner or later. That's why, this time I have prepared my resolve. Subaru, resolve? Roswell, the resolve that I will no longer dodge Subaru-kun's questions, and will now give her answers.
Even if I want to run, I am burdened by this wound. Now is just the perfect time, don't you think?
With a dry, rattling laugh, on the bed, Roswell lightly tapped himself on the thigh as he pronounced this. For just a moment, Subaru was taken aback by how meekly he had accepted defeat.
Subaru, just what kind of wind is blowing here? Roswell, 30 you don't trust me up to now makes me feel a bit low, Nelly.
But then again, considering the relationship between you and I can't blame you for failing this way. Subaru, not that I think it's good to be so blatant with my wariness, but with everything that's happened up to now, it's only to be expected. You've always been a little on the excessively secretive side, after all.
But this time, I can trust you? Roswell, of course.
Seeing Subaru's suspicious gaze, Roswell nodded and lightly opened his arms. Roswell, everything that you have accomplished over these past few days have given me more than enough proof to open my heart to you.
I can be at ease now.
From now on, I can place my trust in you, and into the depths of my heart accept you and recognize you as my accomplice.
Subaru, hold on.
Why, do I get the feeling I've just been given a few heavy crosses to bear? It's all right if you don't rip everything open like that, just letting me touch it a little is enough. Roswell, even when it's bursting out of me you're still so cold. Subaru, it's not that, but if you suddenly pull it all out like that, it's just a bit too heavy. As their exchange was starting to sound like a couple who had just began dating disagreeing about where to take their relationship, Subaru coughed and tried to sort out his thoughts, and began with, anyhow. Subaru, let's leave the accomplice part for another conversation. For now, just let me ask some questions I've been wanting to ask you. So, what's the real reason you're hiding all this information from Emilia? First, let's start from there. Roswell, Once again, Roswell closed one of his eyes and glared at Subaru. How Roswell chooses which information is shared with Emilia, the implications that can follow from this, including all the events of the previous loops, would be unfathomable. The fact that she was a half-elf by birth, if she had known that this information would incite the witch cult into action, then perhaps they might have been able to prepare effective countermeasures against the attack on Arlam village and the Roswell estate. And on the other side, it would have had an impact on Subaru's actions as he frantically dashed to and fro to salvage the situation. Then, as a result, maybe what happened to Rem would have.
Subaru, answer me, Roswell.
If you want to make Emilia Tan the king, then surely, it would be just as inconvenient for you if she dropped out on the way. Yet even so, why are you going to such lengths to put Emilia Tan at a disadvantage by concealing information from her?
It doesn't make any sense.
Roswell, to that question, I will answer it as such. Everything is as you pointed out, and it is because it is exactly as you pointed out, that the information I share with Emilia Summer is restricted.
Subaru, what's that supposed to mean?
Are you trying to say that concealing information and placing Emilia at a disadvantage is somehow necessary for her winning the royal selection?
Roswell, indeed it is so. You don't think there is any merit in that?
Roswell's reply throwing his thoughts into disarray, Subaru furrowed his brows and laid bare his confusion. Seeing this response from Subaru, Roswell shifted himself on the bed, causing it to creak. Roswell, Subaru-kun, could TS be what you wanted to say? That when they learn of Emilia Summer's participation in the royal selection, there would be a possibility that the witch cult would make a move. And in reality, the witch cult did move, and attacked my lands. Furthermore, if I had known of this possibility, then I should have been able to prepare some appropriate countermeasures. Subaru, why yeah.
Exactly like that. Anyone would think that, it should be obvious.
I might not have known, but the relationship between the witch cult and half-elves is common knowledge, isn't it?
In fact, you must have known.
If that's the case, then why didn't you prepare anything? No, even before that, why did you leave estate and seclude yourself at the sanctuary? Roswell, I've been confined here in the sanctuary. It wasn't as if I meant to be away from estate for so many days. Subaru, your excuses won't work anymore. How you got injured and placed into a state of house arrest was when you challenged the tomb in order to appease the villagers from Alam. In other words, it was a consequence of me evacuating the villagers from the witch cult, so before that, not returning was by your own intention. Roswell, using logic to argue against an opponent you're angry at does pay off. It really is a good habit to get into.
Hearing Subaru's rejection of his simple excuse, Roswell casually shrugged as if he had never expected it to fool him. Displeased with this expression, Subaru took a step forward, but
Subaru, Ram. Roswell Summer is burdened with wounds. But even so, to incinerate Subaru, a single fingertip would be sufficient, but Ram will not forgive such insolent behavior in front of her. Subaru, you seem to have accepted it.
Being treated like a sacrificial piece, it was the same for you as well.
He knew those idiots were coming to the village, and yet he fled all alone from that powder keg waiting to blow.
How do you forgive something like that?
Ram, it's not a matter of forgiving or not forgiving. Ram will pardon any and all action taken by Roswell Summer. However he treats Ram, whether it's cutting me down or casting me aside, it is all the same.
Subaru, you.
In front of Ram's incomprehensible devotion, Subaru's throat filled up with rage. But even so, he could not suddenly resort to violence. Perhaps it was because of the sober judgment that he would not be a match against either of the two in front of him, or perhaps it was because Subaru, even Rem, was sacrificed because of those kind of reasons I can't understand. Ram, I don't know who you are referring to, but Ram has no relation to anyone by this name. To Ram, Roswell Summer is everything, and everything else is insignificant. Even Subaru's wrenched-out appeal could not bring about the slightest fragment of an echo in Ram's heart.
He had already known that.
That for the girl who had forgotten Rem's existence, that plea would have been meaningless.
Yet, at the same time, he also understood.
From the start, he had been aware of Ram's unusual loyalty to Roswell. But this perverse obstinance now was a different kind of madness than the one carried by the Ram that Subaru had known up to now. And there was no greater reason for this than her having forgotten Rem's existence.
Subaru didn't know the details of what had happened in their past. But piecing together the fragments from what Rem had told him, he could get a sense of the mutual reliance the sisters had for each other.
With her sense of guilt, and her inferiority complex, swaying in between the two, Rem's complexes had made her become even more deeply dependent on her older sister. And while Ram's instability was not plain to see, when she is around her younger sister, fragments of it would show through. Just like Rem, whose world mostly consisted of Ram, Ram's world consisted only of Rem and Roswell, her complexes having been brought to a resolution, when that narrow world, beginning with Subaru, took in many, various things, Rem changed.
But Ram's world had remained narrow.
Having forgotten the person who had made up half of her world, now, Ram's world is comprised only of Roswell. It may be extreme, but that was the cause of her excessive loyalty to Roswell. Ram don't excite Subaru too much. After all, Subaru didn't intend to do anything outrageous against me.
It was only a step forward.
Ram, if you say so, Roswell Summer.
Roswell, yes. It's no matter.
Isn't that right, Subaru-kun? You look a little angry, but you are not taken over by Raj-yi. Something like losing yourself and punching me. You would not choose to lose this opportunity to continue our conversation without interruptions, Wo Yildiyu.
Subaru, just what is that supposed to mean? Roswell, it's simple.
If this was the old you, somewhere along this conversation you would have thrown a fit, shouted, and the conversation would have ended. But you didn't, and even while you pressed down your anger you hung on to the argument, without letting go. You have grown up, I mean to say. As Roswell was lightly clapping, delivering this superficial compliment, Subaru felt a burning rage in his chest that made him want to cry out. But, knowing if he gave in to that, it would be giving his opponent exactly what he wanted, he stopped himself, and taking a long, deep breath, he held back the waves of his rage. And in doing so, he realized that he had proved Roswell's previous words correct, and he couldn't hold back his irritation with himself.
Roswell, we LL now, teasing the young man any more than this would not be adult-like.
Since you've shown me how you have grown WN up, I should show a bit more maturity on my end as well. Subaru, then please do so. Anyways, please clearly answer my previous question.
Answer without trying dodge it. Why have you hidden the witch cult from Emilia?
And why, when you knew that the witch cult was coming, did you, the greatest combat force we have, leave the estate? Roswell, I can answer both questions with a single answer.
I behaved as such in order to avoid a confrontation with the witch cult.
Subaru, huh?
Hearing this calm and orderly reply, for a moment, Subaru couldn't understand.
Chewing them down, swallowing, digesting those words within his mind, and soaking in their contents. Subaru, I don't understand. In order to avoid fighting the witch cult, but why? Don't tell me you're allergic to them, or any crap like that?
If you
were there, couldn't you have taken those bastards out in one shot?
Then the victims.
Roswell, I see. It's true. If I was there, then the casualties from this disturbance would have lessened. I try to have an accurate understanding of my own strength, and I am aware that I am among one of the few most powerful people in this country. It's safe to say, that if I was there, then the witch cult attack this time would have been easily repelled.
Subaru, if you understand that, then why?
Roswell, that is, why? Watching drops saliva flying from Subaru, Roswell held out a finger to stop him, and then, pointing that same finger toward the ceiling.
Roswell, if I had done everything, it would not have Emilia Summers' achievement, nor would it have been your achievement, now would it? Even if my own reputation was improved, it would have been of no use. Subaru-H. What he was saying, Subaru could not understand it at all. It must have been a joke.
Praying that Roswell would follow that with some kind of jest, Subaru held his tongue and waited for Roswell's next words.
However, looking at Subaru, who had grown silent, Roswell only tilted his head. Roswell, how could I deny it?
After all, it was a disaster that I can be completely certain was going to happen. How could I possibly not use that to the fullest?
Subaru, why do you even know what you're saying?
Roswell, I don't understand which part Subaru can find to be a problem.
What could it be, I wonder?
Was it the damage done to our lamb village? Was it having had to borrow the strength of the mercenaries and crush Summer's private army to repulse the witch cult? Or was it about the fact that all these damages could have been avoided? Subaru's voice was trembling, and, as if reading into the inner depths of his heart, Roswell threw out those words as though it was all a matter of course.
Hearing this reply, Subaru felt a tremor trembling through every organ of his body.
Before, when he had spoken with Puck, when the spirit said in front of the sleeping Rem that this child sacrificed herself to help Leah, Subaru had flown into a rage. And because that happened, Subaru painfully realized that in between his and the Great Spirit's sensibilities, there was an insurmountable gap that could not be filled in with words. In other words, the rage he felt at that moment made him understand that they had always been two fundamentally different entities.
However, that was not the case for Roswell.
He understood the reason why Subaru was mad, and he knew what Subaru wanted to say, and it was while knowing all of that, that he made this cruel decision.
Subaru, that was all hindsight, wasn't it?
In a way, I understand what you're trying to say. In repulsing the witch cult's attack, whoever was in command would receive the credit, And that would have no small an impact on the royal selection. I can understand that, and I also understand that if you took care of it yourself it would not have the same effect.
What?
Revealing his teeth, Subaru, with a wild swing of his arm. Subaru, how many people do you think died because you weren't there and didn't bother to say anything? Sure, the casualties weren't catastrophic.
But still, the number wasn't zero. People died. Whether it was our own people, or those bastards from the witch cult.
Roswell, even if I was there, the treatment of the witch cultists would not have changed. All of them would just have been reduced to ash. I'll accept responsibility for the casualties on our side, but to blame me for the enemy's losses would be a bit of a st, don't you think? Subaru, still, couldn't there have been a more peaceful?
No, it's not about that. Every single thing you've been saying had been in hindsight. It's true it went well. Our losses were minimal, the enemies were wiped out.
Emilia Tan is safe, the villagers of Alam were all safely evacuated, but that was all just coincidence. Originally, if Subaru didn't do anything, the villagers, everyone in the mansion, Emilia.
Subaru, they should have been dead.
This time, if everything didn't work out perfectly, everyone would have been wretchedly, cruelly, agonizingly
tortured to death.
Covering his face, Subaru strangled back the tears within his voice. On the other side of his closed eyelids, once again those scenes of hell that he could never forget emerged.
The village consumed by flames. The cadavers strewn about the ground. The corpses of the children. And Rem's dead body abandoned on the mansion's garden.
And, at last, the frozen ending of the world. All of that would have been the indisputable world if Subaru could not overturn it by returning by death.
Subaru, if you were there, none of those things would have happened, you knew, but still watched them die. How many times have you killed those people? Roswell, it's troubling to be so misunderstood.
The ones who attacked were the witch cult, no me. Besides, the witch cult's attack was stopped by your hands before anything could happen. The victims you spoke of never existed.
You are only repeating nonsense. Subaru, is that so?
Listening to Roswell's cold words, Subaru dropped his shoulders and replied in a quiet voice.
Nonsense. If that's what he considered them to be, then there was nothing Subaru can say to change that.
Return by death could not be explained to him, nor could Roswell be blamed for things that never happened in this reality. The only one who had experienced that hell was Subaru, and the one who exonerated Roswell of the crime of bringing about that hell was also Subaru. Subaru, if I turned out to be still just a useless piece of trash, then what would you have done? To make Emilia king, you want that as much as I do. But the odds were just too one-sided. It's not even enough to gamble on. It was far more likely that everything would have ended there.
Roswell, however, you overturned such a possibility.
Are you unsatisfied?
Subaru, I am unsatisfied. You don't seem to be the kind of guy who would leave things to something so uncertain. There are several kinds of people who gamble. There are those who don't know whether they will win or lose, and rely entirely on their luck.
And there are those who do not wish to be directed by fate, and only when they have assembled the best possible hand, do they at the very last moment leave it to chance. And then, there are those who prearrange everything from beginning to end, and would only run the fixed gambling match where victory was already certain.
Subaru, you are not the kind who would gamble in the first place. So, why did you do it? Roswell, because I believe in you.
When Subaru asked a second time, Roswell's voice dropped in pitch as he replied. Hearing this answer, Subaru couldn't stop a snicker from leaking from his lips. Subaru, so you don't feel like giving me a serious answer after all? Roswell, whether you believe my story or not is another matter, but everything I've said is true? Because here, tonight, I've decided that I will not lie to you. The things that I cannot say, I will not say, and if there are things inappropriate for this occasion, I will not mention them, but, what I do say, I swear that they are free of falsehoods. In response to Subaru's words that were tinged with a color of disappointment, Roswell said this in a solemn voice.
But, was this something that could be believed?
Having already lost all positive impressions of Roswell in the conversation up to now, Subaru was no longer in a position to accept everything at face value. In front of Subaru's sharpening glare, Roswell rolled his head.
Roswell, I will say it again. The reason I made this decision is because I believed in you.
I believed that if you realized the danger Emilia Summer was in, you will strive to establish an alliance with Crush Summer, and do everything in your power to repel the witch cult, and distinguish yourself in doing so. Subaru, even if we pretend for a moment that's true, just how the hell did you decide to believe in someone like me?
What do you know about me?
We've only known each other for a month. What me looked like I was the kind of man that you can place that kind of faith in? Stomping on the floor, Subaru objected to Roswell's shameless and flowery words.
Pointing out a finger, Subaru shook his head, rejecting what he had just said. Subaru, but it couldn't be. When I last left you, I was absolutely, 100% trash. It was only because of what happened afterwards that the trash got more or less better. But what happened afterwards, no one else knows except me.
So just what part of me did you believe in? Roswell closed a single eye, and disturbingly, with the one yellow pupil, stared into Subaru. As if to shake off that stare, Subaru kicked the floor with all his might.
Subaru, it's absurd.
Are you really trying to say that you trusted that empty-headed idiot to get everything to work out, and just left your people and everything else behind like it's some kind of a game, risking your own position and future as the wager? What am I even supposed to say to something that callous? Roswell, it seems, this is the end of today's conversation. Whereas Subaru had laid his anger bare, Roswell only whispered in a lonely voice. Upon hearing that whisper, Subaru screamed, lending voice to his inexhaustible vexation. Subaru, if you don't intend speak straightforwardly, it'll be pointless whatever you say. After this conversation, I don't intend to believe anything you say anymore. Roswell, it seems your impression of me has taken a dive. That is truly regrettable, even though I don't think there is a need to confirm it, but regarding our conversation tonight, Emilia Summer.
Subaru, I won't tell her.
There isn't much information to begin with, plus it's all been embellished, there wouldn't be any point in telling her.
You've anticipated this as well, haven't you? That's why you've been going round and round.
Regardless of Roswell's true intentions, the royal selection was still ongoing, and creating any more friction between Emilia and Roswell was not something he wanted to do. Besides, with Emilia now acting as a representative of the villagers of Alam, Roswell's faction needs to remain united. It gave him spasms to think how he was going along with Roswell's intentions, but challenging the trials would improve how people saw Emilia.
And all of that was controlled within the palms of that man's hands.
Roswell, you understand everything, and the anger you harbor towards me is unbearable.
Yet you didn't flip over the table or anything like that.
You really are, just as I expected. As Roswell said this to Subaru, who had been grinding his teeth to hold back his vexation, Subaru lifted his head, and saw Roswell's face twisting into a truly revolting expression. Roswell, you are, without a doubt, worthy of being my accomplice, no? Subaru, you bastard, I hope you die a worthy death. Roswell, I know.
Without a doubt, I will be falling into hell.
That is why, before that happens, I must extend my utmost brutality over the present world, to the best of my ability. Sending a sharp glare at Roswell's declaration, without a word, Subaru turned around and stormed out of the room.
Any further conversation would have been pointless.
If Roswell had no plans of revealing his true intentions, if there was nothing Subaru could do to break into his thoughts, then nothing could have come of that exchange.
But
Subaru, you think everything will happen as you expect them to, and everyone will dance to your tune. Clenching his fist tightly, walking down the street in the night, Subaru prepared his new resolve. Tomorrow, Roswell would have Emilia challenge the trials, to overturn the understanding of the people of the sanctuary and Alam village, and their contempt for half-elves.
What may arise in that process, how many burdens Emilia will have to endure, were not within that man's considerations.
In the end, no matter how many wounds Emilia will bear, even if her heart was worn to its core, he would only frivolously laugh at the events unfolding in accordance to his will.
If that were the case, Subaru, I won't let it happen.
That girl. Emilia, I will protect her. The qualification to challenge the trials. If the dream he saw in the tomb was not only a dream, then Subaru would also have been granted that qualification. It may have been granted on the whim of a witch, but with it, he could thwart Roswell's plans. All of the pain and tears that have come into existence only because that man cared nothing about those around him, Subaru will put a stop to them here. Subaru, that is what I must accomplish in this sanctuary. Upwards, across from where he threw up his fist, was the floating, pale blue moon. As if to hold on to that far and unreachable light, he closed tight his fist, and, sketching out the form of that cute silver-haired girl within his thoughts, he determined, he will crash head-on into that clown's devious plans. Ram, was that really all right? In the room that Subaru had stormed out of, Ram, who had been watching over their conversation, asked this quietly.
Hearing this, her master shook his head as if devoid of strength. Roswell, such a reaction was only to be expected. But even if it was expected, it is a depressing thing, to be gouging at a young man's heart.
Ram, you do know there is no need to lie in front of Ram? Roswell, I'm glad you're worried about me, but those were my honest thoughts. Why, in Ram's heart do I really seem like someone who enjoys doing these things? Answering by wordlessly averting her eyes from her master, Ram rearranged the bed sheets that had been ruffled in the earlier argument.
As she did this, her fingers felt a hardness across her master's stomach, and she pulled it out of the sheets.
Damn it, Tappei.
Greater than _ less than. Ram, Roswell Summer. This is.
Roswell, sorry. If Subaru-kun had seen this, TNGS would have gotten quite complicated.
But, it would have been too much punishment if I had put this under my butt. If I'm not careful. Receiving what she passed back as if it was very precious, Roswell gently caressed its surface as he took it.
Then, he said, no matter what, touching a finger to his chin. Roswell, Emilia Summers' qualification is now confirmed, and Subaru-kun has been fired up. Tomorrow night, the trials will begin. Ram, what do you think will happen? Ram, Roswell Summers' considerations are beyond Ram's ability to guess. Roswell Summer, you know what is going to happen, then? Roswell, this thing isn't that convenient. Compared to the incomplete ones held by the witch cult, it is somewhat superior, but it is nothing more than a poor imitation, and still far from what she desired. The argument with Subaru-kun just now, how much of that do you think happened as described? Roswell took a deep breath as if contemplating, and seeing this, Ram slightly raised her brows and then timidly, with hesitation. Ram, then, how much of what you said to Barusu was? Roswell, even though there was some acting, most of it was according to my true feelings. No, but of course I knew Subaru-kun would be angry. But while I knew it, I could also add some things that I wanted to say as well, isn't that so? Roswell waved his hands to Ram as if to explain himself, and then, anyhow, he continued. Roswell, to be despised by the partner of my heart, it does feel painful to be thought of this way, as if I had only been thinking of myself. Oh, how childish I still am, my SPI TEFL friend.
Roswell laughed as he spoke.
Wrapped within his arms, preciously, was a book with black binding. Roswell placed his fingertips over the binding of the book, and slowly, he continued to trace over it.
Lovingly, slowly and slowly.
On the morning of the next day, trotting on grass still adorned by the morning's dew, Subaru was looking up toward the entrance of the ruins he had visited the day before.
Yesterday, having been restricted by time, he didn't get a chance to take a good look at the exteriors. But looking at it now, it all actually seemed to have been surprisingly well maintained. Although the callously sprawling ivy had spread to cover the entire exterior of the entrance, the plants surrounding the tomb have been neatly attended to, and he could discern on the tomb itself signs of restorations of broken walls that had deteriorated over the ages. Subaru, not really sure what kind of relationship those guys here have with the tomb. Touching his hand to the walls that were showing strange colors under the light of the sun, Subaru mumbled this under his breath.
He thought back to the conversation with Garfield and Lewis in the previous night inside the room in which Roswell was confined. They all wanted Emilia to take the trials, and hoped, as a result, she would be able to liberate them from their imprisonment within the sanctuary. Subaru, judging from what they said, for Garfield and the others, the witch is just something of a nuisance, isn't it?
So why are they maintaining the tomb like it's so important to them?
Otto, maybe it's the opposite. The tomb is the reason that the people here are all bound to this land, right?
So until someone passes the trials, they mustn't allow the tomb to get damaged.
Since if demolishing the tomb would set them free, Garfield would have already done it a long time ago, wouldn't he? The one who followed up on Subaru's deductions was Otto, who was wandering behind him, looking all around the tomb. Early in the morning, Otto, who had been sleeping inside the dragon carriage just as he declared he would, got woken up and was bullied by Subaru into coming along to the tomb on a scouting mission.
Naturally, Otto grumbled about it at first, but
Otto, then again, it's rare to get a chance to visit something like the tomb of the Witch of Greed.
Maybe coming along would be worth it after all.
There's no knowing whether we'll find some treasure belonging to the Witch of Greed along the way.
We could make a fortune.
Subaru, if you go around announcing that you're selling some witch-related stuff, won't the over-obsessive guys from the witch cult come hunt you down? Sorry I woke you up, that was my bad, geez, but don't go broadcasting it and bring a sea of flames here. Saying this, trying to save the merchant's soul Otto from himself, Subaru turned back to the tomb once again. Silence fell all around, and the only sounds remaining, filtering through the trees, were the chirping of insects, and the rustling of leaves caressed by the wind. A crisp air was flowing through the sanctuary and the dawn, it was perfect for a morning stroll. Otto, say, we didn't come out here just to breathe the air and go right back, right? If you wanted to enjoy a stroll in the morning, you'd probably have brought Emilia Summer instead of me. Subaru, surprisingly, Emilia Tan's no good in the mornings, even though Emilia Tan being groggy after just waking up is dangerously adorable.
It'll have to wait until everything's settled down.
She's probably still stressed out after the conversations yesterday, I'll let her sleep for a little longer. Otto, so, you've got the men together for your skullduggery while the princess is asleep.
You, sir, are a wicked one.
Sensing Otto gleefully squinting his eyes at him, Subaru only shrugged.
But still, Otto's reading was dead on.
The truth is, it was in order to do something he wouldn't want Emilia to see, that Subaru came to the tomb. Otto, then, what are we doing? I'm not too confident with my magic abilities, but if it's using wind and water magic to stifle the sound of footsteps or to suddenly hide myself in a flash. And I can also transfer my footsteps to a completely different location. Subaru, your magic sounds like it's incredibly useful for cat burglars, doesn't it? Otto, well, people usually take it the wrong way.
But I wouldn't use it for stealing.
I have no qualms about using it to listen in on conversations, though. Seeing Otto bragging this with eyes narrowed and his white teeth all showing, Subaru sighed. Then, lifting up a finger in front of the high-spirited Otto, Subaru pointed it toward the tomb. Subaru, I want to take a look inside the tomb for a bit. If my predictions are correct, the lights inside the tomb will send me blessings for my future endeavors. If I'm wrong, then I'll probably keel over and won't get up. In that case, if you'll be so good as to pull me out. Otto, what kind of person would just say all right, I got it after listening to that explanation? Keeling over and won't get up, what's that supposed to mean? Please stop right there, I'm getting scared now. In reaction to Subaru's super important announcement, Otto started wailing. But hearing Otto's complaint, Subaru looked over as if watching an unreasonable child, and Subaru, listen up. This is the tomb of the Witch of Greed. Simply put, if you set one foot inside the place without the witch's permission, your consciousness will be snatched right out with its roots.
I got done in like that yesterday.
So this place is dangerous, don't you be going in there. Otto, if it didn't work out yesterday, Natsuki-san shouldn't be going in either, right?
If you know you're going to keel over, why do you still want to go in? It'll only make a mess of things, let's not do that.
Besides, if it really ends up that way, how will I get Natsuki-san out? Subaru, always questions, coming out one after another.
If you keep believing there will be an answer to everything, you'll be getting into a spoiled mentality, you know.
Otto, please stop trying to gloss things over with sophistries just because it's too bothersome to explain. Having been completely seen through, Subaru smacked his tongue and scowled. Seeing how in the short time they've known each other Otto has already grasped all the tricks in dealing with him, Subaru shook his head dejectedly. Subaru, here, I borrowed some rope from the dragon carriage. I'll tie this around my waist, so if I collapse inside, you can gently, calmly, lovingly pull me out. Otto, no matter how gently, calmly, lovingly I pull you, you'll still be getting mud and cuts all over, I think.
Subaru, well, I can't be picky considering the circumstances. Just think of it as repaying a favor.
Otto, you're the one who owes me a favor, right? While Otto was raising his objection and putting on his grumbling face, Subaru had already tied the rope around his own waist and handed him the other end. Unwillingly accepting it, Otto carefully inspected the loop around Subaru's waist, and yanked on it just to be sure it was safe.
However much he might be complaining, he was still a conscientious person.
Subaru, despite being a merchant, you seem really easy to fool. Is it really all right for a guy like you to be doing business? Otto, you know, you seem to have completely forgotten how I'm literally holding your life in my hands right now. As Subaru looked at him with a motherly gaze, Otto squinted his eyes, tugged on the rope and grumbled. With a wry smile, Subaru gave him a slight bow on the spot, and in the same breath he turned round about, toward the entrance of the tomb. A foul, earthy air was quietly flowing from the tomb. The morning light of the sun, like the twilight of yesterdays, lit only several meters into the entrance before vanishing entirely. The other end of the tunnel was shrouded in absolute dark, and nothing seemed to have changed from the path that had collapsed the moment he set his foot inside. Subaru, well, it wouldn't actually collapse anyway, I'd just go splat on the first step, so that'd actually make it easier to pull me out, I guess. Otto, Natsuki-san, you can go in whenever you're ready, just give me a signal when you're going in. Subaru, all right, I'm going in.
Subaru had no hesitations in making that decision. In the worst case, he'd faint and get called by the witch to another tea party.
Although he wasn't especially looking forward to getting his arm ripped off, punched into healing, and drinking body fluids again. Subaru, but compared to all the brink of life and death stuff so far, it's not all that d. Declaring this, Subaru nimbly jumped off into the entrance of the tomb. The threshold, or whatever that might be called, crossing over that boundary between the sunlight and the shadow of the tomb, Subaru gingerly opened his eyes. Whereas yesterday, his first step had been met instantly by the torment of that weightless sensation.
Subaru, the ground is solid. I didn't fall in.
It's an improvement from yesterday, and while it was subtle, it was nonetheless a reassuring change. Taking a deep breath, he took another step. And with his second step into the tomb, Subaru's body was completely swallowed by the shadows of the ruins. To Otto, waiting outside, Subaru's figure must have become obscured or perhaps even lost to sight altogether. Otto, Natsuki-san, are you all right? If you're going to faint, please give me a signal like I'm gonna faint.
While you're fainting? Subaru, that's a bit difficult, isn't it?
And I wouldn't want to admit it if I'm going to faint, I'd probably shout something like I don't wanna faint. Otto, what's with the unnecessary pride in a situation like this? Along with their usual exchange, they took some small comfort in confirming each other's positions through their voices, and, reassured by that sense of relief, Subaru took a third step, and then a fourth. Otto, oh.
Subaru, ah.
The next moment, the scene spread out at once in front of Subaru's eyes. Rather, in an instant, the shadow was banished from the ruins, and its interiors bared itself for the intruder's eyes to see. Upon the walls on both sides of the corridor, at about the height of Subaru's shoulders, lined up in equal and even intervals, the lamps lit up, and with faint, swerving luminescence, lighted the path.
It was a corridor constructed of the same material as the exterior walls, about the width of Subaru's outstretched arms, or two people walking side by side. The height was such that he might bump his head if he jumped. Or,
If that giant balding old man was here, there would probably be sparks flying from his scalp scraping against the ceiling as he walked if he doesn't bend down.
Otto, there's light coming from inside.
Is that some kind of condition being met? Subaru, this is a welcoming for someone who's qualified to take the trials of the night, or so they say. I thought in the worst case I might have been just spacing out and daydreaming all of this. Once again trying to make sure that what he saw was real, Subaru held up his palms and stared at them. Then, touching himself on the forehead, Subaru recalled the sensation of the touch he had received from her fingertip within the dream. Subaru, looks like I've received your souvenir from the tea party, all well and good.
Even though you pretty much charged me a price for it without my permission. I wasn't planning on telling anyone for the time being anyway.
Otto, hey, I can see inside as well, so then what'll happen if I come in with you?
Can we pillage the Witch of Greed's tomb now?
Subaru, all I know is that there's an evil wizard whose whole body got split open when he tried to go in and he's still recovering from his wounds.
What'll happen to you though, I'm too not sure.
Otto, isn't that incredibly scary? Listening to Otto getting frightened behind him, Subaru confirmed once more that he had achieved his objective. Although he should be able to venture deeper inside like this, there was a chance that Otto might want to follow in behind him, so Subaru had to abandon that idea for now. Either way, all that Subaru wanted to do was to confirm that he was qualified for the trials, and to verify that the words Echidna said to him within the dream could be believed. In any case, if he could step into the tomb, then the knowledge and conditions Echidna had given him, along with the payment she extracted, must all have been real. And the same, then, would go for all those witches that Subaru had met inside that daydream. Subaru, if that's true, then 400 years ago, those going my way witches would have been going ha all over the place, wouldn't they?
What must that have been like, at the end of that century?
Good thing I got transported into this age, I guess. Just the thought of an age wrought by chaos by the witches of sin and the witch of envy, makes the present age seem pretty reasonable in comparison. Although the atrocities of the sin archbishops would offset this somewhat. Still, what a pain in the ass those witches must have been, every last one of them. Subaru, anyways, all the preparations on my end are okay. Now it's just waiting for nightfall, and seeing how Emilia Tan's trials turn out.
Then let's maintain a high degree of flexibility, and be ready to adapt to the situation.
Although it sounded nice, that pretty much meant he had no plans whatsoever. Saying that, Subaru looked back at the tomb's entrance once more as he left. Returning to a worried-looking Otto, Subaru untied the rope around his waist and left it next to the entrance. Subaru, it might come in handy again, besides, maybe I'll need it tonight, so I'll hide it here for now. And sorry for dragging you along, Otto. Otto, no, that's all right, as long as you came back safe. But more importantly, aren't we going back empty-handed? You went in the tomb but didn't bring anything back, what did you even go in for? Subaru, I'm having a really hard time figuring out which part of what you just said I should take seriously, but maybe I'll just take that as your artistic style. I'm not religious or anything, but grave robbing is still not something I do, you know? It's not easy to understand why Japan, being an otherwise the irreligious country, manages to revere 8 million gods without actually believing in any single one in particular. One could even say it's the home base of the hodgepodge approach when it comes to religion. Or, it might be just as accurate to call it a collection of cowards being overly wary of ghosts just in case they actually exist. Otto, of course all that was just joking around.
But if that was all, you didn't really need me here, did you? Why'd you bring me along?
Subaru, actually, it was somewhat of a gamble whether I could go in or not. So whether it was getting confused at seeing me falling on my face, or getting traumatized for life after witnessing my body exploding, it'd be best if the victim of that was you. Otto, what kind of selection criteria is that?
And I got more than just a little hunch that was by the process of elimination.
Subaru, dummy, you were the first person that came to mind when I thought about who to trouble. Don't make me say it out loud, it's embarrassing. Otto, any human being should be embarrassed to make that kind of decision. Hearing Subaru's shamelessly dished-out explanation, Otto's high-pitched retort echoed outwards. Throughout the forest in the morning, reverberating against the ruins, and lingering there, like a regretful conversation with itself. Usually, one would expect the only audience, besides the people present, to be the insects and the animals hidden within the trees, but already so loud so early in the morning, oi. Making a racket right above where a witch is sleeping, it's like yo-ho-oi only crows in th morning, you know. Subaru, such a pain in the ass, that yo-ho-oi.
I'll give him a talking to next time I see him.
Saying this, turning his gaze away from Tomb's entrance, Subaru saw, coming from the forest beside him, the one who had cut into their conversation, scratching his short, golden hair, baring his white fangs. It was Garfield,
and roughly rubbing away the sweat on his forehead.
Garfield, I'll say this first, running into you was a coincidence. Every morning I do a run around the outskirts of the sanctuary, so I just found you guys here. Don't gimme that leery look.
Subaru, it's not that I'm being wary.
Besides, we didn't say anything we can't let other people overhear. Right, Otto? Totally, nothing that we can't let other people overhear. To that feint, or whatever Garfield's words were supposed to be, Subaru shrugged, and proceeded to violently pat Otto on the shoulder. As if utterly confused at being slapped around, Otto let out a, "You away?" Otto, yeah that's right, nothing especially troublesome or suspicious or anything like that? Just a little rehearsal for grave robbing later, just a little rehearsal, that sort of thing. Subaru, amazing, Otto. I've never seen a man dig his own grave this happily right in front of another grave before. Seeing the high-spirited Otto suddenly looking like he had no idea what he was saying, Subaru quickly cut him off and stole a glance at Garfield's reaction. But, judging from Garfield's expression, it seemed like Otto's confession of sorts had completely went in one ear and came out the other.
Garfield, what is it? Come on, I won't snitch or get angry or anything.
Long as you aren't breaking stuff or doing something that's bad for the sanctuary, I won't have to do anything. Subaru, is that so?
Then I sincerely thank you for that guarantee.
It's too bad even if I want to fight it out I don't think I stand any chance of winning. Garfield, I already feel sorry for you before even fighting ya.
Kinda wanna say that, but never mind.
It's the same thing whatever opponent I'm looking at.
I am the strongest, after all. His eyes beaming, Garfield said this full of self-satisfaction.
In reality, after having seen firsthand what he was capable of, only an idiot would raise an objection here. But, because he knew Reinhardt, whose existence was of an entirely different dimension, he still had the urge to say a word or two about it. But swallowing back what he had wanted to say, Subaru slightly raised his hand with a, "I'll tilde right then." Subaru, it should be about time Emilia Tan woke up now. I want to keep her company for her morning studies, so I was just thinking of heading back. You're in the middle of your morning run too, right?
So let's just.
Garfield, you're heading to the cathedral, huh?
Then I'll accompany you.
As Subaru was hurriedly trying to say goodbyes and go their separate ways, he was cut off by Garfield's unexpected proposal. Surprised, Subaru was just about to refuse with a, "Nah," when
Garfield, frankly, you should listen to my advice. Besides, you shouldn't be wandering around the sanctuary with just you two guys in the first place. There's no knowing what could happen.
Subaru, dash?
What does that mean? That's an odd way to put it. You made it sound as if it's dangerous here.
Garfield, that's why I'm telling ya, isn't it? Seeing Subaru looking confused as if not understanding his words, Garfield clacked his teeth with, "What 'm I gonna do with ya?" And then, drawing near, he continued in a lowered voice. Garfield, pisses me off to be talking about family troubles, but the residents of the sanctuary are not all in the same basket.
Subaru, what's that supposed to mean?
Garfield, if we follow the village chief Granny's plan, it'd be taking Roswell and the humans as hostages and forcing Emilia Summer to take the trials and break the witch's contract or something like that. But in reality, only about half the guys are on board with the old hag's plan, and then there's also a bunch who aren't. Coming to this point, Garfield lowered his tone even further. Garfield, for the guys who want to stay holed up in this sanctuary, you guys being here is a bit of a nuisance. To prevent Emilia Summer from taking the trials, Who knows what kind of trouble they'll stir up?
Subaru, unless you mean.
There's a chance they'll be turning their fangs on Otto and me? Garfield, there's a chance they'll even use violence on Emilia Summer, I think. Well, it's like even the snorting becomes rough in front of Thole, you know.
But long as I'm with ya, I won't let them do anything to bother ya.
Even though Garfield said this lightly, Subaru was starting to worry about leaving Emilia behind.
Or rather, he was hating himself for not having thought of this possibility earlier.
There was a rift within their mutual understanding between the residents of the sanctuary headed by Garfield and the villagers of Arlam. In that case, why wouldn't there be internal factions within each of the camps as well?
It's not like every single one of them would have just raised their hands in agreement with the sanctuary's plans. The situation would never progress as one expects them to. Subaru himself was all too aware of that fact. Subaru, I have to get back right away.
Garfield,
I scared you too much, didn't I?
There's no need to be panicking, those guys won't fight among themselves in broad daylight, besides isn't Emilia Summer in the cathedral? Who's gonna do that kind of thing with all those humans running around? If they wanna get you, it'll be picking off someone like this noisy lil bro here who keeps straying from third. Subaru, moo.
That makes sense.
If they go against the will of the majority outright, they'll only be worsening their own position, won't they? So they won't do anything rashly yet. His agitation calming down a just little, Subaru breathed a sigh of relief and tried to bring his heart rate under control.
Then, suddenly noticing something, he raised his brows once more.
Subaru, unless you thought it'd be dangerous for me and Otto to come out alone, so you came along with us? Garfield, Seeing Subaru bending his neck asking this, Garfield was stumped a moment before he could react. Then, he quickly turned his back so Subaru couldn't see his expression. Garfield, there's no way it's like that.
Coincidence. Told ya it was a coincidence.
Subaru, see, Otto?
That's the proper example of tsundere.
Yesterday on our first meeting we got to see the fiery and magnificent Tsun, and now, isn't the embarrassed and adorable Dare just as captivating? Otto, actually, having personally gotten a taste of the Tsun on my forehead yesterday, it's still a little hard to accept, but surprisingly somehow I get the feeling he isn't a very bad person. I can't deny that it feels as if my manly heart is being deceived. Subaru, you're really easy to trick, you know. Otto, I've been set up. As Otto's ludicrous wail resounded through the forest in the morning, the frightened birds spread their wings and took to the sky, the noisy Otto on the one hand, and the really hard-to-hate Garfield on the other. Being together with these two like this, for the first time since coming to this parallel world, Subaru felt like he's acquired some bad companions he could actually be with as equals, in the true sense of the word.
Subaru, well, I'm pretty easy as well.
And, relaxing his cheeks, Subaru ever so slightly smiled. Awaiting the coming of night, standing in front of the entrance of the tomb, Subaru now felt a dark wind upon his skin that was very different from the crisp wind of the morning. Emilia, now that it's night, it really does feel like a tomb.
It's even more ominous than yesterday. Staring at the tomb's entrance as she said this, her silver hair swaying in the wind, it was Emilia.
Playing with the end of her three-stranded braid, she stole a glance at Subaru. Emilia, do you think it's okay to go in now? Subaru, if they had stuck a sign on the entrance that said we open at 7 o'clock then it'd be easier to tell, but looks like they didn't do that. If the trials just start roughly around nightfall, once it's dark all around that should be a good enough range I think. Emilia, yeah.
All right, I'll go in then.
With a light sigh, even as she was saying this, Emilia still seemed unable to make up her mind. At her side, waiting for her to gather up her courage, Subaru turned back his head to look behind him. There were 4 other people besides Subaru who came to send Emilia into the trials. There was Garfield and Lewis of the Sanctuary team, there was Roswell's representative, Ram, and then, there's the not quite sure why he's here, Otto. But then, if we add him to Emilia and Subaru of the Emilia faction, they would be considered the largest faction here. Subaru, but on the other hand, if we count the whole sanctuary, then we're easily the smallest faction here. Come to think of it, life could be getting a lot harder from now on. Emilia, what are you mumbling about? It's really getting to me. Subaru, oh, I'm just talking to myself. Emilia Tan, you just focus on getting ready for what's ahead. Although, to be honest, since I wasn't able to find out about the contents of the trials, it's getting me really worried. Emilia, not knowing the contents, it's the same for anyone who challenged the trials so far, right?
I shouldn't be sneaky and start cheating when it's my turn. Even with the same conditions, I'll try my best.
Seeing Emilia tightening her little fist, pumping herself up, Subaru quickly held up a hand in front of his eyes like he's shielding it from a radiant light. Now, the way he was trying to get a witch to help him cheat right off the bat was really coming off as sneaky in comparison. Because, compared to himself, how pure and noble Emilia is. Subaru, EMK. Emilia Major Naito. It's too much. Emilia, oh, it's been a while since I heard Subaru say that. Starting with a small giggle, Emilia's expression broke down as she heard Subaru's old catchphrase. Seeing her smile, Subaru decided that the joke was still worth keeping around after all, and nodded. Subaru, anyway, I don't know what kind of things are in there, but if you sense any kind of danger, just cry out.
If you call my name, I will fly right over to your side.
Emilia, if you come in, won't you go Tan right away? Subaru, it's been a while since I heard someone call it going Tan.
Patan is the sound of falling over.
Seeing Emilia pouting up her lips, just as Subaru started objecting and scratching his face, but Emilia continued. Emilia, thank you for worrying about me. Puck still hasn't shown his face at all, so I am really getting worried.
And I feel like I'm completely relying on Subaru now.
Subaru, then you can rest your ultra dummy weight against me, you know. Emilia Tan is light as a feather, and if I don't touch you from time to time to make sure you're still there, I'll get really worried. Emilia, but somehow I get the feeling that wiggly thing you're doing with your fingers is really gross. Seeing Subaru endlessly wiggling his fingers, Emilia smiled wryly. And, with her nervousness unraveling, she did a little stretch that made herself seem a little taller. Emilia, somehow, I feel like my shoulders have gotten a little lighter. Ever since the first time we met, that was what Subaru had been aiming for, wasn't it? Subaru, if I had that kind of first-rate therapeutic abilities, I wouldn't be the kind of lonely boy who spends his time learning origami to such mastery as to be able to make rindugurumas. He took a certain pride in having reached the extremes of that art that flows out of one's fingertips, although there was really no one he could show it to other than his parents. Listening to Subaru's drab remarks about his past, Emilia adorably tilted her head a little to show her non-understanding. But seeing her all right now, and so completely cute, Subaru crossed his arms and nodded. And with that expression of not understanding still on her face, Emilia turned toward the tomb. Emilia, this time, I'm really going.
So pray for my safe return.
Subaru, I'll be praying until the Buddha's ears bleed. Sending her off with these words, he watched Emilia's back vanishing into the tomb. Then, beginning from the entrance, one by one the lights lit up, just as it did for Subaru when he entered in the morning. And just like this, Emilia's footsteps trailed on, into the depths of the tomb. It seemed that the trials would be taking place deep within that corridor. Even further than what Subaru could have seen in the morning when he strained his eyes trying to see the end. Lewis, worries written all over your face, kiddo. Then, walking up beside Subaru, who had worry all over his eyes, it was a little girl, or the full-grown adult living inside what looked like one, Lewis, who called out to him.
Unbefitting of her cute and childish features, what was adorning her face was a somehow aged and ancient smile. Lewis, it'll be all right, there's no need to worry. The trials, or whatever exaggerated name you call it, is not life-threatening or anything.
Subaru, you know about the contents of the trials, then?
Lewis, I have taken part in it myself. Being half-blood and qualified, it was only natural. Although in the end, I did not pass.
See, I'm still well and kicking about.
Lewis did a little hop on the spot to show that she was still healthy.
And seeing her trying to use that almost adorable gesture to wipe away his anxiety, from deep within his heart, Subaru appreciated her consideration, and Subaru, then, is that how you got to become a lowly on the outside and an acceleratedly aged granny on the inside? If Emilia Tan becomes lowly Emilia Tan, it'll be really cute too, but would Emilia Tan really like that? Lewis, I must have been stupid to have taken you seriously enough to not expect a reply like that. You know, Subo, you're just like Garbo, and don't know how to respect your elders at all. Subaru, what gave you that idea?
Actually, I feel much better now.
I made you worried about me there, sorry about that. Seeing Subaru lowering his head, Lewis sighed, shaking her head. Why didn't you just say that in the first place, and pretended to wipe away non-existent tears with her long, wristless sleeves? Waiting, and watching all this from the side, Garfield crossed his arms with a grossed-out expression, then quietly turned, to gaze at the tomb. Surprisingly, Otto and Ram seemed to have struck up a conversation about something, and seemed to have established a certain degree of friendly understanding. For Subaru, who had very little experience in friendly conversation with Ram, witnessing this sight was actually an extremely big deal.
I'll need to do something about this.
I better ask Otto to teach me the specific techniques of talking to Ram without setting her off. Subaru quietly swore to himself in his heart, before turning his attention to the tomb once again.
Without realizing it, he had found himself with his hands in front of his waist, rubbing his thumb against each other as if he was praying. It was painful, not to be able to do anything but wait.
Compared to being left behind and waiting like this, it would have been easier if he just took the trial himself. But just as this conceited notion flashed across his mind, along with it, a change came about before him. Seeing this change, in the same moment everyone present gasped. Repeatedly blinking, like a conditioned response adjusting to the darkness after losing the only source light, in any case. Subaru, the tomb's lights went out? Lewis, while the trials are still ongoing, the lights should stay on.
Subaru, you mean they're not supposed to go out?
Looking toward Lewis, who was supposed to know everything, even her wise little eyes seemed confused at this.
It was more than enough to tell him that the situation wasn't within their expectations.
Whether it was Garfield, unfolding his arms and running over, Ram, who was furrowing her brows, or the panicking Otto, it seemed no one had any advice to offer.
In that case, Lewis, Subo? You don't have the qualification, it won't let you in.
Subaru, I've been paying good attention to the lectures, so I got the qualifications too, you know.
Now let me have a look inside.
No matter how Emilia Tan is, I'll pull her out.
He will not stand by and wait.
The same moment when Subaru fearlessly stepped into the entrance, the lights of the corridor lit up once more, just like when Emilia had entered. Sensing Lewis and Garfield gasping behind him, before they could say anything to stop him, Subaru had already dashed into the tomb.
The corridor was still filled with dust, and a single breath was enough to bring discomfort to the lungs.
His echoing footsteps striking loudly upon the floor, Subaru charged into the depth of the corridor, into the depths of the tomb. Subaru, damn it, I messed up. Why did I keep myself back like some trump card until something went wrong? I should have just went in together with Emilia, With regret pouring out of his lips, Subaru ran. Then, suddenly, as he saw the light reaching the end of the corridor, he had arrived inside a small room. Sliding to halt his steps, Subaru looked around the little chamber. While it could be called a room, it was more like a grotesque rectangular space with four corners carved out. Without any furnishing, there was only a single door adorned by cyan white lamps. And, on the floor in front of that door, was a silver-haired girl lying there. Subaru, Emilia. Crying out, Subaru dashed over to her fallen body. Holding up her delicate form in his arms, no matter what, he will take her out of here. First, you must face your past. The next moment, a sensation of something whispering beside his ear struck his consciousness. What could that voice be? There was no time for that thought. Falling on his knees, unable to move, Subaru's body collapsed like a doll. Rolling onto the floor from the momentum, he sprawled out upon the ground at Emilia's side. Then, lying beside the unconscious Amelia, Subaru's consciousness too was dragged into oblivion. Beginning to wake from his slumber, Subaru sucked in the breath as if sticking his head out of the surface of the water. It was that sensation of emerging out of an ocean of sleep, yearning for reality like a body yearning for air. Moro Ningyu, son. Subaru, wa a Murabi Hotten. Code of Hammurabi greater than _ less than.
This poetic morning greeting struck him with an all-destructive impact.
Tasting the pain of a weight pressing down on him and squeezing all the air out of his gut, Subaru's just woken up body jumped itself out of bed along with all of that weight, before descending into a vicious bout of coughing. Oi oi, what's this?
It's only the usual diving press of love to wake you up. Your carelessness is burning this time. Subaru, Gark, ick, what did you expect? From a sleeping opponent, come on. What on earth has happened? He lifted up his face with tears in his eyes.
And there, the person standing in front of Subaru's half-stuck-out body turned around his head.
Dad, what's that now?
You look like you've just seen your middle-aged dad fully naked first thing in the morning, you. That man, saying this while striking out a pose, was Subaru's middle-aged father half-naked in the morning, Natsuki Kenichi, heartily laughing, blessing his son out of his slumber. ARC 4.
The Everlasting Covenant.
Chapter 16, A Morning in the Natsuki Household. Ha ha ha, listening to the deafening laugh, Subaru gave his head a light shake to cast away the last bit of his drowsiness. When it came to waking up naturally, he was always rather proud of being able to wake up in an instant, but being forced awake by an outside force was a different matter. As though the blood still hadn't returned to his brain, Subaru rubbed his eyelids that were slightly aching, then hazily looked around at his surroundings, when his old familiar room flooded into his sight. The shelves were packed full of mangas and light novels, sloppily yanked off jeans and jerseys were strewn all over the floor. The study desk that hadn't been used for its proper purpose in ages was piled up with half-read books, and there was the ancient televideo with recording functionality that was now exclusively used for gaming, whose very existence elicited sympathy from anyone who looked at it. Lying on a futon that hadn't been dried in the sun for ages, cracking the joints of his neck, for some reason, Subaru couldn't help but feel a sense of incongruity in front of this familiar landscape.
And just what could that rustling in his chest be?
Dad, oh why oi, being ignored will even make an old guy like me wanna cry, you know. It's a fresh and sunny morning, so get carried along by the mood and jump like dong and you're up. Subaru, you mean welcome the morning feeling refreshed and invigorated after getting woken up by a diving press?
Stop it with the jokes, come on.
It's more like I think I hear my bones making a noise now, I better go back to sleep and heal up. Turning down the attempt to wake him up, once again Subaru tugged himself back into the futon. Seeing Subaru turning his back to him and leaving no room for negotiations, the one standing up beside the futon started making a displeased, noise. Dad, it's the rebellious stage.
The rebellious stage, isn't it?
I always knew this day will come, but I didn't think it'd come this morning. I'm not prepared yet.
Instead of preparing breakfast, I should have prepared a good proper talk with my son.
The MNIT, I hate to be so Powell, SS. Subaru, if you're saying that, why are you still grabbing onto my leg? Oi, wait, ow. Ow oh ow. Dad, I'll right, I've decided to have a good talk you with all the way till tomorrow morning. First is body language. Figure 4.
There, it's good for waking up the joints, isn't it? His legs being twisted into a figure 4 leg lock, Subaru flapped around to the other side, while Kenichi dealt critical damage to his knees and shins. And the louder Subaru wailed in agony, the more heartily Kenichi laughed, as though overwhelmed by the joys of life. Dad, oh ho, what's this? All grown up and exercising every day, aren't you embarrassed to have such a hard time against a middle-aged old man? Ow, wait, ow. Hurt shirts. Subaru, fool.
Choosing to use the easily countered 4-figure leg lock as your attack, Dad must be getting old. Turning my body, I'll return the damage in equal force, taking vengeance on the one who got me in this figure-4 leg. Ow, wait, don't flip, oh ow. Oh ow. With arms and legs stretched out, the two grown men tangled each other up in their back and forth rumbling. Each time, the assailant and victim exchanged places to let out their shrieks of agony, while their commotion sent books flopping off the desk and knocked the game station falling to its side. And just as their father and son brawl in the morning was going on in full force.
Hold it a minute, you two.
Mom's getting hungry, you know. I kind of wanna eat breakfast. Hearing the sound of the leisurely voice and the offbeat knocking flying into the room, their alternating attacks on each other's joints halted in place. Half crying from the pain, in the corner of Subaru's murky vision, he saw the person standing in the doorway of the room. It was a woman with a certain absent-minded atmosphere about her, standing there with a vicious-looking gaze. While at first sight, the sharpness of her gaze might give off the impression that she was in a bad mood, in reality, after having known her for over 17 years, Subaru knew that she wasn't actually thinking about anything in particular. Just by their dangerous-looking eyes, it was enough to tell that they were mother and son, for she was Subaru's mother, Natsuki Naoko. With Mom showing up, Kenichi let out a, "Oh crap," and stuck out his tongue and jumped himself up. "Dad, my bad, I got too carried away with my intimate time with Subaru."
"But you could have eaten first if you want."
"Mom, dash. But families eat together in the morning, how could I eat first? Isn't it better when everyone eats together?" Confused by Kenichi's words, Naoko tilted her head with a question mark floating above her head. It's not that she was mocking him or anything, it seemed more like she was just saying exactly what she was thinking.
Seeing his wife like that, Kenichi vigorously nodded his head.
"Dad, aha, is that so?"
"That's the woman I married."
"All right, I understand. Breakfast tastes better when everyone's eating together." "Mom, breakfast, lunch or dinner, I don't think that really changes the taste, does it? It's just when everyone eats together we can clean all the dishes in one go." "Dad, or..."
"You meant dishes."
"Sorry, I got myself all pumped up there."
Hearing that natural explanation, the face that looked like he had just said a really good line slumped down.
Drooping his shoulders, Kenichi looked at Naoko with an incredulous expression, but Naoko only continued staring at Subaru, who was still lying there like that. "Mom, you come to eat too, Subaru. I worked hard for Subaru's breakfast this morning, after all." And then, she gave him a faint and cheerful smile, in a way that only those closest to her could understand. Rubbing his sleepy eyes as he begrudgingly made his way down to the dining table on the first floor, Subaru's hazy consciousness was suddenly awoken by the impact of a certain smell. "Subaru, Mom."
"Even though you said you worked hard to make this for me." "Mom, N."
Mom worked really hard for Subaru.
"I've been up and about preparing this since the morning."
"Fufu." Naoko was proudly humping from her nose for some reason. Unable to pick up any trace of a guilty conscience in that attitude, Subaru sighed. Following behind Subaru's sigh, coming back from the bathroom and taking a look at the dining table, Kenichi let out a sort of, "Oh," with an exclamation mark on top of it. "Dad, that's cool, Subaru."
"You got a special menu on your plate. It's like a green forest." "Subaru, thanks for pointing that out."
It really does feel like that. What's going on with this, exactly?"
"How come only my plate has got a luxuriant pile of green peas plopped on it?"
Nodding at Kenichi's observation, Subaru pointed to the pile, laid in front of his usual seat, beside the rest of the breakfast, the dish that had a certain eerie atmosphere floating about it. There was a giant pile of green peas hoarded there like it was trying to avenge the death of its family members, and it was unclear whether it completely buried all other food underneath so that only peas were visible, or there wasn't any other food on that plate in the first place. Just as a side note, Subaru hated peas. "Mom, well, some time ago Subaru mentioned hating green peas, right? Mom thought it's not good to be picky with your food. So, I took this opportunity to let you eat loads of it so you can overcome it." "Subaru, so you just recalled a random memory from some time ago and decided to fix my bad habit, huh? And what opportunity? It's not a special day or anything, right?" "Dad, Fufu, you're still green, Subaru. Alright, listen up, no matter what time it is, this day, and this moment of this day can only ever be experienced here and now. You may think that there will always be another day exactly like this one again, but by doing so you will have allowed countless only moments to escape. Subaru, that's enough for now. Pushing Kenichi, who had casually danced himself into the conversation, aside, Subaru let out a deep, drawn-out sigh, and got into his seat.
Then, pushing the plate with a heap of peas away from himself.
Subaru, anyways, I appreciate the thought of especially preparing this for me, but I'll pass on the peas.
I don't want to fill up my stomach with something I hate first thing in the morning.
Mom, there you are with that again.
Then, if there's nothing left to eat in the world except green peas, what will you do? You'll eat them then, won't you?
Subaru, in that kind of world, we'll all die of nutritional imbalance pretty soon anyway, so it's not like eating the peas would do much good, so I will absolutely not eat it. Replying to Naoko's crummy argument with one of his own, Subaru folded his arms and pumped up his chest. Subaru, even if Armageddon came down, I will absolutely not eat peas. Dad, geez, you'll lose out on life if you're picky with food like this. Oh, Mom, I'll trade you the tomato in my salad, I don't like 'em so you eat 'em for me. Subaru, that's just my father, already contradicting the first half of his sentence with the second half. Dad placed his reviled tomatoes into Mom's salad, and pilfered some of Mom's egg pieces in return. Since it was their regular exchange, no one complained about this quiet understanding between husband and wife. Glancing to his side, Subaru turned to the rest of the breakfast besides the peas, in front of the steaming miso soup, and the honey toast with an extravagant amount of honey on it. Subaru clapped his hands together. Subaru, come to think of it, why the East-West combination? Mom had a bunch of kelp for the miso soup, and loves honey on bread.
That wasn't really an answer.
But it was too much of a bother to point that out.
Even if he does raise an objection here, he'll probably only get Naoko tilting her head as a reply.
Subaru quietly said, "Itadakimasu," as he brought the miso soup to his lips, and Kenichi and Naoko sat down into their respective seats as well, neatly opposite from Subaru's. The two also clapped their hands together with an "Itadakimasu," and then, with the same exact motion, they sipped at their miso soup.
No one noticed it, but the three of them did it together in a perfectly synchronized pattern.
Dad, ooh, this miso soup. Mom, did your cooking get better while I wasn't looking? Mom, you noticed? Actually, yesterday I recorded a 3-minute cooking show, you know. So, what about that? Listening to Naoko's out-of-tune reply to Kenichi's all-too-convenient prompt, Subaru's face started twitching. Judging from how Naoko always said things exactly as they are, when she said recorded, she probably did just that and only recorded it without actually watching it.
And then, most likely, just left it there without ever watching it. In fact,
Subaru, considering what Dad let slip earlier in the morning, the miso soup and toast was all made by Dad, wasn't it? Dad, oi, sharp eyes, my son. So you've noticed the contradictions in the testimony and raised your objection. Based on the evidence? Subaru, why are you still addicted to that ancient game in this day and age? Although yes, that was totally a classic. He must have taken the Game Boy from Subaru's table or something.
It must have been great for killing time in between work.
But just imagining the sight of a middle-aged old man leaning in on a Game Boy made Subaru's back itch. And, chewing on the sweet toast while saying this, Subaru went on with, by the way. Subaru, what time is it now, Dad? Why are you still so scantily clad? Sure, it's almost getting warm soon, but no matter what, going around in just a running shirt and long underpants is taking casual a bit too far, isn't it? Dad, aren't you in your long underpants too? Besides, Dad's just like that, you know. Waking up early in the morning I got attention, so I went down to the yard for a dry towel rub down or something. Subaru, dry towel rub down, isn't that something that only helps when it's cold out? Is a Japanese custom where one rubs a dry towel along the body to create warmth and friction, particularly in cold weather, to promote good health or ward off disease. Wikipedia. Dad, That's just a motivational problem. If you get too caught up with that kind of concerns before setting out, you'll never get where you want to go. Come on, Mom, back me up here.
Mom, that's right, Subaru.
Since it's not cold out, I used a really cold gaze to stare at your dad while he's doing his rub down, you know. Dad, that? Honey, that wasn't backing me up at all?
Mom, wasn't that backing you up? It was a really, really cold stare, you know.
Dad, that's not a backup, that's a death blow. Seeing Kenichi swinging back and forth, creaking his chair to demonstrate his displeasure, Naoko only made the offbeat comment, "That's going to get the dust flying, I'll have to clean that up later." Watching his parents like this, Subaru lowered his eyes and continued to eat his breakfast.
Then, Subaru pushed the plate of green peas in front of Kenichi, and since Kenichi hated them too, he pushed it in front of Naoko, and Naoko pushed it back to Subaru again, completing the vicious cycle.
Subaru, looks like we've got a pattern where definitely nobody is going to eat these. What are we gonna do? We got this huge pile of peas. Here, you eat these, Mom, take responsibility. Mom, but Mom hates green peas. Subaru, then what were you doing trying to get other people to overcome their pickiness? Mom, but don't misunderstand. Mom doesn't just hate green peas, it's little round things in general.
It's really gross to put them in my mouth.
Subaru, what misunderstanding, that just made you sound less and less credible. Actually, he had never seen his mother put anything pea-shaped in her mouth before, so thinking this, he pushed the plate toward Kenichi this time. Subaru, then, the wife's responsibility is the husband's to take, so Dad, you eat it. Dad, don't say something that sounds so lonely, Subaru. We're a close and friendly family, that's really rare these days, right? That means if you and Mom hate it, I hate it too. Subaru, it's making nobody happy and is just a load of trouble, this green plate. They're green peas that nobody wants to put in their mouths.
At last, it was Kenichi who made the decision, we could mix it into pilaf as a last resort.
We attack it with so much rice and meat that it disappears, with a mad scientist look on his face. If it was mixed it into something else, then Subaru would probably find it a bit more tolerable, but Naoko still maintains that gross things are still gross whatever they're mixed into.
So in the end, it was the two men who got stuck with eating the concoction. Subaru, I'm full.
Dad, Osumatsu-san. Alright, wash your dishes really quick, time to get everything digested and get ready for the competitions at school. Subaru, Osumatsu-san is a cartoon character, it sounds the same as Mr. Course. Subaru, I'm already tired of hearing these fluent patterns to push me back to school. In fact, I don't remember being raised as the kind of brat who runs off as soon as he's done eating. Placing the dishes into the sink, Kenichi turned back and sparkled his teeth, but seeing this, Subaru shrugged and got up from the dining table. And leaving behind in a quiet voice, "I'll sleep till noon," scratching at his head, he made his way toward his bedroom on the second floor. Then, his legs suddenly stopped. Subaru, tease? Feeling a pain running through his temples, Subaru lightly pressed his head and closed his eyes. A dazzling light was flashing behind his closed eyelids.
A scalding heat was burning deep inside his throat. Something was wrong. Something strange was happening. Looking back, Subaru saw his parents' faces.
Kenichi's lips were pouted up, disappointed at his invitation being turned down, and Naoko was wiping the dining table with a cloth, watching Subaru with a lonely look in her eyes. Facing his father and mother's gazes, noticing the emotions they carried, Subaru could no longer ignore the torture of the heat inside his chest. Feeling his face burning up, hastily turning his back so they could not see his expression, Subaru ran away. Rather, he ran into his own bedroom. Subaru, what is this? Why am I feeling like this?
Holding his chest, Subaru was panting, surprised by the speed his own pulse.
Dropping onto the futon like he was collapsing, he restlessly turned his eyes all around the room. His room was the same as when woke up.
Nor was it any different from the room where he fell asleep the night before.
Just as it had always been, no change had befallen this room as it continued in its stagnation.
like a perfect projection of the stagnation of its master, Subaru. Looking at the clock, it was 8 a.m. in the morning.
School starts at 8:30, it takes about 20 minutes from his house on bike.
It's not impossible to get there in time. Nevertheless, Subaru did not move to change, but only hugged his knees on top of the futon, still staring at the movements of the clock hand.
Second by second, the second hand ticked, until quietly, the minute hand ticked its 10th, the deadline had passed.
He could no longer make it to school today.
Subaru, so there's nothing I can do.
That's right, there's nothing I can do. If there had been a little more time for him to gather his resolve, perhaps he would have went.
But reality had heartless imposed a time limit on Subaru.
Therefore, there was no longer a choice for him today. Yet even so.
Subaru, usually, I should have calmed down by now.
What's going on?
His heartbeat wouldn't settle, his ragged breathing showed no sign of steadying. Confused by what was happening to his body, Subaru was frightened even by the sound of his own teeth clacking.
For Subaru, this time of every morning was the most terrifying time of the day.
Subaru, calm down, the time had passed.
It's all right to calm down now. It's all right.
Pressing his shivering body, again and again Subaru told this to himself.
It was time that this harrowing daily ritual ended.
Tomorrow morning, at the exact same time, he will be met with the exact same horror again, but at least he has overcome it for today.
No one was there to rush him, and no one was there to force him.
The only person haunting him, drilling that anxiety into his heart, was no one but Subaru himself. Whether or not to go to school, that choice alone was forcing this time of anguish upon Subaru. Having refused to go, having been an absentee truant for so long, unable to face up to his own weakness, now, it was only a matter of adding wrong on top of wrong. Waiting for time to pass in the torture of his own self-loathing and inferiority complex, until, confirming that the chance to go to school was already gone, he would be liberated for the remainder of the day to be spent in slothfulness. Precisely because he had experienced this agony day after day, he knew more than anyone what the relief of the liberation felt like. Clinging on to his own weakness, he could do nothing but to continue to find excuses, however grotesque they may be.
Yet, granting absolutely all of that, the time should have already passed. Subaru, but why only today?
His sense of guilt, of self-loathing, his unease stuck tight onto him, refusing to disappear, unable to understand the source of that anxiety making him want to tear his chest open. Not even his breathing can be relied on as he lay drenched in sickening sweat, writhing in agony on top of his futon.
All this time, branded into his mind, his parents' faces as he left the dining table would not leave him.
The familiar expressions, the familiar conversations, the familiar bickerings, the familiar betrayal, the familiar sloth dash, that's how it should have been. But only today, that same familiar routine, that had already happened so many times before, was tormenting his heart to no end.
Thinking back, ever since the moment he woke up this morning, something had felt amiss.
His father Kenichi had always been thinking up all sorts of ingenious ways to harass Subaru out of sleep. After Subaru started refusing to go to school, even after he had become a failure in every sense of the word, his father did not change the way he treated him.
Indeed, even the interactions this morning were the same as they had always been for the past 17 years, then what could be so special about this morning, that something besides the diving press should now be causing this pain inside his chest?
While his mother Naoko's misdirected tenderness were almost always overwhelmingly ineffectual, she would always put Subaru first. With Subaru holed up in the house, the dedicated housewife Naoko naturally had plenty of time to spend with him. But even so, as if leaving it all to time, she continued to watch over Subaru from a distance with her constant and gentle gaze. In the dining areas, he would often notice that gaze without meaning to.
He could not understand why, even now, after the time to leave for school had already passed, the agitation was still burning in his body.
Subaru, something's wrong.
What's going on? What's happened?
Surely yesterday was.
Thinking back on what he did the day before, racking his brain to think of what could have happened between then and this morning, a numbing sensation stopped him.
As though fiery sparks were flying from the depths of his eyes, each time, a scalding heat surged up, as if to reject Subaru's attempt to touch that memory. Incredulous, Subaru tried once more to challenge the sea of memories, and once again he failed.
No matter how he tried, the response was the same.
Yesterday, or the day before, or even further before that, Subaru had passed the days without having done anything.
As for the pain in his chest this morning, he could not think of anything out of the ordinary that could explain it. It must have been a coincidence that he felt the guilt and pain more intensely today.
Until today, he hadn't truly paid attention to his parents' faces, and that, overlapping with everything else, must have been why. "Dad, me and if I come in, Subaru?" And, as even that conclusion failed to ease Subaru's sickness in the slightest, he heard a voice coming in from the other side of the door. Turning his eyes to the door, he saw Kenichi peeping in with half his body before smoothly gliding himself into the room. With agile footwork almost reminiscent of the King of Pop, as he completed his glide. "Subaru, if you come in before the other person answers, what's the point of even knocking?" "Dad, oi, with the firm bond of father and son between us, there's no reason to bicker about minor details like knocking, right?"
"Oh wait, there is."
"That's right. Occasionally young men in puberty might want to do something that require holing themselves up in a room alone." "Okay, I got it. I'll come back in 10 minutes or so." "Subaru, don't just jump to random conclusions and then set aside realistic time frame for them."
"It's alright, nothing's going on."
Shouting out the assurance that there was no need for that kind of consideration, although Subaru was snorting roughly, deep down he was relieved by the distraction. Hearing Subaru's reply, Kenichi let out a, "Really?" with a suspicious-looking expression, before turning around and doing a moonwalk right back into the room. And, turning to face his son, who was staring up at him, right then and there he did a pose with his finger pointing up toward the ceiling.
"Dad, then, Subaru. Well, it's pretty self-evident I guess, but truth is I have a day off today." "Subaru, I already noticed." "Still helping with housework this late on a Monday morning, even I would have noticed it, so, what about it?" "Dad, well, don't be so eager to rush to the ending. There are just some things I wanted to talk about, so, this is an opportunity to talk about all of them, or something, isn't it?" "Subaru, talk about what?"
"Like washing my own dishes after eating." "Dad, well that too."
"Dad hates washing dishes, you know."
"It's fun doing the preparations and cooking, so I like that lot, but after that I lose my motivation."
The already wobbling Kenichi crumbled.
Seeing his usually overactive father like this, Subaru furrowed his brows, and couldn't help but sense that his father was somehow hesitating about something. Avoiding the main subject, joking around to buy enough time to gather up resolve in both of their hearts, and not doing a very good job of it, Subaru had the exact same personality as well.
Of course, the resemblance was only natural.
"Subaru, hurts." The moment he thought this, the piercing pain struck Subaru's head once again. A pain like pins planting themselves into his temples, feeling as if the bones inside of his skull were being scraped. Subaru turned down his face to hide his agonized expression. "Subaru, so, what is it?"
"That my unmotivated dad wants to talk to me about."
"Dad, oh, right."
"Subaru, is there a girl you like?"
"Subaru, I'm in high school." Prompting the conversation to cover up the pain, he overreacted to the question that was so stupid that it made him forget he was in pain in the first place. Seeing Subaru lifting up his face angrily, Kenichi waved both his arms around. Ooh, tilde. "Dad, with an overreaction like that, you might as well be admitting to having a girl you like, you know."
"Subaru, what are you saying with that smug look on your face? Even if I am dumbstruck, lamenting, or sighing, it still wouldn't mean a thing." And in reality, that wasn't the case anyway.
Chasing girls was not the sort of thing Subaru was interested in right now.
He didn't have one, and he couldn't get one even if he wanted to.
That was what he firmly believed, at least. "Dad, that's no fun. Did you try the advice Dad gave you when you were little? Girls are weak to situations involving promises that span years into the future, so if you kept getting potential girls to promise themselves to you 10 years later, you'd be setting up the flags in advance for your conquest routes once you're in your teens. Subaru: yeah, and then I was naive enough to actually believe that, and really went around making pinky promises with girls all over the place, and now the whole region's got a ban on pinky promises. Apparently because there were too many cases involving this scary-faced kid forcing little girls to swallow 1,000 needles. Dad: well, it's a good thing you inherited that sweet mask from your dad. You got the short legs, your mom's eyes, your dad's tension, and your mom's absent-mindedness. It's like all the stat allocations when you came out of your mom's belly got screwed up. Subaru: you should have told me that while I was still on the umbilical cord. Reminiscing together on those painful memories, the tension between the father and son eased a little. And, noticing that they've gotten sidetracked, with a, so?
Subaru returned to the topic. Subaru, what was it you wanted to talk about?
After we're done I still have the important mission of my second nap and my third nap to attend to, so please leave a message after the beep and quietly exit the room and go chat about it with Mom. Dad, don't boot me out with that natural flow now.
Besides, your mom wouldn't actually get it.
My wife and your mom is the most unobservant life form in the world, you know.
Although she's super cute that way.
Listening to his father's puppy love remark, Subaru put on an annoyed look on his face. But seeing this, Kenichi let out an in tilde, and then, looking upwards, swiping his nose like a mischievous little boy.
Dad, you know what?
The weather is really nice today, why don't we go outside for a nice heart-to-heart, between father and son? ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 17, Love Story? Ken-san, sure's rare seeing you wandering around in the morning.
Finally got laid off?
Dad, don't give me that crap, that place'll grind to halt without me.
They just didn't want me to work too hard and take everyone else's jobs, so they let me rest a bit to give 'em some motivation.
Even though the owner of the neighborhood bakery passing on a bicycle was only making a friendly greeting, Kenichi threw a middle finger right back at him, cursing.
They continued the rowdy conversation like this for a bit, before finally waving goodbye.
Dad, geez, whenever he sees someone on holiday that he hasn't seen in a while he goes on about laid off.
I got a loving family to provide for here, how can I do something as incompetent as that? Even if I did do something that'd get me fired, it's not like I'd let 'em catch me, hair.
Subaru, as someone you're providing for, I sincerely hope that rather than being good at hiding it, you actually hadn't done anything that'd get yourself fired for.
His hands shoved inside the pockets of his jersey, Subaru, who had been waiting at the side of the road for the conversation to finish, shrugged his shoulders.
Seeing his son standing in the shade being blown by the wind, Kenichi waved both his hands with, oi, shaking his head. Dad, a man who has forgotten the sense of adventure wouldn't grow, you know? Doing bad things is a different matter, but the view is always best from the edge of the thin line, isn't it? Subaru, you're way past the age to be saying stupid things like that, you should have settled down by now.
You're already over 40, and still talking about those impractical things like a little kid.
Dad, men are supposed to keep their childish innocence even after they've grown up. Besides, you're the one who's at an age to say those stupid lines, but you don't join in the conversations, so Dad has no choice but to say them for you.
What's up with that anyway?
Subaru, nothing's up, I just can't talk to random old guys I don't know. Dad, he's not a random old guy, I always buy bread from him on my way home. Also, he was my junior in high school, he was 1 grade below me.
But Subaru still wouldn't know him even if he told him that.
He didn't usually pay attention to the bread packaging, and he never passed by that bakery personally. As Subaru's silence gave off the feeling that the conversation was coming to an end, Kenichi smacked his tongue saying, it can't be helped, I guess. Dad, on such a sunny and refreshing morning, you with that stink face is going to piss off Mr.
Summer, you know. You look like you're being interrogated or something. Subaru, if I look like I'm being interrogated, it'd be because my dad pulled me out here by force, wouldn't it? I said no and you still pulled me out.
Dad, you just looked like you were resisting, but your body followed along nicely, right? See, you still love your old man, Subaru. Rest assured, I love you too.
Second only to your mom, of course.
Swinging out his strides again, Kenichi, laughing and in a good mood, roughly patted Subaru on the back. The force made Subaru raise his brows, and somehow, he felt like something was different about Kenichi's high spirits. Well, his father always had this kind of tension about him, but usually the hyper-moody Kenichi would probably have fussed for a long time about their conversation just now. He didn't know why, but this morning his father seemed especially tolerating. Unlike Subaru, who was walking alongside him feeling like his chest was about to be crushed.
Subaru, so
Dad, yeah? Subaru, so, you brought me out here because you had something to say, right?
Usually you wouldn't go to so much trouble. So what is it?
It's something you couldn't say at home, isn't it?
Wondering if it was something he didn't want Mom to hear, Subaru asked this.
No matter what it was, Subaru had a vaguely bad feeling about it. Either way, what else could it be except to reproach him for his anemic lifestyle? When their daily conversations were separated by a layer of futon, he could have ignored them if he wished to, but outside, he couldn't do this. Although, he could always shout loudly and shut it all out. If he embarrassed himself like this outdoors, perhaps Kenichi would change his attitude, and maybe he'd even drop Subaru's. No, thinking up to this point, Subaru shook his head. Subaru, if it's my father, he'd probably get a kick out of being shamed. Dad, even though I don't know what you're imagining there, what's with that kinky remark all of a sudden? This is just a nice average everyday family conversation under the sun, you know. Subaru, really, it's a bit hard to believe you.
But I'll trust you for now.
Dad, that's it. By the way, Subaru, do you
want a little brother or sister?
Subaru, it's a bit frightening to be asked this question when I'm 17 years old.
The change of topic that flew in slanted made Subaru shudder and raise his voice.
Seeing Subaru panting with his shoulders going up and down, Kenichi bared his teeth with a smile, joking. Dad, although your mom and I are still lovey-dovey, it'd be stretching it a bit to make another person at our age. So that means, all of me and mom's love are all reserved for you alone. Happy? Subaru, yeah, happy, you really were just joking, right? Dad, oi, don't be like that.
If you give me that face I might just get excited after all and go make a new one, you know?
Sensing they've come to a point where joking around wouldn't be enough anymore, Subaru only gazed at him silently at end of that sentence. And, wryly smiling in return, Kenichi received his meaning.
Subaru and his father had arrived at a scenic path that was about 10 minutes away from the house. It was a land where a river that was famous around these parts flowed through.
Along the banks were planted cherry blossom trees that would become an attraction during the spring. But of course, the season was already over, and instead of pink cherry blossom petals, it was luscious green grass covering the ground, bathed under the bright rays of the sun. After breakfast, and before the end of school hours, Subaru, being tormented by the guilt and anxiety of the passage of that time, was brought here by Kenichi. At first, when he left the house, he had been worried that he might be brought all the way to school this way. Dad, you know you look kinda wary whenever we turn toward the direction of the school.
But it's not what you think, we just took the long way round to the river bank. Having read through his thoughts, Kenichi sneakily dragged Subaru here.
A sweet scent of plants and grass blew over the top of the embankments, and if one merely stretched a little, one would be able to see the full view of the gentle river on the other side of the fence. Dad, this fence didn't used to be here in the olden days. I used to always play here in the river with buddies of mine, it was great fun. Oh, right, you remember Ikeda? One day a typhoon came, and we wanted to see how great the river had become, and that guy wound up getting carried away by the current. That time, there just happened to be an old uncle who had just got his lifeguard license passing by. Ikeda would have been dead if it weren't for him. Subaru, so this fence, was Dad and this Ikeda guy's fault then? Dad, nah, couldn't have. No, wait a minute.
Timing-wise it does seem to kinda strangely match up now that I think about it.
Leaning against the fence, gazing out toward the river, Kenichi, reminiscing about the bygone days, tilted his head. Behind his father, Subaru, who seemed bored, only looked around him.
Before noon on a working day, it was only natural that there was not many people around.
Or, more accurately, there was no one else except Subaru and Kenichi.
It wasn't an easy place to get to in the first place.
If anyone wandered around here at this time, it could only be the custodian, or someone who really loved this place. Just as he thought this, Subaru heard someone's footsteps on the grass. Oh? I was wondering who it is, isn't this Kenbo?
What's this, still playing by the river at this age?
Dad, speak of the devil. It's the uncle from the custodian's hut. They still didn't get someone to replace you?
You'll be the one surprised though. I wore my beach trunks today instead of my river trunks, so I can't get in there even if I want to.
Old man, don't gimme that. I don't see no difference between beach trunks and river trunks. That's just a load of crap from the guy who jumped in the river in his underpants.
But come to think of it, it's been a long time since I seen ya.
Climbing up the banks, a short, hunching old man greeted Kenichi and shook his hand.
He looked kind of like a nice grandpa, and was wearing an old green uniform.
Judging from the conversation and the logo on his back, he must have been the custodian of the embankments. In fact, if he knew Kenichi back when he was still playing in the river, he must have been a veteran at that. In their long-awaited reunion, the two of them laughed and chatted, and then, the old man made a clap with his hands. Old man, oh, right, if you're here, what happened to your friend Ikeda? That guy sure gets carried away often, even my net was wearing out from catching him. Dad, that bastard Ikeda, won big on a horse ticket 10 years ago, and took his load of money to Thailand and haven't heard a word of him since.
Just the New Year's greetings, summer greetings, winter greetings, Christmas, Father's Day and Mother's Day and random letters like that.
Subaru, that sounds like a lot of correspondence for someone who you haven't heard a word of since. Unable to resist the urge, Subaru had to mutter that straight man observation. Then, hearing the quiet mutter, the old man looked over and raised his brows as if only suddenly noticing Subaru's presence there. Old man, oh, you got a little buddy air, eh? Could this be your
Dad? That's right, this is my son. No, I should say my beloved son. Old man, ooh, is that so? I got the feeling he looked like you when you were little. No, not too much though.
He didn't take after ya. Took after his mother more, I'm guessing? Dad, yeah.
People often say that. Especially the eyes.
The most prominent thing on that otherwise plain face was his son Paku eyes. His mother's eyes were so sharp it felt as though there were steel beams inside, and this part of him in particular, was certainly his mother's influence showing through.
With that harmless remark, the old man walked up to Subaru.
Old man, stat right, but it sure surprised me there.
So Kenbo already has a son this big, how the time passes quickly. Then again, I'm getting old. Even if Ikeda got himself drowned again, I won't be able to save him.
Subaru, even for Ikeda, I doubt he'd go play in the river and get himself drowned at this age. Old man, sure hope not. They really were brats who wouldn't sit still though, these two.
Especially your father, back then he was causing trouble all over the place.
So, what bring you wandering around town this time of day anyway?
Subaru, well.
Subaru mumbled this reply. Hearing this, the old man looked as if he had picked something up, and frowned. Then, as he furrowed up his deep, wrinkled brows.
Old man, Sure is Kenbo's son all right, but today's a Monday isn't it? Why are you still at the riverbanks with your dad? Subaru, K.
Having been asked the question he most wanted to avoid, Subaru's expression stiffened painfully. Then right after, the same sharp, piercing headache he experienced inside his room came. Involuntarily, in excruciating pain, he hugged his head and squeezed shut his eyes, wrenching out an, "Excuse me." He turned his back to the old man and ran. Dad, oi, hey, Subaru. Sorry, Uncle Chan. I'll explain everything next time I see you. Old man, ooh.
Maybe I said something I shouldn't have. Tell your son I'm sorry for me.
The words that followed behind him did not register in his ears at all. In any case, Subaru was only trying to escape from the skull-crushing pain in his head, to escape somewhere where his heartbeat would settle, somewhere away from the embankments. Dad, there's nothing to apologize to him for. It's that guy's own problem anyway.
He quietly muttered under his breath.
Dad, here.
Cool delicious cola filled with love. Shaken well for extra deliciousness.
Or wanted to say that anyway, looks like that wasn't the right place for it though. Subaru, love-filled scenes don't come out of vending machines.
But thanks. Receiving the can, and tasting its coolness within his palms, Subaru brought a finger to the pull tab.
Then, with some consideration, he closed his eyes, pointed the can away from anyone present, and pulled the tab with his finger, when foam and liquid alike came exploding out of the opening with incredible force.
Instantly the can in his hand lost a third of its weight.
Dad, oi, what's with that? Fall for it, damn it. I even especially said something about shaking it beforehand to give off the impression that I didn't shake it when in fact I did for a two-step deception technique, you know. Subaru, I've already seen that pattern before. How many years have we known each other, Dad?
Knowing there's no way you wouldn't shake it is also a kind of trust in itself. Oh, hands are sticky.
Shaking off the overflowing cola that was spilling over his hands, Subaru lightly tilted the cola to his lips. The taste of expanding carbon passed through his mouth, splashing and quenching the thirst in the depths of his throat. If only the sickness deep within his chest could be washed away as well, but unfortunately, the heaviness still remained there. Dad, so, have you settled down?
Subaru, hard to say.
Answering the question, Subaru plopped himself down on the bench, and let out a long sigh as he dropped down his shoulders. Standing in front of Subaru, also delivering cola to his lips, Kenichi closed one of his eyes as if he was thinking about something. After having ran away from the conversation on the embankment, Subaru and his father came to a children's playground not far from the river. Of course, there was no one here either, nor were there any fathers who suddenly got plunged into long summer vacations languishing on the swings or anything like that. Dad, in a way, I feel like even if I ride on the swings now I wouldn't be able to laugh like I used to. What would you do, Subaru? If Dad took a ride on the swings on the way back from the convenience store? Subaru, I'd take a photo on my phone and spread it around on Twitter.
The tweet would be my father has been released from gravity.
Dad, ooh, Twitter.
Dad's on Twitter too, you know.
I followed and got followed by too many people though, the screen's all a mess now. Hearing him say this happily, Subaru sent Kenichi a side glance, before spilling out a languorous sigh as he searched for a topic. Anything, as long as it was something other than what happened on the riverbank. If he went through that again, his skull would scream. The shorter and shorter intervals in between the headaches worried him, but just like the way he'd react to his weakness, he could only repress and ignore the feeling as obstinately as he could. Subaru, it was just buying drinks from a vending machine. What took you so long? Dad, oh?
Nothing really.
There was just this high school girl who skipped school hanging out in front of the vending machine. I gave her a lecture about getting back to school, bought her a drink, swapped email addresses, and sent her off. Subaru, I seriously can't believe how you can get a girl's email address that fast. Getting a high school girl's email as casually as going to the bathroom and back, he really had no words to describe that ability. Seeing Subaru like this, Kenichi tilted his head. Really? Dad, email addresses, they just hand them right over, don't they? The number of high school girls in my contacts list must be in the 3 digits already. Subaru, even if I add all my contacts together I don't know if it'll be in the double digits, and you have 3 digits just from high school girls. Do we have different definitions for the word digits here or something? And Dad, you didn't do anything inappropriate to any of the high school girls that we'd end up seeing you on the news for, right? Dad, what are you talking about, you? Kenichi held up both hands at Subaru's suspicion, and shrugged up his shoulders to demonstrate his astonishment. Dad, it's not like I get any ideas about little brats like high school girls. The target of my love has already been determined a long time ago, My sensual passions are reserved for my family alone. Subaru, if you categorize it like that, I'd be a target too. Dad, well, 'cause I love ya. We only get to live one chance, no?
Subaru, God no. What are you even saying?
Ha ha ha, Kenichi laughed as Subaru blurted this out. Although the way he laughs was vulgar and hard on the ears, it did not give off a bad feeling. In fact, the same goes for anything Kenichi does. His behaviors were unconventional, over the top, overdramatic, the kind that makes people want to cringe, but everyone receives them favorably for some reason. Today, walking with his father for the first time in a while, Subaru got a real sense of this. Just walking along the street, there had been more people stopping to chat with Kenichi than could be counted on a single hand. No matter where he went, there was someone to share old reminiscences with, and even if he had only just met the other person for the very first time, they would soon get along thick as thieves, thanks to his easygoing air.
And he didn't hide any of it, either.
Throbbing, the pain returned to his temples, and Subaru's breathing grew ragged with every breath. The intervals in between the scathing aches were no longer shrinking, instead, it was now arriving in fits. As if the inside of his skull was being jabbed by needles, it was no longer something that could be cured by leaving it alone.
But, it was not like the hospital would know what to do with it either. Even if he didn't understand the reasons for his pain, he knew its cause.
What else could it be, except the emotions weighing upon his chest, and the choking, suffocating sensation accompanying it? Dad, you look ill, Subaru.
Want me to piggyback you back to the house?
Subaru, I don't need to be piggybacked, or to go home.
It'd be the same even if I go back.
Rather, if he saw his mother Naoko at home, Subaru's condition would only grow worse.
He was beginning to understand what that pain was, and what was making it worse.
If what he imagined was correct, then when he does return Kenichi and Naoko again, the pain will rise to its extremes.
In other words,
Subaru, finally, even my own body is giving me a lecture.
Endlessly running away from his guilt, perhaps his body was finally screaming back at him.
The terror of the time spent holding his knees inside his room, staring at the second hand of the clock.
The unrelenting anxiety and the acute, rending aches that lingered even after the threshold had passed.
The sickening malaise, like someone raving loudly in the interior of his skull, screaming accusations at what Subaru had become.
Who and where did you come from, and what do you know about me, anyway?
Dad, so Subaru. Is there a girl that you like? The silent Subaru was suddenly tossed this topic out of the blue.
It was the same question he had been asked in his room, the beginning of that same, unfunny joke.
The first time, he had smiled wryly and refuted it, but now, this second time, somehow it was getting on his nerves. Helped along by the merciless ache in his head, he irritatedly tried to return the same answer when
Subaru.
Suddenly, from somewhere, he thought he heard a voice like a silver chime, sending his heart astir. Subaru, dash.
Lifting up his face, he searched for the source of the whisper.
But even so, his eyes could not find the owner of the voice, and the only other person in the park besides Subaru was Kenichi, standing in front of him. Kenichi, seeing Subaru's sudden movement, also raised his brows in surprise.
Dad, what is it? You look like you just heard a beautiful girl who's not there suddenly call your name.
Subaru, even if that's the case, I don't really have an answer to that. Just now, did anyone call my name? Dad, you didn't learn to make your voice sound like beautiful girls while I wasn't looking, did you? Dad, your dad knows all kinds of little tricks, but not that one. Okay, I'll start practicing it and show it off next time. I'll let you hear it in a month or so.
Subaru, I'm not asking you to learn that.
Geez, what's with you?
Putting a stop to his father's words, Subaru looked away, and played back that voice he heard over and over again in his mind.
The voice like a silver chime was gentle, yet its sound made Subaru heat up as it struck him, and in that instant, he was allowed to forget about the throbbing pain in his head. From a place he did not know, came that voice of salvation, like the melodious song of a goddess. It tended to Subaru's suffering, and calmed his expression a little. His breathing grew slightly more even. Dad, so my question from before. Is there a girl you like?
Subaru, what's gotten into you lately? What would you do with the answer anyway? Even if there is one and I tell you her name, it's not like you'd know her.
Dad, you never know, right? There's a chance I have the email address of the girl you like in my cell phone, you know? Subaru, if the girl I have a crush on gave her email address to my dad, even a love of 100 years will grow cold. Being tossed with that statement, Kenichi pouted up his lips with a, what's that supposed to mean? Watching the gesture that really didn't suit a middle-aged man, Subaru drank up the last of his cola. Subaru, you don't have to be so indirect about it, you know.
Why not just ask me directly, like, why don't I go to school?
Dad, well, here I am trying to be considerate for once. You really are a kid who can't read the mood. Smiling wryly at Subaru's words, Kenichi continued with, well, Dad, I did want to ask that, so you're not wrong about that. Subaru, I was thinking too, I shouldn't be like this. Dad, thinking isn't always necessary. The things that we think of are only empty ideas, and one way or another, there will always be something we couldn't think of, something we overlooked. Seeing Subaru averting his eyes and making that quiet excuse, Kenichi drank up his cola as well, and sat down beside him. The wooden bench creaked, and a gust of wind flew past between them. And so, they both looked on toward the same direction, neither seeing each other's faces. Dad, I don't really know what everyone else in the world believes, but I don't think school is everything. Mostly, because I'm saying that as someone who didn't really go to school seriously in the first place, I even skipped my own high school graduation ceremony, you know. My sister had to bring me my graduation certificate back for me afterwards. Subaru, I heard that story so many times. Auntie, who's 2 years younger than Dad, went to the same school, so when she graduated, they just gave Dad's certificate to her as well. There are octopuses growing in my ears already. Japanese expression that they've heard too much of the same thing. Octopus is a homonym of callus in Japanese TC. Dad, well, you'll keep hearing it until you get cuttlefish. So, since I was like that, I think it's alright if you don't go to school if you don't want to. But, at my age, I do feel like I lost out on something by not going to school seriously, although it's not something you could understand yet. Kenichi looked like he was staring into some far-off place as he said this. Stealing a glance at the side of his serious expression, Subaru got the feeling that his father was really unfair, after all, usually only showing the side of him pretending to be an idiot, and then in a place like this, he suddenly makes you wonder where all that clowning had gone. Dad, it's all right though.
Isn't it?
Nowadays people can live to about 80 years old on average. Out of 80 years, wasting 1 or 2 slacking around isn't that big of a deal. Getting back on track while you're young is easy too.
Good thing my salary's still intact.
Circling his finger around, Kenichi made a dirty-looking smile.
Without looking at Subaru, who had not made a sound since he had begun, he crossed his arms and nodded his head.
Dad, being alive means that occasionally you'll get problems that you couldn't find the answers to. When I get problems like that, I'd run around like a headless chicken looking for a solution, but it's also possible to find answers by rolling around in a room, I guess.
I won't blame you while you're still contemplating. But if you're beginning to give up, then I'll say a thing or two.
Subaru, why? Dad,
Subaru, why did you suddenly feel like telling me all this today? There's nothing different, it's not a special day or anything. Today's just Greenpeace Memorial Day.
Dad, there was a lot on that plate. Huh.
In insides of his mouth that had just recently drank cola was quickly drying up.
Taking gasping breaths, Subaru anxiously waited for the answer to his question. Noticing Subaru's fretfulness from the side, Kenichi gave his neck a stretch with, "M. Dad, I wonder why. Maybe it was because I happened to have a day off, or because I inadvertently thought of it while doing my morning dry towel rub down, or because the horoscopes for Aquarius this morning said perfectly tuned, or because the look on your face this morning seemed."
It's just a little bit, but it seemed like it had become better somehow.
Subaru, my face got better? Dad, I'm talking about the look here. The face is still the same, it's still that scary face with your mom's eyes and all. Kenichi made a scary face by pulling up the corners of his eyes with his fingers, and then, saying, not only that, he pointed the same fingers at Subaru. Dad, I don't know what happened, but you don't look like a guy who's been holed up in a room. Judging from what your mom said, you didn't go out yesterday either, so you should have been a guy who's been holed up in a room, right? Subaru, I guess so. I've also been surfing in the grand ocean of the internet, though. Dad, if people can grow up that way, the number of Lost Lamb Girl Chans coming to confide in me on Twitter should be decreasing instead of increasing. Subaru, so you've even been doing that kind of. While astonished by the extent of his father's dealings, Subaru didn't want to let Kenichi get away from the main subject. On the other hand, Subaru really had no idea what Kenichi meant by that. The truth is, just as his mother provided in her testimony, yesterday's Subaru, same as the Subarus even earlier before that, only wasted his time in slothful indulgence. In only the span of a single day, to say that all of a sudden today, the atmosphere about him changed. Subaru, Dad, you must have gotten it wrong, or you just didn't properly look at me before. Dad, that last part really stung. You know I'm still using that lovely devil smile picture of you when you were little as my cell phone screensaver, right? Subaru, the lovely part aside, the devil part makes me realize how scary looking my eyes must have been even when I was little. Either way, there was no doubt that Kenichi got it wrong.
Yesterday was still yesterday, today was still today. Subaru still spent his time without changing anything at all. It would be alright to be like this, he thought, and he intended it to be this way.
If he just continued on like this, surely, one day, Kenichi and Naoko would realize it as well.
What Subaru really wanted, that is. Subaru, duh.
The moment he thought this, pain struck him again like fiery sparks scattering in front of his eyes. A shock as if someone actually punched him, like his brain was protruding out of his skull, his cranium creaked and his eyes spun, and Subaru's seated body crumbled. The pounding of his heart once again sped up like an alarm bell, and he could hear the sound of his pulse from the blood throbbing through in his ears. His eyes grew murky, the world turned into 2, then 3. The sense of nausea surged up, and deep in his chest an incomprehensible heat source asserted its presence.
Each in their own ways they tormented his very existence, like seething accusations they shrieked and wailed.
Dad, oi, it looks really serious this time. Are you all right, Subaru? Unable to ignore the terrible condition he was in, Kenichi placed his hand on Subaru's shoulder with a worried look on his face. Sensing that touch, Subaru finally lifted up his face, a sweat was emerging on his forehead. Subaru, no, it's all right.
I was just a little dizzy, that's all. It's been rough, hasn't it?
Subaru, Once again, every hair of Subaru's body stood on end as the voice like the sound of silver chimes rang upon his earlobes. Kind and tender, the voice was filled with affection and concern. His tensed heart melted at the sound, and as it tended to his suffering, the pain, the creaking, the heat and the chorus of screams subsided.
What was this voice? Why was the pain and agony retreating from it? It felt like a voice he knew. Like one he had been longing for.
Yearning and yearning, pursuing and pursuing, clinging onto it, losing it, then regaining it once more. Thank you, Subaru.
Subaru, you're.
The sight of her silver hair dancing in the wind branded itself into the back of his eyelids. The light of her amethyst eyes stared straight into Subaru's face, and every sound weaved from her lips filled him with love and longing.
For helping me. What's going on? 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 Who is it? 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 Who is it?
Could she be the cause of his agony? His pain, torment, feelings so bitter that he wanted to puke, could they all be because of her?
Subaru. He couldn't breathe. His throat is hot. Something was building up in the back of his eyes. It can't be helped, so. The tips of his fingers trembled. There was no strength left in his legs.
his throat cramped up as though his lungs were convulsing. Subaru always tries to cover it up like that. Covering his face with his trembling hands, holding back the sobs from his clogged-up throat, surging heat spilling from his eyes, Subaru.
Why, did you help me? The answer was already in his heart. The moment he saw it, all the unease swirling inside him vanished.
The creaking of his skull, the rising nausea, the dizziness turning the world vague, the frantic pounding of his heart, all came to a stop as if clearing the path for Natsuki Subaru.
Lifting up his face, he wiped away the tears that were about to fall.
Staring fixedly at his wetted sleeves, the only trace that remained of his tears, as if flinging it aside, he turned his wrist and held his hand tight into a fist. And,
Subaru, sorry I made you worry. I'm all right now.
Dad, really?
Well, it's good you calmed down, don't keep making people worry, geez.
Subaru, my bad. So about the question you asked earlier.
Releasing his father's hand on his shoulder, Subaru turned to face him.
Sitting side by side on the bench, Subaru looked straight into his father's face. Come to think of it, after all their conversations today, this was the first time he truly looked at his father's face, he thought. Running away even in place like this, he couldn't help but smile wryly at his own weakness inside his heart.
Then, turning to his father, who now had a question mark above his head, Subaru.
Subaru, there is someone I like.
So, I'm already all right now.
Sketching out the face that was burned into the back of his eyelids, Natsuki Subaru's resolve to face his past was sealed. ARC for the Everlasting Covenant Chapter 18, Parent and Child.
He felt his head clearing up.
The chorus of agony up to now that had been ripping him apart subsided, and now, there was only one thing on Subaru's mind, the resolve to face his father in front of him.
Subaru, I do have someone I like. Once more, he repeated his answer to that question. Putting it to his lips again, Subaru felt his heart beginning to walk forward.
In front of his eyes, hearing that confession, Kenichi blinked several times before noticing how abrupt that statement sounded.
Dad, is that so? Speaking in a quiet voice, he listened to Subaru's words. That attitude was like a salvation.
There were people who were willing to listen. Subaru must have already known this, yet he had only ever kept it to himself.
Now, he intended to bring an end to it. Because there is someone behind me, pushing me on. Subaru, that's right. I am not the child who only curls up in a room anymore. He didn't know exactly how much he had changed. The no longer a child part might be stretching it a bit, for he was still aware of how childish he was.
The courage to hold his head high, the resolve to face his weakness, the determination to no longer run from unpleasant situations, it seemed he hadn't acquired any of it, after all.
He was simply someone worse than a child, finally admitting that he was a child. And even that, he couldn't have realized by himself.
The silver visage that appeared within his mind, sent a sweetness into Subaru's heart. It was a radiance that brought warmth to the stagnating Subaru, who had long been frozen in place. Silver was supposed to be a color of coldness, but to Subaru now, it was a source of endless warmth and the strength to march forward.
As though mesmerized by this heat.
Subaru, what was I so afraid of, that I had to curl up like a ball? I remember all of it now.
No, I already knew long ago.
I knew, but I pretended not to see it, the weakness that I thought only I would notice. While I pretended not to see them, there were those who
nothing could have gotten past. He knew who they were.
Subaru, Mom, and Dad, I wished you would have beaten me. Dad, .. Subaru, I was such a hopeless, little, useless idiot, self-conceited piece of trash. I wished you two would just beat me, and give up on me. Silently staring at Subaru, Kenichi's eyes did not move. Subaru saw his own reflection inside those pupils that were the same color as his own. The sharp corners of his own eyes that were often mistaken for a sign of displeasure, for some reason, were now feeble and drooping.
How pathetic, he thought.
Subaru, when I was little I was clever, and I could find a perfect solution to anything. running too, and same with studying. The things my friends around me couldn't do, I could figure out almost immediately, and I was even mystified by why everyone else had so much trouble. Perhaps it was childish conceit, or one could call it an adorable sense of omnipotence. When Subaru was little, his athletics and learning were all ahead of other children his age. He could run faster than those around him, he was smarter than those the same age as him, and as if it were only natural, he was at the center of everything. He's that guy's child, after all.
Everyone gave Subaru this appraisal, adults and neighbors alike often kept it on their tongues. He knew, by that guy, they meant his father, and the fact that he was his father's son was recognized by people all around.
And the young Subaru took pride in those words. Dad, Subaru's father, Natsuki Kenichi, in his son's eyes he was a person full of charisma and allure. He laughed well, talked well, cried well, angered well, exercised well, worked well. His father could announce his love for Subaru and his mother in public without feeling the slightest embarrassment. Everywhere his father was surrounded by people who admired him, and he always saw his father standing in the center of a crowd of smiling faces. To Subaru, such a father was more than anything he could have hoped for. To have such a father who cherished his family, Subaru and his mother, above all the world, instilled him with a sense of superiority to the point of exuberant pride.
I want to become like father. I want to become like father.
For the young Subaru, the expanse of his father's back was the expanse of the world itself, and the world was only something to be seen from on top of his father's back. And so every day, Subaru spent in happiness, and in search of happiness.
But Subaru, when did it start, I wonder? I don't remember, but one day I lost a race, I think.
Soon, I was no longer the first at everything. There were now guys who could run faster than me, guys who can solve problems faster than I can. Little by little, my first places grew fewer and fewer, and it felt strange, I thought.
Once it had started, it only grew worse, and the shining stars within Subaru's heart gradually left him. Even if he stretched out his hand, running here and there under the sky, the stars that once shined all around him were nowhere to be found. There was only the silence of the coming, enshrouding darkness. And in that elusive, uncertain anxiety.
He's that guy's child, after all.
Those words became Subaru's salvation, the last hope he could hold on to. Even if he was not the fastest or the smartest, those words continued holding up the young Subaru's confidence.
Rather than training to run faster, or devoting all his efforts to his schoolwork, he decided first and foremost to do stupid things. Sneaking into school at night with his friends, drawing over the white lines all over town, chasing away notoriously dangerous stray dogs from their hangout spots, also people would not grow tired of him, so he could protect the last of his dwindling stars.
Subaru, studying hard is stupid.
Being able to run fast is nothing to be proud of. The things I was doing were making people happy, and that's far better than what anyone else could do. In order to sustain this mistaken pride, he had no choice but to keep going. He will take the lead to do what others are afraid to do, challenge what others loathe to challenge. This way, he would make sure he did not lose his carefully protected place in the world. Subaru, but if I were to protect myself this way, the next time I'd have no choice but to do something even bigger.
It can't be less than what I had done before. They'd think I was someone small if I did, and I couldn't let that happen. So Subaru's actions could only become more and more extreme.
If anyone asked why he would do such things, he's Natsuki Subaru would be the answer. Yes, it could only be Natsuki Subaru. Natsuki Subaru was braver than anyone else, wilder than anyone else, freer than anyone else, so he must continue to be the existence that everyone else longed to be. Straining himself, stretching himself thin, he tried to hide his nervousness, so that not even he himself would have noticed it. He continued fooling himself and those around him that he could do much, much more, because he was Natsuki Kenichi's son, Natsuki Subaru.
Subaru, I thought I could do anything. I made myself believe that I would do anything.
And without ever bothering to think beforehand, everything I did, and every consequence of what I did became a stupid mess. Like a moth circling toward a flame, he single-mindedly pursued the heat without even noticing if he had caught fire. If he really was a moth, becoming enchanted by a flame would have been the end of him. But Subaru was not a moth, nor were the friends who surrounded him.
They were only human, even more so than Subaru. It appeared nothing in particular had set it off.
Attracted by the mischief Subaru proclaimed, similarly scary-faced kids came gathering around him.
And like teeth breaking off of a comb, the number of companions around him began to drop. Subaru, a bunch of idiots, I thought. You won't find this kind of fun anywhere except sticking by my side.
Those guys will regret it, but they're free to waste their boring time elsewhere.
My sights are on something higher.
If he continued searching like this for the whereabouts of those stars, at least he won't lose sight of the star above his head. Of the sea of stars that once should have painted all the sky, now, only one lone, sparkling star remained to Subaru, and so he walked on and on without letting it out of his sight, until suddenly, when he turned his eyes from the starlit sky back to the ground.
Subaru, there was already no one else around me. Of course this happened. Without minding his surroundings, continually chasing after stars that no one else could see.
His companions, who at first found it amusing, seeing the ever-escalating wildness with no landing point in sight, could no longer follow him. Paying no mind to this, only mocking at those who left as idiots, even those who remained grew uneasy and doubtful. One, and then another, his friends disappeared from his side, until he noticed he was all alone under the starlit sky.
Feeling angry, sulking, wanting to forget, he gazed up at the sky.
Subaru, even the radiant star that should have been above me is nowhere to be found anymore. When he lost sight of the light of that star, deserted by the friends around him, left alone in the dark of night, Subaru finally noticed it.
I was never anyone special.
He's that guy's child, after all. They were the magical words which the young Subaru once embraced with pride, and once would have injected Subaru's heart full of vitality.
Since when, he did not know, they had turned into a curse.
Subaru, just going outside, wandering around town, it'll be obvious. No matter where I go, where I look, I'd find lingering traces Dad left behind. It's only natural, I guess. Subaru's small and narrow world was precisely the same as the view from on top of his father's back. To Subaru, who aspired to reach the same heights as his father, no matter where he is, no matter where he looked in that narrow world, there was not a single place where he could not sense his father's lingering sense.
Gradually, for Subaru, the world turned into a terrifying place.
At the same time, eating away at Subaru's heart, was the painful self-awareness that he was only ordinary, and the sense of shame that made him want to hide that ordinariness from his parents and anyone who knew them.
Loved by everyone, relied upon by everyone, smiled at by everyone. Yet that same Natsuki Kenichi's son, Natsuki Subaru, was shriveling up squeamishly under everyone's gazes, a sickly coward hugging his own head, frightened by the vastness of the world. He could not bear to be thought of this way.
His own shortcomings must be nothing less than a humiliation for his father who proclaimed to love him, and perhaps, at some point, even that towering father would grow disappointed in him. That, above all, was what terrified Subaru the most. In elementary and in middle school, Subaru single-mindedly made an effort to avoid drawing any attention to himself. The classmates who had known him since the lower grades couldn't wrap their heads around how docile Subaru had become. The children, at their impressionable age, failed to notice even a fragment of the darkness residing in their classmate's heart, and as they each went about their lively days, they soon forgot about such trivial things. Meanwhile, as he spent this time burying himself in anonymity, as he worked to cast off the shadows of his past, at home, Subaru skillfully continued to play the part of the unruly child. At school almost as meek as a weed in the shade, as soon as he was home he would return to the wildness of his youth like he was a completely different person. Coming home from school, with various accounts of his feats of heroism, he would soften the corners of his mother's lips in midst of her housework, and put a smile on his father's face when he returned exhausted from his work. All of these, had his parent noticed that they were lies? Even now, Subaru couldn't be certain. This way, throughout elementary and middle school, he spent the greater part of his life on painting and fortifying these lies, and constructing the fictional character of Natsuki Subaru. Everyone had forgotten the various mischiefs of Subaru's past, and knew him merely as an inconspicuous classmate whom they barely knew anything about beyond his name. On top of the tinge of loneliness that accompanied this barren relationship with his peers, covering over Subaru's heart was an even more intimate sense of dread.
For to bear the surname, Natsuki, was to be constantly in awe of a certain force.
Subaru, now that I think about it, it really was a dark way to live. But doing this, I passed through elementary and middle school. Then putting that behind me, I became a high school student, even though it's a local school, probably because of the adjusted standard deviation score. Almost none of my classmates got into the same one. Having gotten into the habit of thinking only of retreating, with the sudden, drastic change of environment, Subaru seized at his opportunity to move forward, and assembled together every fragment of courage that still remained in him. Wrenching out the last bit of that courage, Subaru clenched his teeth and held up his head. Advancing into the brand new environment of high school.
Building unknown relationships with unfamiliar faces.
There, even if they judged him as Natsuki Subaru, no one would see him as Natsuki Kenichi's son. In fact, in that place, he might even see the light of that starry sky he had lost, once more. But the way he used that courage, decisively threw Subaru stumbling off that path. Subaru, even I have to admit, that was one magnificent failure of a high school debut.
But of course it was.
You have a guy who hadn't built any interpersonal relationships all throughout elementary and middle school, thrown into a place full of faces he doesn't know, breathing roughly through his nose, unable to shake off his tension. Even an idiot could see how that'd turn out. Unable to see something even an idiot could see, thinking about it now, Subaru realized he must have been even worse than an idiot.
Without going into too much detail, the result was already easy to imagine.
In terms of building interpersonal relationships, Subaru had no other role model except his father, so when the time came to build new relationships in an entirely new environment, his only frame of reference was his father, but the kind of jokes that might get him a smile or two while they were still children, when used on classmates in the middle of the psychological changes of the latter stages of puberty, became nothing short of toxic. Subaru, poisonously toxic.
Deadly toxic.
I was like the kind of poisonous mushrooms with the little red and white dots on it, the ones that have highly toxic, you'll die horribly if you eat it written all over it kind of guy.
How is a guy like that supposed to fit in anywhere?
Setting out into a brand new environment, Subaru lost his footing on the very first step and fell straight to the bottom of the pit. Then, spending his time alone, becoming firmly established as that awkward, socially dense guy who can't read the mood, he suddenly thought one morning.
I don't want to go to school today.
Subaru, I remember that morning both Mom and Dad were out of the house. It felt like too much of a bother to get out of bed, so I slept way past the time when I should have gotten up. And when I finally rushed myself out of bed, panicking, it was already noon, but when I was about get up and change. Subaru noticed his heart, and his body, were awfully calm. At school, while sitting alone in a seat by the window, pretending to be asleep, silently letting the time drift by, Subaru's heart had always been tormented by anxiety and fear. Not wanting to be in this place, from the moment he set foot in school he would start thinking about going back home. No, even from the moment he woke up, he would start spending his time thinking about when he'd finally return from school.
It was not that he was bullied. It was not that he was being shunned. Only, Subaru himself had constructed a wall. He was afraid of embracing the hope of touching another's kindness.
And the thought of perhaps seeing the light of those stars again, filled him with unease.
If only he could pass a day without having to endure the agony of those hours.
That sense of liberation, that sense of relief, drawn by the allure of that sense of powerlessness, little by little, Subaru's steps drifted further and further away from school. Subaru, skipping once a week became once every 3 days, then it's just every other day, until I stopped going altogether, even 2 months in a row.
There is no need to talk about the days that came after that. No longer going to school, Subaru's heart was filled with a sense of relief.
It was a sense of liberation at being far away from the school where he had been forced to spend those agonizing hours, and, above all, now ruling over Subaru's heart was a kind of acceptance, and surrender. For no great reason, he had become the conceited, self-satisfied dropout, Subaru. Looking at this Subaru, no one would be thinking he's that guy's child, after all anymore, and above all, how disappointed his parents must be to see such a pathetic Subaru. Surely, then, even mom and dad would give up on loving that Subaru. If a son they had no love for was being considered trash, it probably wouldn't mean anything to them. But if a son they loved was being labeled as worthless, those two would surely feel angry,
and saddened, too.
If people saw them like that, they would pity them, even look down on them.
It would be better if Subaru had simply faded out of their lives. Therefore, Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, I don't love you. I disown you. You are not my son.
I wished you'd just say that to me, and throw me away. I wished you'd give up on me. Half expecting to see the stars that could no longer exist, faintly hoping, he gazed up at the sky. The effeminate, pathetic Subaru, the stupid creature that did not deserve to be Natsuki Kenichi's son, only wished to be set free.
Even Subaru himself had not realized that this was the true content of his heart.
Facing his heart, exposing its interiors, for the first time, Subaru saw the ugliness of his own heart. The thought of himself, stupid and weak, unwilling to admit his faults and averting his eyes, then trying to push it all onto someone else to clean up his mess, it made him want to vomit.
Yet, in the end, the reason Subaru did not abandon himself was because he was lent a hand by someone who would not abandon him.
Rem loves Subaru-kun. Overlapping with the silver outlines in the back of his eyelids, was now an ethereal pale blue radiance. Like a soothing wind it blew into Subaru's heart, sending a consoling warmth through Subaru's frozen limbs.
Let us start from here.
From square one, no, from zero. When Subaru was supposed to have come to an end, the girl, saying this, gave his back a push. When Subaru could no longer go on, she lifted up his face, took his hand, wrapped her arm around his back, and gave his forehead a kiss, and bestowed him with courage.
Charmed forth by the silver radiance granting him heat, and pushed from behind him by the sky-blue warmth prompting him to walk forward, Natsuki Subaru, whose story was supposed to have come to an end, once again started off from zero.
Because he realized this, because he remembered this, because he had decided to march forth from zero, before zero, he must now resolve the minus of his past. As Subaru's long monologue came to an end, Kenichi, listening, closed his eyes as if lost in thought and fell completely silent. Seeing his father like this, Subaru tried desperately to seal in the weakness and cowardice from leaking from his throat. Having been granted a chance to reflect, through that small change in his mental state, however little it may have been, he saw the grotesqueness of his own heart. Whether it was now, or before, Subaru had always pushed the consequences of his actions onto others to clean up. Because he lacked the courage to give up on himself, and because he wanted to be the tragic hero rather than the villain of his own world, without saying a word, he had silently waited for someone else to volunteer to be the villain.
He thought that if he stopped going to school, if he passed his days in slothfulness inside his room, if he continued on being his foolish self, one day Kenichi will kick down the door, and put an end to Subaru's world. Unconsciously, in the deepest depth of his heart, he looked forward to such an ending to his slothful days. It was while his mind was trapped in this deadlock, that he came to the parallel world.
Then even there, Subaru continued to exhibit his complacency, until
Dad, Subaru.
Kenichi, who had been deep in thought, opened his eyes, and called to Subaru's name. The sound of that call pulled Subaru's consciousness back from the sea of contemplation and tossed it back into the reality before him, his father's face, directly in front of his eyes, and Dad, Father, headbutt. Subaru, Adak. His forehead struck by a terrible impact, Subaru yelped as sparks flew scattering all over. Holding his forehead under the devastating pain, he found Kenichi standing in front of the bench, looking down at him. Dad, see, Subaru.
That was my love-filled father headbutt, a single blow of fury. Subaru, you called a headbutt and then switched to an axe kick. You even put your face up close for a masterful feint.
Dad, That trick only worked because you were seated and I was standing.
My body's grown stiffer. Nothing like what it used to be.
That's what I get for slacking on my after-shower stretches. With a weird look on his face, Kenichi started doing some stretching routines, watching his father while giving the part of his head that took the impact a rub, half crying from the pain. Subaru wasn't sure what to do with this completely unexpected reaction.
Whatever Subaru did expect, at least it wasn't this.
Dad, but, Subaru. You know, you really are a blockhead. Subaru, you are. That unsugar-coated remark cracked him in two, and Subaru couldn't help but make a gurgling sound with his throat. Looking down at Subaru, Kenichi crossed his arms with a snort. Dad, going all nie and worried about everything.
Which part of me and Mom did you get that kind of self-pity from? You're totally taking after your mom's younger brother, you know.
The short, fat bald one with that face that looks like he's always worried about something. Subaru, well, that's just going too far, although yes, that uncle was definitely the reason I made it my life goal not to end up fat and bald when I grow up. The father and son at least agreed on unreservedly burning that uncle who had absolutely anything to do with this, while somewhere far away, under the same sky, their unsuspecting relation was given this scathing review. Kenichi continued with an aggravated look. To begin with, Dad, there were all sorts of things that pissed me off, but there was one thing most of all.
It just pisses me off that you thought by taking that passive attitude you can get me to stop loving you.
With that shut-in dropout apathy syndrome, you think your own father is just going to go berserk and rip you a new one?
What are you, stupid? You want me to scold you?
Are you a little girl who didn't get enough physical intimacy when you were little?
Wasn't all that wrestling I do with you every morning enough?
Subaru, the way you said that was misleading in a few places, but the gist of it was right, so I can't really refute it. Dad, no, if you want me to give up on you, you'll have to do a lot better than that.
Who's going to give up on a child who's shutting himself up in a cask? If you want me to hate you, you better go murder half of humanity or something, then I'll hate you.
Subaru, we don't even see that kind of villain in shonen mangas anymore. Who's gonna go and do something that absurd? Dad, well, what you said to me was just as absurd, wasn't it?
Hearing him say this out loud, Subaru was at a loss for words.
In front of him, Kenichi bent down his waist and met Subaru's eyes. We clear?
He asked.
Dad, even if you are slow as a snail, too dumb to remember the multiplication tables, or go bragging on self-harm blogs to get attention. Subaru, I'm not that slow or dumb or stupid. Dad, even if you are that slow and dumb and stupid, I'm not going to hate you or give up on you. Isn't that obvious?
I am your dad, and you are my son.
With an exasperated sigh at the end of those words, Kenichi straightened up his back.
Subaru looked up, at his father standing tall.
Bathed in his son's gaze, Kenichi said, Dad, still, just what kind of Superman did you take me for? From what you said, it's as if I'm some super transcendent technology perfect flawless high-tech superhero, you know.
Subaru, that's interpreting it too much.
Dad, you just don't know it, but I have all kinds of troubles, regrets, and failures too. I also cry and shout and get rejected. Yeah, I'm nothing special at all. At least I got a nice-looking face, though.
Not like you.
Subaru, overconfidence strike 2. Dad, when I was your age I wasn't all that mature either.
Sure, I got a little famous, but it was nothing particularly special. I could stop time a little, kinda, but that was it.
Subaru, should have used that when you got hit by a car last year.
3-part joke. 2 mundane statements followed by a punchline. Or could also refer to 3 jokes told in succession.
In man's eye comedy, the straight man objects to the funny man's statements, TC. The 3 straight man rallies perfectly exchanged. Kenichi held out his palm for a high five.
But, just as their palms came into contact, one hand grabbed the other.
Dad, now let me twist the wrist of that dumbass blockhead pain in the ass son of mine to straighten out his character a bit.
Subaru, ow.
Ow ow. Well, wait, my wrist is gonna, oh whoops. Dad, but I kinda get the feeling that won't be necessary. you already look pretty beaten up as it is.
His twisted wrist being released, Subaru stood up, giving his hand a shake, while whining about the pain.
Staring at Subaru with one eye closed, Kenichi made a small snort with his nose. Dad, I got that feeling this morning, but just now it's like something suddenly changed about you again.
What's with that?
Subaru, I told you, didn't I? It's because I have someone I like. A silver brightness was leading Natsuki Subaru by the hand. Subaru, and there's also someone who told me they loved me, even in spite of what I am. A warm, sky-blue radiance was tenderly pushing on Natsuki Subaru's back. Subaru, they don't know I am Natsuki Kenichi's son. When I am with them, I am only Natsuki Subaru, no.
Shaking his head, he fixed his eyes on his father standing in front of him.
Subaru, no matter who I am in front of, I am always Natsuki Subaru. I brought it on myself to carry that strange signboard on my back, when I was actually being crushed by a weight that was never there. I finally understand it, now. Dad, well, that was super late. I'm the big black pillar holding this family up, here.
I never asked you to be the head of the family. Who gave you the idea to carry a burden like that? I should smack you.
Subaru, you did plenty of stuff more painful than smacking already. Seeing Subaru stomping on the ground in protest of the previous attacks, Kenichi laughed, my bad, like he was apologizing on someone else's behalf. Then, squinting his eyes into thin lines, Kenichi continued, compared to that. Dad, you said there was someone you like, and then you said there's someone who likes you, but, what?
You.
Are you a two-timer? With only a Subaru rank? Subaru, don't call it a Subaru rank. Although I totally realize it's too luxurious for my level.
But so what?
There can be 2 stars in the highest place, what's wrong with that?
It was not just him being defiant, for those were Subaru's honest feelings at that moment. He loved Emilia. And he loved Rem.
Those 2 made Subaru stand up and walk forward, whether it was to stand in front of Kenichi or to face the self of his past, they gave him the strength to not run away. All the sea of stars that once covered over Subaru's sky, all the glittering starlight he once saw gazing upwards. Overhead now, blinding, brighter than the light of all those stars combined, was the star of those 2's radiance. And all around that brightest star, even the stars that should have vanished long ago now came to glow with a different light. It was outside of his shut-in room, inadvertently summoned to the parallel world, through desperation, suffering, sorrow, wailing as he cried, screaming in anger, charging in with a smile on his face, enthusiastically advancing forward, that Subaru won this starlit sky. Dad, well, that's all right.
Do as you like.
Long as you get a perfect ending out of it without breaking the law, I won't have any objections. Looks like you got some talent for duping girls too, huh? Subaru, if I had talents like that I wouldn't have failed so miserably on my first day of high school and ended up all alone. I can't pull off miracles like you, Dad. Dad, I don't think that's true, you know?
You're my son, after all.
And although you got all sorts of things wrong, that's the one thing you got most wrong. Subaru, that one? Tapping the fingers on his cross arms, Kenichi answered the confused-looking Subaru with an N, nodding. Dad, I may be hyperactive in front of you and Mom, but Dad knows how to sort out the time-place occasion for these things, you know? I was always like this in front of you, so maybe you got the wrong idea, but if you act like Dad in front of everyone, of course things are gonna go pear-shaped, oi.
Subaru, why wait?
Dad, it's obvious, isn't it? If you see a guy with this kind of tension on the first meeting, you'll be scared to even come near him, right? From there until you become good friends, you still have to straighten up your collar.
You only get to take off a button on your shirt when it's hot out.
Otherwise, it's patience from April to June.
That was the shocking truth. In reality, even his father changes his attitude depending on the target, just like a normal person.
Without knowing this, he had believed that if he only acted like his father, he would be loved by those around him just like his father was.
Such was the shallowness of his mind.
Subaru, all that time I spent stagnant.
Dad, well, it wasn't all useless, I think. In fact, you got to become who you are now because of it.
Those stars you found, aren't they worth the time you spent looking for them? Subaru, hugging his head in regret, lifted up his face as he heard those words.
He could answer that question without a moment's hesitation, for he already knew the answer, beyond all doubt.
Subaru, no, it was worth it. No matter how many chances I get, I would want to chase after the same stars as I am now. So, I think I like the way I am now. Dad, is that so, then? That was all great, wasn't it?
Relieved to see Subaru resolve this in his heart, Kenichi smiled.
And facing that smile, Subaru felt the heavy lump in his chest dropping with a thud. The darkness within him cleared, as if all the feelings of gloom had been washed away. Although it was a selfish and conceited emotion, to Subaru right now, it was salvation. After facing his past, saying goodbye to his old self while embracing and accepting all that he had been, he was proud of this present self that was now walking forward.
And so,
Subaru, I'm sorry, for all the times I closed myself off. I'm sorry I made you worry with all the emotion I can't sort out and refusing to go to school.
I know I was wrong now. I'm really sorry.
Dad, it's okay, you don't have to. It's my fault for not realizing how amazingly awesome you imagined me to be. I should be the one to say sorry, for being way too awesome in your eyes. Subaru, even though it's a fact, after you put it like that I totally don't want to admit it now. Dad, ha ha ha, no need to be embarrassed.
You're my son, and you have my blood in your veins. You definitely have the potential to become someone half as awesome as me.
Subaru, only half? I thought new generations are supposed to overtake the old ones. Dad, well you also got half of you from your mom, with my awesomeness and good looks, combined with the other part from your mom, they kinda cancelled each other out, you know.
Subaru, sorry mom, I have no counter to that.
Unable to say anything to exonerate his mom who wasn't there, Subaru clapped his hands together and apologized to thin air. Amused to see this gesture from him, Kenichi shook his head. Dad, well then, that's a load off your shoulders, right? All the walking in place from before is already done, there's no point dwelling on them anymore, all that matters now is what you do from now on.
Subaru, yeah, I'm sorry I made you worry.
Dad, if you want to apologize for something like that, you should take the time to properly repay our kindness. One day, you'll have to take good care of me and Mom, you know, my eldest son. As he heard those words, Subaru grew still. Subaru, .. He had made up his mind to apologize for everything that had happened before, and he was determined to confess all the feelings of his present self. He had accomplished it well, the years of accumulated barriers between them had melted, and he could now face his parents with a clear heart.
Everything he had wanted to say up to now.
Subaru, Fr. Then the moment he was about to say from now on, what surged up instead through Subaru's entire body was. Subaru, pull.
Please forgive me.
Dad, Subaru? Subaru, I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
The confused Kenichi's voice came from in front of him. Yet Subaru could no longer make out his face.
The flood of overflowing tears had blocked up Subaru's vision, and the shapes of the world grew blurred. Covering his face with his palms, he desperately tried to wipe away the stream of tears.
But even wiping and wiping, he could not stop the tears from flowing. They cannot be stopped, and would not be stopped.
Subaru, forgive me, please forgive me, there's only, you two, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
He had realized it.
Somewhere within his heart, Subaru had realized it long ago. From the moment he was summoned to this parallel world, bathed under the light of the sun, when he squinted his eyes within the blinding flash of that instant, as if it were a revelation, Subaru knew
that he would never return to his original world again.
Having spilled his heart to his father, having confessed the dark emotions that had accumulated inside his chest, having been granted forgiveness, having been lent the strength to walk forward, having been taught and brought up to know how. Subaru, despite all of that, I
can't repay you anything.
I will never get to see you again.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The tears would not stop. He was about to fall to his knees.
But even so, Subaru remained standing, because stopping him from collapsing was a hug from in front that wrapped the crying Subaru's body within its arms. The palms were strong and broad, they pressed his son, who was almost as tall as he was, tightly into him, yet, like consoling a weeping child, they patted and caressed his back. Dad, no matter where or when, you're still a pain in the ass, son. Jeez. As he said this, he continued holding on to the sobbing Subaru, soothingly and lovingly, and did not let go. Dad, have you calmed down?
Subaru, yeah.
Sorry.
That must be really annoying.
Dad, no kidding.
Just look at my shirt. I've got dried out tears and snot all over my chest now. I'm too embarrassed to even wander around the neighborhood like this.
Ha ha, using his fingers to give Subaru, who had stopped crying, a flick to the forehead, Kenichi let out a vulgar laugh. With a grin, he stared at Subaru's face, that was now swollen from the tears. Seeing those eyes filled with sadness and apology, Kenichi sighed. Dad, I don't know why you cried so hard, but that must have been kinda embarrassing for you, so I'll keep it a secret. Try to thank me as best you can, okay? Subaru,
Thank you.
Truly, from the bottom of my heart, more than anyone else in the world. Dad, well, I'm gonna blush if you put it like that. Scratching his face looking embarrassed, Kenichi chuckled. Unable to stare at his father's face directly for too long, Subaru averted his eyes. Kenichi shrugged his shoulders, and flapped his hands around like he was trying to drive away insects. Dad, geez, now get yourself back home, you crybaby. Dad's in the mood for walking around a bit more, so I'll take the long way back. If I'm seen with you while you're sobbing, people are gonna think something strange. Subaru, they'll wonder what on earth a pair of father and son our age could be doing together, huh? Dad, yeah, no kidding. If I go back with you like this, my friends are gonna hear about it and embarrass me with it, you know. Subaru, that line could be fatal depending on who you say it to, so be careful how you use it. Inadvertently blurting out another straight man counter to his father's words, Subaru's heart was stabbed with the pain of nostalgia. Clenching his teeth and forcing himself to turn his face away, Subaru managed to spit out the words,
Subaru, I'll be going on ahead, then, try not to get questioned by the police or anything.
Dad, sorry to disappoint you, but all the police officers around here know me. If they come and say hello, I can't really ignore them, can I? Subaru, just please don't do anything except say hello back.
That attitude from Kenichi hadn't changed at all.
Once again feeling saved by it, Subaru felt disgusted by how his own powerlessness was still no better than before.
No matter where he was, he still had to rely on others to protect him. He was so hopeless that way.
But more than anything, he didn't want to show his weakness in front of Kenichi anymore. So after exhaling a sharp breath, as if he had made up his mind, Subaru turned his back to his father and swung out his step.
And with hurried steps, he tried to disappear from that place as quickly as he could.
Dad, hey, Subaru. From behind, Kenichi's voice called to him, and his legs inadvertently stopped moving. Dad, you're going through all sorts of things too, huh? So, I just say this one thing. Subaru, .. Dad, give it your best.
I'm counting on you, son. The fear of being counted on, the fear of disappointing.
The worry that he would betray his father's expectations had grasped Subaru for so long, refusing to let go.
It was because of it, that to Subaru, his father's expectations had turned into a symbol of fear.
Subaru, yeah, leave it to me.
Dad.
Still with his back turned, Subaru stuck a finger toward the sky, and
Subaru, my name is Natsuki Subaru.
Son of Natsuki Kenichi.
Therefore I can accomplish anything, and will do anything it takes. Your son is really awesome, you know.
Dad, yeah, I know. Half of you came from me, after all. Ha ha ha, At the end of those words Kenichi showered a volley of laughter upon Subaru's back. Listening to its sound, a smile came onto Subaru's lips.
With his back to his father, he swung out his strides. His knees were no longer shaking. His heart no longer wavered, he only stared straight ahead as he walked.
The one whose back he had always watched from behind, will be watching him from behind from now on. Amazed by how much strength he could draw from a fact as simple as this, Subaru continued walking, without stopping. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 19, Homework. After saying goodbye to his father, Subaru, while reorganizing the thoughts in his mind, slowly made his way through the familiar townscape, on the road leading to home. As he walked on, a myriad of emotions had been surging through his heart. He hadn't taken a stroll in the sun at an hour like this ever since he stopped going to school, but the feeling of sunlight on his skin was probably not the only reason why the scenery he had walked through so many times before felt different this time. Subaru, well, a kid who's skipping school can't really go shamelessly prancing around under Mr. Sunsummer, after all. It wouldn't be good if word got around the neighborhood, or if he wound up getting lectured by a police officer. Even if Subaru had subconsciously wanted his father and mother to hate him, he wasn't exactly planning to pull the police into it.
The streets around his home were full of memories.
As if soaking it all in, and confirming it with the soles of his feet, passing through the quiet, or rather, completely unpopulated residential streets, by the time he no longer noticed the sensation of dried-up tears on his cheeks, he had arrived at the front door of his house.
Taking in a deep breath, he halted. Closing his eyes, going through the multitude of emotions in his heart, and gulping them all down. Subaru, I'm home.
Opening the door, he sent these words into the house.
Feeling a bit nervous, he waited for the reply. But the response that should have greeted him still didn't come.
Sensing something strange and furrowing his brows, Subaru took off his shoes and stepped into the house.
Then, looking around for his mother, who should be home. Subaru, oh hey.
In front of the refrigerator, looking back at him, his mother was holding a bottle of mayonnaise in her mouth. Subaru, I'm back. All the tenseness up to now suddenly vanishing without a trace, Subaru dropped down his shoulders, smiling wryly, and more or less accepted that situation. Subaru, there was no reply. I was starting to worry if something happened.
Mom, what else could have happened?
See, Mom's mayonnaise bottle is empty. So I stole your dad's mayonnaise to slurp on and. Recently, I've been getting the feeling that Subaru's voice is becoming really similar to Dad's.
If you're on the phone I wouldn't even be able to tell the difference.
Subaru, the topic kind of jumped there, but basically, you couldn't tell the difference between my voice and Dad's, so you tried hiding, huh?
No, but, if you were trying to hide you'd want to be a bit more sneaky about it.
Facing his mother, who was sucking on the mayo, Subaru took the caved-in bottle from her and let it expand back to its original shape, before putting it down on the table.
Staring at him, Naoko tilted her neck. Mom, keep it a secret from your dad, okay?
But see, slurping on your dad's mayonnaise, I get my favorite mayonnaise flavor combined with your dad's flavor at the same time. It's a great bargain, isn't it? Subaru, that sounds like the perverted testimony of a kid who steals a girl's recorder to lick it. Combining one favorite thing with another favorite thing to make something better. Are you a kindergartner? Mom, so, what happened to your dad?
Did you leave him behind?
Subaru, when did you get fast enough to be able to leave your dad behind? Subaru, it's not like I could win against Dad in race in the first pla, but, well, maybe.
Just as he was about to immediately refute his mother's question, Subaru swallowed it back into his chest. When was the last time he had a race with his dad? Back then, his father didn't behave like an adult at all, and would mercilessly leave Subaru way behind in the dust. Despondently watching his father's back vanishing into the distance, perhaps even at that point, a small sense of admiration had been sprouting in his heart, but, how many years had already passed since then? If he raced with his father again, surely he wouldn't be left that far behind, or, he might even win. That admiration only ever enlarging, Kenichi's existence inside Subaru had grown to an enormous size. All the while, Having misunderstood its true essence, no one else could have saved him from it.
Subaru, in the end, I still give up on everything halfway, huh? Saying this while leaning backwards and squeaking the back of his chair, Subaru flung out a big stretch. And, watching him do this, Naoko placed her hand over her lips and laughed. Subaru, what is it? Was something funny? Mom, I thought, that gesture looks just like your father. Even back then, your dad likes to stretch on the back of his chair. He'd put too much force into it and throw himself right over. Subaru, it's not just the voice, even our movements are similar, huh?
I really can't tell if that's good or bad right now, Mom, but I think it's a good thing. You're his son, after all.
Dokkan, single large thump sounded in his chest, and Subaru desperately tried to stop a groan from seeping out of his throat. Seeing his expression stiffen and his eyes growing wide, Naoko blinked several times with her sharp eyes, that looked exactly like Subaru's. Breathing in through his nose, Subaru managed to calm down the pounding of his heart, and Subaru, I feel like I won't have the strength to leave again, if I stay here for too long.
Saying this, he stood up from his chair.
With his mother's confused gaze looking up at him, Subaru scratched his cheek, as he turned.
Subaru, so there's something I want to ask. Mom, I'm listening.
With an unconcerned air, as if pretending not to notice his reluctance and hesitation, Naoko occasionally glanced back and forth between him and the mayonnaise. The desire to hear her son continue his words was probably as attractive as the impulse to continue slurping mayonnaise down her throat. Taken aback at seeing his mother still not having changed a bit, Subaru's face broke into a small smile. Subaru, do you remember where my school uniform is stowed away? He slid his arms through the dress shirt's perfectly ironed sleeves, and inserted his legs into the neatly folded trousers. Tightening his belt in front of the mirror, after an epic struggle he managed to tie up the dark green necktie.
Then, putting on the navy blue blazer.
Subaru, student Natsuki Subaru, complete.
It must have been about 3 months now.
Confirming in front of the mirror that his transformation was complete, Subaru exhaled a deep breath as if having finished a big task.
The reflection in the mirror was of a school uniform that hadn't been worn in a very long time.
Being a blazer-styled uniform, it was a pain to have to tie the necktie every morning, as even to be stripped of a minute of precious sleeping time was extremely annoying. Even after tying it every day for 2 years, it still hadn't gotten better at all, and the knot still looked just as dopey. At the same time, there was a complicated feeling at the thought of this being his last chance to do it. Subaru, should I try to get it perfect since it's the last time, or should I do it like I always did it?
Even while mumbling this, the answer already appeared in his heart.
Lightly flicking the swollen bulge of his necktie, leaving the awkward knot intact, Subaru turned away from the mirror. And, looking around the room, he picked up his backpack. No matter how you look at it, it was the image of a model student ready to go to school. Subaru, too bad it's way past homeroom, it's already time for the 3rd period to start.
Leaving the house after the sun's already finished rising, what kind of crap model student does that?
Scratching his head while smiling wryly, Subaru did a stretch on the spot, and headed out of the room, but just before leaving, he turned around to take another good look at his old room. In all his life, Subaru had never moved houses, so this had been the only place he could have called my room. From the time he entered middle school, for almost 6 years, he had been sleeping and waking inside this room.
This would be last time he would see this place.
Subaru,
Without a word, Subaru quietly lowered his head. Into that one gesture alone was instilled the memories of all those 6 years.
With a long, long bow, he finished his farewell, and then, enthusiastically lifting up his face, Subaru turned his back to his room. With the sound of the door closing behind him, he made his way down the stairs, to find Naoko waiting in the living room, with her sharp eyes opened wide with surprise. Mom, oh my.
When you asked for the uniform, I thought you were going to burn it. I made all sorts of preparations too, now it's all wasted.
Subaru, when your son asked for his uniform, the first thing you thought of was pyromania? And while we're on this topic, Are those taros and skewered hot dogs you prepared assuming there was going to be a fire? Seeing a whole array of ingredients lined up on the table, Subaru was at a loss for words at his mother's happy-go-lucky reaction that defied all expectations. On the other hand, Naoko seemed completely unconcerned about Subaru's twitching face as she looked over his change of clothes from head to toe. Mom, looks good. They make you look like an adult, and kind of cancels out the eyes, and make you look toned down a bit.
Subaru, Mom, you're currently robbing me of that tone down as we speak.
Mom, why are you so touchy? Want to lick some mayonnaise to calm down?
Subaru, I'm not really in the mood right now. Mom, is that so?
The bottle of mayonnaise she held out had a giant S written on the cap indicating it as Subaru's personal mayonnaise. Only, Naoko seemed to have expected that reply from Subaru, and simply nodded. Mom, but Subaru, you don't seem to actually like mayonnaise very much. Subaru, Mom, it's because you love Dad and Mom, that you lick it together with us, isn't it? Putting the mayonnaise with the Subaru seal down on the table, spinning it round and round, Naoko said these words, and on the receiving end, Subaru's throat clogged up.
Shocked, his lips trembled and his breathing stopped.
Subaru, what gave you thaw? Mom, then, Subaru, the world or mayonnaise, which do you choose? Subaru, the world. Mom, you see?
Subaru, what kind of example is that? Why do you have a triumphant look on your face?
A guy who would choose mayonnaise over the world doesn't love mayonnaise, he just hates the world. Protesting against Naoko's considerably offbeat remark, Subaru breathed heavily while scowling at the bottle of mayonnaise on the table. Then, with a small snort.
Subaru, for how long have you been thinking that? Mom, since a long time ago.
Dad and Mom will always get depressed without mayonnaise, like the world is coming to an end, but Subaru isn't like that. Subaru, the hurdle you expect of me is way too high, it's throwing me into despair, you know.
Subaru deflated at his mother's words. But his heart was not calm. Subaru's status as a mayo lover was not in question. Without fail, whenever condiments are concerned, he would never leave out mayonnaise.
He'd naturally dip all deep-fried foods in mayonnaise.
His devotion was to the point of rubbing mayonnaise on already mayonnaise-flavored snacks.
But why had he always been so attached to mayonnaise? Subaru, it looked like you two were really enjoying it, so I wanted to enjoy it the same way too. Now that I think about it, I'm a father con and mother con, a total Famicom. Famicom is another name for the NES game console TC. Mom, without the super in front? Subaru, Super Family Complex, aka Super Fami. Never mind, SNES, 3TC. In the middle of this completely pointless exchange, Subaru gave his head a shake and sighed.
Then, slowly lifting up the mayonnaise bottle from the table. Mom,
Subaru, poi. You, so good. After going so long without genuine mayonnaise, there's just nothing like it. The improvised mayonnaise on the other side is pretty good too, but the unhealthy store-bought kind with the artificial colorings are the real deals. The ones over there are just mayo niece. It's a mayo lover jargon, I think.
Mayo lovers are real, Google TC.
Squeezing the almost full bottle flat, he swallowed all the mayonnaise in one gulp. Savoring its sourness passing over his tongue, he let the burning sensation run down his throat and chest. This is the true mayonnaising that mayo addicts can never stop loving.
Using the back of his hand to wipe off a white stain left on the corner of his mouth, Subaru lifted up his head in front of the surprised Naoko.
Subaru, I may not love mayonnaise as much as you two, but I am nonetheless a true and fervent disciple of mayonnaise love. I swear it, on the bottle caps of all the mayonnaise I have licked to this day. On a side note, the bottle caps of every mayonnaise Subaru had personally consumed in his lifetime were being stored away inside the closet of his room.
The collection had since swelled to an uncanny number of 776. With the addition of the one just now, that number became 777. Subaru, it's the 777th. Help me put it in the closet later.
Mom, ooh tilde, 3 sevens is a pretty lucky number.
We were so delighted too when your dad hit 4 sevens the other day.
Subaru, that is literally love of an entirely different magnitude.
His mother happily took the emptied mayonnaise bottle from him.
For a moment, Subaru sulked at his sense of accomplishment being spoiled, but immediately recovering his expression again. Subaru, so I guess, it's time I should go, then. Mom, if you're going to the convenience store, buy some cream tarts while you're there, I suddenly want to eat them really badly. Subaru, considering what I'm wearing, can you use a little imagination before saying that? Spreading out both his arms, he made that appeal. Seeing Subaru do this, Naoko laughed, just kidding. Mom, but, you're going to school now?
Even though Mom is really glad. Won't you stand out if you get there so late? Why not just go tomorrow?
Subaru, don't cripple your son's fledgling motivation right from outset. I only just barely got a little willpower put together by being a little harsher on others and a little more lenient on myself. Mom, if Subaru was that kind of child, then your mom wouldn't have had such a hard time. Even with Subaru sneaking that self-deprecating comment in there, Naoko still replied as if she didn't get the point, then, squinting her eyes and standing up with I'll right then. Mom, just wait a minute for Mom to fetch her jacket. Subaru, wait, you don't mean to come with me, right? It's not some kind of punishment game where parents personally accompany their ex-hikikomori child to school, is it?
Mom, okay, but I won't go all the way to school. I'll just go up to the convenience store and get some mayonnaise and cream puffs. You're a big boy now.
Subaru, WH?
Why does that sound like I begged you to come with me?
While Subaru was bemoaning the unacceptable flow of the conversation, his mother only casually dodged it with, right, while heading up to her room. And so, it was decided that she will accompany him half of the way to school. Subaru, Nunuo, give me a break. Geez. As he said this, Subaru's cheeks softened with a tinge of relief. Even if only for a little while, the time to say goodbye to his mother had been delayed, and thinking this, Subaru grew keenly aware of how weak he really was. Mom, it's been a long time since I walked with Subaru like this. Subaru, has it? If it's at night, we come out on shopping expeditions all the time, right?
Mom, You see, the flow of the conversation just now obviously meant noon. You have to think about what's beyond the words before responding.
Subaru, I'm just finding observational advice coming from Mom a bit hard to swallow. Natsuki Naoko's observational skills were probably the worst in the world, to an almost demon-possessed degree. That was the common understanding within the Natsuki family, or between Subaru and Kenichi, at least. The truth is, up against Naoko, no matter what kind of allegory or sarcasm was thrown at her, it would be nearly impossible to explain it to her afterward. Since she herself never seems to realize it, everything just naturally bounces right off of her, and stress will gradually build up the more one interacts with her.
Yet, in spite of that, Subaru still enjoys talking with his mother. Mom, I'm so glad it's warm today.
What did you talk about with your father? Subaru, oof, conversations with Mother 101, expect the first half and the second half to not be connected at all. Anyways, it wasn't anything in particular, it was just Walking side by side on the road to school, Subaru racked his brain for an answer to his mother's question. If he told her all the details of his conversation with Kenichi, he would be forced to mention the embarrassing inner workings of his inferiority complex, and he couldn't exactly leave out the part where he cried, either. Even though he knew it was necessary, it was only the surge of emotions of that moment, and he didn't know what it would become if he brought it out again now.
That's why.
Subaru, it's no big deal, we talked about Ikeda-san for a bit, and told some stories about the past. Mom, Ikeda-kun. He won big on a horse ticket and moved to Thailand, then he got swindled by his local young wife out of everything he had, and ended up being driven into hard manual labor while getting scorched all black. Subaru, that's the first time I heard of the miserable developments of the second half? Mom, he sent a letter to us, saying, "I couldn't get used to the dirty money after all. Right now, my body may be undergoing hardships, but my heart is fulfilled."
Subaru, ha.
So you went through a transformation owing to your experiences in an unknown place too, Ikeda-san. I can totally relate to that. The only difference was replacing parallel world with foreign country, and Subaru's circumstances would have been pretty much the same as Ikeda-san's. Unexpectedly finding a fellow traveler here, Subaru quietly wished him the best of luck. Then, seeing Subaru's reaction, his mother tilted her neck with, "NNNN. Mom, so, those stories of the past made you feel like going to school?" Subaru, well, that's the short version of it. It was a chance for me to look back on how I've gotten myself worried over all sorts of absurd things. And so I, Mom, stopped wanting to do everything exactly the same way as your dad. Subaru, Originally hoping to gloss it over so he would not have to explain, Subaru suddenly found himself cornered by Naoko's words. The smile on the side of her face did not change, nor did her sharp and gentle eyes. In fact, perhaps that wasn't the intention behind her words, after all. But even so, Subaru felt like his heart had taken a direct hit when she pointed it out without him ever mentioning it. Subaru fell silent, and happily walking ahead of him, Naoko was swinging her arms in wide arcs. "Mom, it's because Subaru always tries so hard, and wants to do everything at once. And since your dad has all kinds of crazy interests, you had all sorts of opportunities too, you must be exhausted." Subaru, Mom, just how much do you know about me? Mom, well let's see, Subaru. As if she had known it all along, hearing his true feelings that he had even been hiding from himself coming out his mother's lips, Subaru couldn't utter another word. At the call of his name, Subaru lifted his face. Cutting in front of him, his mother stopped still, and stared straight into Subaru's eyes. "Mom, people often say, children watch their parents more than their parents realize."
Subaru, Mom, but the opposite is also true.
Parents also watch over their children more than their children realize. Mom has been watching Subaru more than Subaru realizes too, you know. Hearing this, Subaru couldn't help but fall dumb and stupefied.
All the secrets he thought he had been keeping to himself, in reality, had been just a wasted effort.
Withdrawing himself, putting on an air as if no one in the world could understand his pain, how vain and thoughtless he must have been. "Mom, and when you were little, Mom had to put suppositories in your butt, so I even know what your butthole looks like." That means Mom has seen every part of Subaru's body except the internal organs, you know.
Subaru, sorry.
It was going well for a bit, but it didn't seem incredibly necessary to mention the last part just now. Even twin brothers don't really get to see each other's internal organs. In fact, even Subaru himself hadn't had that many opportunities to see them. There were just the 1 or 2 times when Subaru got the chance, but that was it, anyways. Subaru, so whether it was my reason for liking mayonnaise, or being a hikikomori. Mom, if there was something Mom could do to help, Mom would do it.
But no matter what Mom does, it seems it'll only make a mess of things. Still.
With a little smile, she continued, gazing straight into Subaru's black pupils. "Mom, it seems there was someone other than Mom and Dad, who did something for Subaru in the end."
I think that's great. I really should thank that person.
Subaru, yeah.
There was someone who taught me how hopeless I was when I was hopeless. And there was someone who told my hopeless self that I wasn't entirely without hope. It's because of them that I can walk forward like this now. They made him aware of his own foolishness, and accepted him nonetheless. It was only because of them that Subaru could stand against his past, and face his parents this way. Ah, really?
Subaru, they're way too good for me. Mom, but you won't give them away or anything, right?
Subaru, of course not. Whether or not I deserve them is one thing. But if I have to give them away, I'd rather hang on to them, and try to pile up my self-worth later on.
Mom, you're every bit his son, after all.
They were words that held a special significance to Subaru. Yet his mother understood this, and surely knew what those words meant to him. To say them even while knowing that. Subaru, can I really live up to it? Can I really be worthy of being his son? Mom, no problem.
Well, since half of Subaru came from Mom, you'll meet the quota if you just become half as awesome as Dad. Subaru, so you already knew that your part of the genes that made up my body are inferior? Mom, well, half of you is already made of your dad's coolness. For the remaining half, why not just be Subaru? Seeing Subaru unmoved, Naoko gave this reply.
And upon hearing these words, Subaru only fell dumb, with his mouth open.
Mom, you don't have to be totally the same as your dad, because if Subaru is exactly the same as Dad, then there'll be two dads, and Mom will get all confused, you know? Subaru, a feminine heart wavering between husband and son, what are we, in an erotic novel? Mom, no, don't, stop it, Naya. Subaru, Gapwa. No sooner had Subaru's finished his last word, than a fist came flying over to hide her blush. Eating an unexpectedly powerful right hook straight in the face, Subaru went flying backwards. While he was almost crying from the pain, Naoko quickly turned her back and... Mom, so that's why, Mom thinks Subaru should do his best. Subaru, that's a nice summary, but I'm kind of bleeding here. Mom, speaking of blood, don't iron pipes taste kind of like blood when you lick them? Subaru, it's kind of hard to imagine the kind of extreme situation where... Anyways, conversations with mother intermediate lesson, expect totally random questions after sudden loss of direction.
It'd be useless even if he painstakingly tried to explain how the iron content of blood is similar to the iron in iron pipes.
If he took these kind of questions seriously here, he would only get how come you're going off topic now? Or something similarly aggravating and unreasonable in return.
Therefore, ignoring the context of everything.
Subaru, I should just be myself, huh?
Mom, right. While trying to be like your dad, also be Subaru. Naoko looked satisfied at finally getting to a conclusion.
Then, suddenly halting her steps in front of Subaru, Naoko pointed to the right side of the split in the road up ahead. Mom, well, the convenience store is this way, so Mom will only go up to here. Will you be okay by yourself? Subaru, there's no need to worry, actually I'm seriously injured here, yeah.
Naoko wasn't excessively worried. But if Subaru hesitated now, he'd just be way too much of a coward in his mother's eyes, wouldn't he? So, to put his mother's mind at rest. Subaru, it's fine. The things I have to do, and the things I want to do, are exactly the same right now. I have no reason to close myself off anymore.
Mom, is that so?
That's good. Then, do your best.
Nodding with relief at Subaru's answer, Naoko skipped away with little steps toward the road that split off into the right.
Subaru's path was to the left, so he must part with his mother here.
But if they went their separate ways now, he knew, without a doubt, that their parting will be far longer than his mother realized. Subaru, Mom. Unable to endure watching his mother's back disappear, Subaru called out loudly for his mother to stop. His mother, already carried away by her quest for mayonnaise, stopped her skipping steps and turned her body around. Just the same as always, the sight of his mother's unchanged figure imprinted itself into his eyes.
Subaru,
Goodbye, trying to come up with some kind of goodbye, Subaru hesitated. Right now, if he doesn't say his goodbyes here, his mother will have no idea just how long their parting will be. Subaru would lose the chance to see his mother breaking down crying, knowing they will never meet again. But if he didn't want his last memory of his mother to be her face covered in tears, it would be better if he kept his mouth shut.
Yet if he did that, it would be a lie told under the pretense that he was sparing the other person and himself.
Subaru, there is something I absolutely have to do.
So this goodbye will be for very long time.
And Natsuki Subaru's heart would not allow that.
Having been told these words, Naoko didn't say a thing.
And before she could react, Subaru pressed on. Subaru, it's somewhere a bit far away, and there's no way to communicate. There will be all sorts of worrying things.
But it's definitely not dangerous, though I can't really guarantee that.
Oh, what am I saying? Honestly, it's because it's a horribly dangerous place that I have to go back to save them.
Speaking quickly. Piling on the information. All the things he wanted to say spilled out.
Subaru, Mom and Dad will be worried, I think.
Unlike up to yesterday, when we could always see each other, it's a place where you'll have no way to see me. But no matter where I am, I'll be thinking of you too, and I'll never forget.
Mom, Subaru. Subaru, I will never not want to be you two's child anymore, and I won't do anything that I'd hate myself for. Even though I know, after what I said, you won't be able to watch me go without worrying, but I. Mom, Subaru.
No longer knowing what he was saying anymore, his mother's voice suddenly stopped him. Lifting up his face, his mother was standing right in front of him.
Mom, Subaru, it's all right. Subaru, it's all right? Mom, because I understand what Subaru is trying to say.
So there's no need to try so hard to find the words.
Subaru, you understand, how? Mom, because Mom is Subaru's mom, after all. That was a completely illogical statement, but there was no room for any counter-arguments at all.
The depth of his eyes grew hot.
That feeling was the same as what he felt only an hour ago. Just how many times will Subaru have to cry like a little child? Always shedding tears at everything like this. When will he ever grow an iron heart that doesn't waver against such things? Subaru, I'm still just like a little child. It's so embarrassing.
Mom, if crying where you want to cry is embarrassing, then all the little babies are totally embarrassing when they're born.
Subaru, not what I meant. Mom, Unoon, I know, in front of Mom and Dad, no matter how old Subaru becomes, you should cry whenever you want to cry. The world was blurring beyond the overflowing tears.
Hiding behind his sleeves while wiping his eyes, Subaru didn't want his mother to see his face like this.
And Naoko didn't peek, out of respect for his wish. Only, slowly, gently, she caressed Subaru's hair while standing on tiptoes. Subaru, sorry, Mom. In the end I can't do anything for you too. Mom, we didn't give birth to you expecting something in return, you know?
We had you because we wanted to do something for you.
It's because Mom loves you that Mom gave birth to Subaru. The love described by those words, Subaru had already experienced them countless times before. Mom, if you want to do something for Mom and Dad, just pass that same feeling on to someone else.
It could be the girl Subaru loves, and if you make a baby with her, pass it on to the baby. That would be the best way, wouldn't it? Subaru.
Yeah, it would be. Mom, see.
Stuff Mom says can never go wrong, you know. With a satisfied giggle, Naoko tickled Subaru's forelock with her finger.
Then, pushing on his chest to make him take a step back, she looked Subaru over from head to toe. Mom, when your face gets messy from crying, it looks more and more like Mom's. It's kind of weird. Subaru, I'm impressed you'd use your own face as an analogy. Mom, I draw my confidence from the fact that it's the face your dad loves.
So, sharing Mom's confidence, Subaru can also draw confidence from your dad's love, you know. Subaru, even though it's only because of the face.
Forcibly wiping his face with his sleeves, it had become red hot around his eyes when the tears finally stopped. Crying his heart out, exposing his true feelings only to be consoled, and then, seeing himself finally clearing up, how ridiculous he must be. Subaru, really, I always end up crying, it's so pathetic.
Mom, crying isn't a bad thing.
Subaru, when you were born, you cried like crazy, you know. No matter who it is, when they first come out, they cry and cry, it's so embarrassing.
Crying in all kinds of places, in all kinds of situations.
Subaru, Mom, and after crying for a long time, if you're smiling at the end, then everything is all right. What's most important isn't the beginning or the middle, it's the end. Subaru, in other words, if the results are good, then it's all okay? Mom, that's incorrect if you interpret it like that.
Then, This will be your homework from Mom. Though he would never get a chance to check the answers.
Handing out that homework assignment was another way of saying goodbye.
Receiving it, Subaru stored it deep within his heart. Perhaps one day, when he finds the answer, he would just naturally come to understand it. It wasn't exactly a clean and gallant parting scene.
But his father and mother, after hearing that their ex-hikikomori son is going to disappear into some far and unknown place, did not reproach him, but rather sent him off with smiling faces. Every bit of it, his past, his parents, his environment, he loved it all in its entirety. Subaru, I'm going, then.
Mom, all right.
Giving his head a shake, at last, he forced his face into a smile.
Leaving his mother with that clumsy smile, Subaru turned his back and began to walk. It would be the final stretch of the road to school.
Following this branch of the road to the end, after going up a slope, he would find the school building waiting for him there, and... Mom, right. Subaru, I almost forgot. And, just as he got himself pumped up and ready to face what was to come, an air-headed voice came calling from behind. Almost stumbling over from the impact of that discouragement, Subaru turned around dejectedly. Wondering what she was going to say at the very end, he saw his mother raising up her arm.
Mom, have a safe trip. Then, with a little wave of her hand, she said it with a smile.
On the final night before he was summoned to the parallel world, when he set out for the convenience store, his mother had said this to him in the exact same way, but that time, Subaru only pushed open the door in a bad mood, without saying a thing. Subaru, ..
So, this would be the last chance to erase his regret from that day.
Conversations with mother, advanced lesson, no matter how many times you get sidetracked, the correct answer somehow always emerges in the end.
The moment he remembered that, his strained cheeks softened, and turned into a genuine smile.
Subaru, okay, I'm going now. High and crisp, Subaru's voice rang out, across the road that led to school.
An unpopulated school building.
Heading from the entryway to the shoe closets, with some trouble, he opened the doors that seemed to not have been opened or closed in a very long time. Changing from his outdoor shoes to indoor ones, knocking his toes on the floor a few times to fit his feet inside, at last, with a sigh, Subaru stepped into the hallway. Subaru was in the third year, where, out of the 8 home classes, he was in the 6th, and in third year class 6, the student numbers were mixed between males and female students, and so Subaru's number was 22.
Being the highest year, all the third-year classrooms were on the first floor, just across the hallway, past the stairs.
In the dead silent corridor, there were only the echoes of Subaru's own footsteps striking upon the linoleum floor as he made his way to his classroom.
It wasn't long before he reached it.
Standing in front of the door, he took a deep breath. Subaru, ..
Placing his hand on the door, he slid it open.
In the moments that followed, there should be a crowd of reproachful eyes locking onto him, to admonish him for arriving so late to class, but...
You came a lot earlier than I thought. That was not the sight that greeted him.
On the other side of the open doorway, he saw rows upon rows of empty desks, except only for the one seat in the center of the room. Then, the person sitting there, turning her chair towards Subaru.
Ikidona, welcome.
In all that time spent facing your past, have you learned anything? Asked the Witch of Greed with her white hair swaying, her eyes brimming with curiosity. ARC4 The Everlasting Covenant Chapter 20, Test Results. Seated in the center of the classroom, the white-haired girl slightly tilted her head.
Receiving her gaze, Subaru quickly looked around the room to make sure there was no one else present.
And then, sticking out half of his body into the hallway, he checked left and right just to be sure, confirming once again that there was no one else. He scratched his head and let out a sigh. Subaru, there's just something I have to say first.
Ikidona, sure, I'm listening. What are you feeling, what are you thinking, and what do you want to say to me? I am very interested to hear all of it. Subaru, you look super good in that uniform.
Facing the witch whose eyes were beaming with curiosity, Subaru stuck out a finger and blurted out his thoughts. And hearing this, the witch seemed to blank out for a moment, until she couldn't hold it in any more and burst out laughing. Ikidona, waha, why thank you, if you think so, then it was worth it for me to reconstruct this from your memories. In fact, this outfit seems to be the most vivid out of all your memories, and the one you've looked at the most.
Is it a favorite of yours?
Standing up from her seat, picking up the hems of her grey skirt, Ikidona did a quick little spin on the spot. Her white, shoulder-length hair dancing with her movements, her playful figure looked perfectly like a youthful girl of her age.
Grey skirts, and a deep blue blazer.
The red ribbon below her neck marked her as in the same year as Subaru, and in contrast underneath, her white dress shirt shone bright and dazzling.
Only, if there was one thing that he was dissatisfied with.
Subaru, compared to short skirts, I prefer long skirts a little better. That way it takes longer to lift them up and there's more time to ignite one's imaginations. Ikidona, I see.
Then, to measure up to your skirt lifting expectations, I will wear a longer skirt next time. Subaru, we won't get a chance for that.
Also, it's not because I like it that everyone wears this uniform.
It's just a rule here that we have to dress like this.
Kind of like the Imperial Knights and stuff. Kusu kusu, Ikidona covered her lips and giggled. With an attitude as if she wasn't really planning to take Subaru's excuses seriously, even if he tried to exonerate himself, he won't be getting the result he wanted. Shrugging, Subaru walked to the back of the classroom, to the seat beside the window in the second-to-last row, and pulling out his chair in that half-assed location, he plunked himself down. The tactile sensation of the hard, wooden chair. The edges of the desk that had alphabets carved into it by some previous occupant.
The desk leg that creaked whenever he put his weight on it while falling asleep. And the festering rust on the insides of the drawer. They were all fragments of Subaru's distant and bygone days.
Ikidona, and here I thought you'd be a little more surprised. Subaru, if you wanted to hide it, you'll have to put more effort into the background, you know. There wasn't even a single person walking around on my way here, that's just way too unrealistic. Even considering that it was a weekday afternoon, it may have just been a little too unpopulated along Subaru's path. Almost as if everything irrelevant to Subaru's past had simply been cut from this world.
Subaru, this world was just way too convenient for me. So it's your own damn fault that you didn't get to see the reaction you wanted. Ikidona, no, that's a part of the fun too. Experimenting, and receiving the results are in themselves a kind of happiness for me. What the results are at this point, doesn't matter much.
Unless, of course, if we are talking about how future events will be influenced by these results, then it would be a different matter. Ikidona waved her hands left and right as she said this, as if she really wasn't sour about the way things had veered outside her expectations. Seeing her without a trace of negative emotion, in his heart, Subaru secretly wanted to click his tongue. Subaru, so then, what is this world supposed to be?
I'm sure I went in your tomb while it was in the middle of the trials, and then.
Ikidona, you entered while possessing the qualifications.
So naturally, you began the trials as well, correct?
Didn't you hear it? First, you must face your past. Confirming Subaru's thoughts with these words, Ikidona placed her hands behind her back as she slowly walked towards Subaru. Her beautiful hair swaying in the cool, refreshing breeze that had blown into the classroom, without a sense of incongruity, the girl in her uniform blended seamlessly into her surroundings. Her every casual gesture feeling like a trap set to entice his heart, Subaru consciously turned his gaze away from her.
Then.
Ikidona, anyone, would have regrets about the past. As long as they live day after day, no one is without regrets. Today they regret yesterday, yesterday they regret further before that, and when tomorrow comes, surely, you would regret something about today.
People have the capacity to regret, after all. Subaru, that's a pretty pessimistic way of thinking about it.
If we just replace regret with self-reflection, then today we'd be reflecting on yesterday, and tomorrow we'd be reflecting on today, and, maybe, we might find some kind of breakthrough. Isn't that a human ability as well?
Ikidona, precisely.
Clapping her hands together with an insatiable voice, Ikidona shoved her face up close, making Subaru instinctively shrink back. But, undeterred, she continued leaning in, staring into his eyes with her black pupils, at a distance where they could feel each other's breaths. Ikidona, it's a simple play on words, or, rather, a slightly different way of thinking. But depending on whether you view the past with pessimism or optimism, the answers become worlds apart. Most people look to the past pessimistically and always only see the bad memories, and so they treat the path they have walked with denial. Then, growing even more repulsed by the sight of what they have denied, they close their hearts, and try to forget. Subaru, hey, your face is kinda close. Ikidona, but can you blame them?
Compared to today, your yesterday's self was certainly more ignorant.
And compared to what you will know tomorrow, your today's self would no doubt be found lacking. The total sum of knowledge, or even just the number of memories, would always put the past at a disadvantage compared to the present and the future.
That is simply the fact.
Completely disregarding Subaru, who was being pushed back by her aura, in a state of heated passion, Ikidona pressed on her delivery. Suddenly turning her body away, she forcefully slammed her palms on the top of the desk. Ikidona, and so, when people face their past, or when they actually meet their past, they become lost, confused, lamenting, suffering, anguishing, despairing, and there, they will find their answer. As long as they find their answer, no matter what kind of answer it is, I will give it my affirmation, whether it was an answer they received by turning their backs, or by reaching their arms forward, it would be unmistakable proof that they have overcome their past. Subaru, that's the purpose of this trial?
Ikidona, correct. It is to face one's past, and come to some kind of answer about that past.
If they are afraid of finding the answer, loathing it, or are hesitating and at their wits' end, then the trials could never be overcome. However, if they could either accept their past, or if they could deny it completely and sever themselves from it, then I would see them off with my praises.
That is the first of the trials.
Nodding to Subaru, who seemed to have understood, Ikidona returned to her original self, and, with a slight blush on her cheeks, she quietly cleared her throat. Ikidona, I seem to have gotten a little overexcited.
I'm sorry I showed you something unsightly. Subaru, no worries.
If you had bad breath though, that would have gone badly, but fortunately, yours smelled like citrus.
More importantly,
feeling a bit sentimental over the rare chance to see Ikidona embarrassed, Subaru pulled up his chair and leaned his body forward, and Subaru, if those points you mentioned are the conditions for passing the trial, can I take that to mean I've passed the trial? Ikidona, having watched everything from beginning to end, I think the results were more than satisfactory. Placing her hand over her chest, Ikidona inhaled deeply as if filling her lungs with the aroma of fragrant black tea, and then, with a terribly satisfied look on her face.
Ikidona, whether it was the symbol of the traumas of your past, or the representation of your past guilt, you have found your answers.
For that, I send you off with my praises. Subaru, from beginning to end, doesn't that mean you saw me crying with snot dripping down my nose too? Ikidona, I'm sorry, even I couldn't help tearing up in the eyes at those parts.
Subaru, shut up.
And don't you tell anyone, it's embarrassing. The scene of his parting with his father where he poured out all his emotions, it wouldn't be funny at all if some pervert had been watching them all that time. Above all, it would be an insult to the emotions between Subaru and Kenichi in that moment. Kusu, regardless of whether she could understand such sentiments, Ikidona bursted out laughing. Ikidona, if there was anything I was disappointed with, it would be that you hadn't experienced the agony even deeper when you came face to face with your past. Subaru, huh? Ikidona, I like when people reach their answers, but I think the suffering on their path to the answers is something praiseworthy in itself.
I was looking forward to watching you find an answer through the anguish and struggles, but...
Casting a side glance at Subaru, as if peering into the depths of his black irises, she narrowed her eyes. Ikidona, unfortunately, this trial seems to have started a little too late for me to enjoy such a treat.
It appears you have already found the answer to the negative feelings from your past before coming here. Subaru, is that so? If that's the case, I really should offer my sympathies.
Somewhat able to understand Ikidona's disappointment, Subaru exhaled a deep sigh through his nose. If the trials had gone the way she had hoped, Subaru would have returned to his parents, the source of his past trauma, and over the time spent with them, realized his own weakness, agonized over it, and reached an answer either by running away or facing it head-on, and, at last, found the resolve to come here.
But Subaru had already.
Subaru, even when I was completely, hopelessly useless, there was a girl who told me I was a hero. So there was no need for me to face my past. I've already come to terms with the fact that I'm useless. Ikidona, so you've arrived at a different form of resignation, I see. But to have it stray so far from my expectations, it really is an utter disappointment. The next time you meet that person outside, tell her that a witch had some complaints to say about her. Just as he was about to throw in a joke about that threatening remark, Subaru suddenly noticed.
There was something Ikidona said that he couldn't let slide.
Subaru, a while ago you said you formed this reconstruction from on my memories. If you can peek inside my head, then shouldn't you know about the girl I spoke of? Or, perhaps rather than noticing it, it was him desperately clinging to a feeling that he could not let go of, even if it meant having someone peek inside his head, if there was just someone who could remember Rem after she had been forgotten by all the world, remember her lovely features, remember that this girl still existed.
But Ikidona, sorry to disappoint you. But even being a thing of greed, I can distinguish between what is right and wrong. Though I have extracted the information I needed to conduct this trial, I have not touched anything else. If I simply stole all the knowledge out of your head, then where would be the fun in that? I am not quite ready to abandon the pleasures of simply listening to others just yet.
The only thing he got as a reply was some kind of witch's sense of honor that was beyond his capacity to understand.
One could even call them Ikidona's convictions. However shameless that logic may be, it was not something Subaru could argue with. Still.
Subaru, if you only pulled out parts that were relevant to the trial, then why did you pull out that uniform? Ikidona, obviously, I pulled it because it was a piece of information necessary for me to reconstruct this building you call school. It definitely wasn't because after discovering a new parallel world, I wondered what the girls here wore and whether it would maybe look nice on me or anything of that sort. Subaru, are you one of those highly intelligent idiots? After listening to Ikidona essentially confessing the whole thing, Subaru sighed and shook his head.
So it was like that. It wasn't the answer he had hoped to hear, but at least now he knew something for certain. Which was that?
Subaru, there's probably no need for me to ask this.
But this world is.
Ikidona, that's right. This is a fabricated world created based on your memories, meant to be an extremely faithful reconstruction of reality.
Which means, of course, your real parents still have no idea where you are or what you are doing, and must be worrying to no end about their son, who had simply disappeared.
Subaru, Ikidona, as for the information you didn't know before, who knows if you hadn't inadvertently brought them here? Are you so sure that you didn't know about them? The letters from your parents' old friend, can you be certain that you have never seen them?
The old man who had known your father since he was a child, have you really never met him before?
And have you truly never imagined an image of your father that was different from the one you knew, and never once traced it over inside your mind?
Firing off her words in rapid succession, or rather, Ikidona continued.
Ikidona, did you really think that as long as you didn't know what was hidden in your heart, they would simply stay hidden? The contents your true heart that are yearning to be freed, how could you be certain that they are safely sealed away, and would not leak through along with the rest of the mundane little details? And still, can you be sure that your self-serving desire to be loved did not beg your fictional father and mother to behave the way they did? Putting her face up close against the silent Subaru's, Ikidona's last words fell to a bewitching whisper, teasing at the strings of his heart, and then, at a distance close enough to feel each other's breaths. Ikidona, it was just too ideal, and too convenient, don't you think? Subaru, Tenderly gouging open Subaru's heart with her soft fingertips, Ikidona smiled sweetly. Unlike a smile that would have suited a girl her age, this one was abominable, like one belonging to a witch out of the folklores. His mind toyed and tormented by her penetrating words, Subaru squeezed close his eyes. In the back of his closed eyelids, in that pitch-black world, emerged his last impressions of his parents. Subaru, don't belittle my parents just because you didn't get what you wanted, witch. Ikidona, what? Subaru, I've already told them all of my answers.
And my mom and dad both received it.
I've told them everything that I was never able to say, and they told me to give it my best, and then wished me a safe journey. Standing up from his chair, placing his hands on the desk, he pressed back his face against Ikidona's so that their foreheads touched, watching the witch's black eyes opening wide in surprise. Subaru. Subaru, their voices, their smiles, everything from those moments shattered my imaginations. My parents are not some empty casks that can be filled with my fantasies.
Don't you underestimate them. Ikidona, ..
Subaru, I've already told them everything I wanted to say.
And after having put everything to rest, I came here. Nothing you say can trick me. Pulling back his forehead from hers, Subaru sat down in his chair once more.
Then, leaning backwards into his chair, he rudely crossed his legs and stared at Ikidona with an insolent gaze. For a moment, Ikidona seemed astounded by Subaru's reaction.
Ikidona, really, you wouldn't even let me see you questioning your answers for a minute. You really are a human who would make a witch cry. How exceptional indeed.
Subaru, I'm gonna blush if you praise me like that. I'm the kind of guy who grows when he gets praised, you know.
I can feel myself getting taller as we speak.
Ikidona, I see you're never at a loss for words.
Ah, but it's good enough. It's more than good enough.
It's a delightful thing, to see such a firm answer that would not allow itself to be shaken. As if giving up, Ikidona shook her head with a smile, and then, pulling out the chair in front of Subaru, she sat down facing him. Ikidona, the trial is now over, in its truest sense.
You have escaped the evil clutches of a witch, it seems.
As a reward, is there anything you wish to ask me before you go back?
Subaru, oh, then there is one thing.
Ikidona, let's hear it. Ikidona nodded, as Subaru stuck out a finger pointing directly at her.
Subaru, before, you said you had nothing to do the trials. How is this nothing to do with it? You're not just involved, you're pretty much the main culprit.
What's with that blatant straight-faced lie about having no influence over the trials? Ikidona, to take a witch at her word.
Even naivety and gullibility should have a limit.
Didn't I tell you the last time we parted?
I am a wicked witch, after all.
Subaru, is that right? Then, I can't trust a single word from this wicked witch, can I?
In that case I have nothing else to ask. By the way, is the seal on the sanctuary removed now? Ikidona, and here you are asking another question as if nothing happened. You really don't bother putting up appearances, do you? Unfortunately, it would be too simple if the trials ended with this. There are a total 3 parts to the trials. But since you already passed the first trial, I don't think they would be too difficult for you.
Sidestepping Subaru's indignation, Ikidona held out 3 fingers as she answered him.
Receiving this, Subaru muttered, 3 parts, under his breath.
Subaru, one way or another, I'll have to unseal the sanctuary. So, once I clear the other 2 trials, it will be released, right? Can I take that as a guarantee? Ikidona, that's why I gave you the qualifications.
So of course.
If you or any qualified half-blood overcomes the trials, the sanctuary will be liberated with my blessings.
How will you overcome the next 2 trials, I wonder? I will happily look forward to the answers you will give.
Watching Ikidona nodding in affirmation, Subaru responded, is that so, and stood up.
There was nothing else he wanted to ask.
So there was nothing more to gain by dawdling in this fabricated world. A certain nostalgic feeling made him almost want to stay, but he had already said all his reluctant goodbyes.
Even if, as the witch said, they were only transient and fleeting things.
Subaru, hey, Ikidona.
Ikidona, what is it? Perhaps you would like to punch me before you go?
Well, I realize I would deserve it, considering my conduct towards you.
So if you wish, I am willing to accept it without complaints.
But still, I am only a young girl, after all.
If you could please avoid the face if possible. Subaru, thank you. Echidna,
Speechless, after going on and on trying to vindicate herself, Echidna suddenly lost her words. Seeing her like this, for the first time, Subaru felt a small sense of gratification. Subaru, even if it didn't really happen, and my words didn't really reach those two, I was able to say the things I wanted to say thanks to you.
Even if it was because of your crappy gossip-deprived curiosity, I was able to see the people I thought I would never see again, and say my goodbyes.
And show them that their hopeless, small, disappointing son had become a little less hopeless, had grown a little more, and could now hold his head a little higher.
Subaru, for that, I am grateful. So, thank you.
Echidna, you're a human I can't understand at all, it's very fascinating.
It's almost frightening, in fact.
Echidna wasn't joking or lying, and the look in her eyes seemed as if she was genuinely threatened by him. Seeing her like this, Subaru lifted the corners of his lips and smiled in reply. Subaru, which summer must get frightened easily if she could be caught by a little kid like me.
Oh well.
So where's the exit?
Echidna, leaving won't be difficult. Even now, this world is already beginning to fade. Nothing outside of this building is solid anymore. Leaving this building should return you directly to the insides of the tomb. Subaru, that's pretty convenient. In that case, see you next trial, I guess.
With a wave of his hand, Subaru got up from his seat and headed out of the classroom. Sensing Echidna's gaze trailing behind him, Subaru walked out without looking back. In the world outside the window, dissolving into the encroaching vast, blue sky, the scenes in the distance began to fade.
The fabricated world which had fulfilled its purpose, was vanishing into nothing.
The father who had patted on Subaru's back, and the mother who had walked with Subaru to send him off, were both fading along with the disappearance of this world.
Until they were nowhere to be found.
Subaru, you guys have already taught me all the most important things. His emotions swelling up in his chest, feeling the back of his eyes growing hot, Subaru roughly wiped his eyes with his sleeves just once.
And after that, lifting up his head, there was no longer any trace of tears in his eyes.
Looking straight ahead, Subaru walked toward the exit of this dying world. In front of him, the world gradually turned to white, as far as his eyes can see, and Echidna, already gone, I see. My, he's a lot more formidable than I thought.
In the classroom after Subaru had left.
Among the rows upon rows of empty desks, Echidna, having been left behind, stuck a hand into the front of her hair, and, enjoying a moment of quiet to herself, she leaned her weight onto the desk behind her.
Little by little, the world had begun to collapse.
The fleeting world reconstructed out of memories, with the loss of its source, was turning back to dust. With the sensation of the disintegration of the world upon her skin, Echidna did not pay any mind to the crumbling footings or the vanishing atmosphere around her. Her attention was fixed on a single point, in front of the blackboard, toward the teacher's podium.
There.
Echidna, just what I should expect from the man you fell for, I suppose. My special someone to my 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 someone. Echidna, shut away in your own citadel, even though you meet him every so often you're still afraid of being forgotten.
In such pathetic circumstances, to have the audacity to make this kind of assertion. I can't understand you at all.
None of your business, 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 none of your business. Breathe on, breathe on, breathe on, breathe on, breathe on. Talk to touch my love. With the other person insisting on speaking in nonsense, Echidna frowned in disgust. Before her eyes, there was the shadow of a person standing in front of the teacher's podium, the shadow of a girl in a pitch-black gown, with long, flowing, silver hair.
Like a curse, everything above her chest was engulfed in darkness, making it impossible to see her face.
Every word she spoke and every ounce of the insane aura emanating from her filled the imagination with unspeakable horror. Ikidona seemed to accept the fact that this existence suddenly descended after Subaru left the room, as if it was only natural.
As if she already knew that it would appear here.
Ikidona, of course, it's only natural.
Without asking permission, I trespassed into your beloved's heart, after all.
I didn't intend to encroach into your territories, but even so, there was no way for us to avoid each other completely, now was there? A fingertip, a flake of skin, a piece of nail, a strand of hair, a drop of sweat, a particle of spit, a single word, a single breath, a single fragment of emotion, all of it, all of it, all of it all. Ikidona, belongs to me, you mean to say? Ha ha ha, being with you makes me even want to give up my title of greed.
How you could go so far for one single person, I can never understand.
I love him, 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 I love him.
Therefore, envy will not forgive Ikidona, who had touched what was forbidden. The shadow took a step forward.
And with that alone, the room up to where she stood was swallowed into darkness.
In an instant, the front of the classroom, the wall that held the blackboard, and the first 3 rows of desks were devoured by the witch's shadow.
Leaping backwards, Ikidona narrowly avoided annihilation, while, as if in pursuit, shadowy arms extended out, aiming for her neck. In the face of the pitch-black serpents bearing their fangs, Ikidona let out a sigh. Ikidona, I would leave behind too many regrets if I let myself get erased here.
So I'm afraid I'll have to be a little unfair.
Saying this, Ikidona slightly lowered her body, when the shadows that were aiming for her throat exploded from the impact. Seeing this, the encroaching shadow halted its steps.
In front of the shade with its 2 dangling arms, in the place where Ikidona should have been.
Sekhmet, looks like I got called up again, I can't even get a good night's sleep, you. Languidly huffing with her legs sprawled out on the floor, the purple-haired girl, the Witch of Sloth, Sekhmet, appeared.
Sekhmet, it's no use.
As if struck by a devastating impact, the upper half of the shadow flew backwards. Beaten back by the power of the strike, the rest of shadow sank into the darkness it had created. Lightly shaking its head at this outcome, the shadow reached out its right arm towards Sekhmet. Immediately after, the darkness that had engulfed half of the classroom attacked at once, as dark demonic claws shot out, covering over everything in sight.
The impenetrable blackness sealed off every direction, but...
Sekhmet, didn't I just say it's useless, Hau? The maelstrom of black claws scattered in the blink of an eye, and without the least resistance or reserve, the counterattack struck into the shadow's entire body. While the shock of impact after impact were nailing the shadow's flesh into the cracks of the wall, Sekhmet only remained crouched up on the floor without the slightest movement, lazily looking on. But even so, Sekhmet's attacks continued to assail the shadow's entire body, until gradually, that bottomless form began to break apart.
Against the deafening sound of the impacts, and the sight of the writhing shadow, Sekhmet only scratched at her hair as she watched.
Sekhmet, with most of your power sealed away, and being inside nasty Ikidona's citadel, who?
In a state that deprives you of your full potential, you're no match against me, who?
Trying to hold back a yawn, Sekhmet's attack ceased, and the defeated shadow dropped to its knees, when a strike from above mercilessly nailed it into the floor. Sinking into the pitch-black darkness, the fading envy looked up at Sekhmet. Why do you stand in between me and him?
Sekhmet, it'd be too much of a bother to explain.
With this bitter reply, Sekhmet made a little downward swing with her raised hand.
In that same instant, half of the school building collapsed, and along with the crumbling dirt and lumps of earth, the shadow of envy was swallowed into the depths of the ground.
In a world that was already fading, there would be no way to return from there.
Sekhmet, even after I'm dead, why do I still have to deal with this stuff,
Her own actions having sped up the collapse of this world, the Witch of Sloth found a relatively nicer spot in the corner of the decaying classroom, and nudged herself over on her butt. Huddling up with her back against the wall, feeling herself being drawn into the void of the dying world that had finished serving its purpose, she looked out through a shattered window at the sun. Sekhmet, nothing ever goes the way you want them to, Hayu.
Whether you're a witch, or the one ensnared by a witch, ha.
With a final, languorous sigh, the world vanished into light,